Recording in progress.
Done this in a while.
All right, I think
All right, it is 1:02 on November 28th. I will open this special workshop on regional flood hazard mitigation project awareness alternatives, or workshop or discussion. And I will, I guess I'll turn it over to Dan Stenter, our county engineer, as well as Bill Jackson, our county roads. Actually, before I do that, let me just announce who's here. I'm sorry. We present our commissioners, Kevin Walker, Bill Winfield, Tricia Hedin, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Josh Hadler, as well as Clerk Gabriel Wojtek, County Attorney Stephen Stocks, County Administrator Mallory Nassau, Associate Administrator Quinn Hall. I will now turn it over to our, is it floodplain director? Supervisor, I'm sorry, floodplain supervisor Bill Hulse, as well as Dan and Bill Jackson. Welcome, guys.
thanks for the opportunity to talk to you.
So Bill's gonna take the lead here, hopefully.
Said he was.
We got you all that information. Do we wanna go through the document page by page? Do we wanna just pull it up and ask a specific question?
I personally skimmed through everything. I don't think I have a huge handle on it, but I have a decent understanding of what you guys are proposing. How do the rest of you guys feel as far as format goes?
I think having a plan or a summary of the general plan before getting into the specific project might be nice. So I don't think we need to go through it page by page, but I think that, you know, this being one piece of the bigger plan would be.
Sure. So we went through the brick scoping grant process. With Boscom, they came up with alternatives. In going through those, they picked the one that did what we wanted it to without any adverse impacts downstream. This project happened to be the only one that did what we needed it to without causing increased flooding downstream. So we went forward with that alternative. Last commission meeting, we went to go forward with that, investigate more. We got some better numbers. It's pretty much building a detention basin in San Juan County, taking the excess from the 100-year storm and dumping it into this basin. Other than that, it will stay an empty basin. There are some channel improvements that need to happen to protect other properties down in the city. There's a couple of choke points that get really tight, so we need to work there. There's a couple of places in the county that need some work. But pretty much this alternative drops the flows down to the 20-year event and allows the channel to be. Therefore, we're shrinking that floodplain in a lot of spots. Affecting a lot of places to 500-year event. There are some. In moving forward, a lot of the numbers that are in the BCA are preliminary. They're engineers' opinion of probable cost, so they are not fine-tuned. There was some conservative values put in. We figured the land out there was 200,000 an acre. We think it's going to be less than that. A better figure for that. There's figures of 1.8 million for land acquisition for work in the creek, where we have to get easements. I think if we pitch it to the constituents, most of them, I've talked to the vineyard, talked to Josh Harris, who's across the way from them. They're both willing to give us an easement if it's going to protect their property and they can leave. So I think we can cut some of those numbers down. I think the engineers, opinion and cost, I think there's a lot of contingency. I think we get the final figures, I think they go be up. But it is a sidewalk project. Total cost for alternative 1A, so the one we're going for, which is a good land acquisition, is 35 million, I believe. Round about, that would be at 75.25. 70. Good summary.
Yes. I thought it was. So you mentioned, some of the alternatives would, increase flooding downstream, and I've only looked, I thought that it seemed like the alternatives are mostly differing on the size of the basin. Is that correct, or?
No, the alternatives 1A, B, C, and D are all about the detention basin segment. Whether it's with acquisition, without land acquisition, and 1,000 CFS discharge, there's 15 for CFS discharge.
Okay.
15 for CFS discharge doesn't quite protect us as much. We have to do a whole lot more channelization and channel work to protect the same area.
Okay.
Making that basin a little bit bigger, be able to hold a bit more capacity, we're able to limit the amount of stream operation.
Okay, but the discharge, that's the figure coming out of the basin once it fills up, or?
No,
No, that's the stuff that doesn't get diverted. Okay. So, but I guess I still don't understand how that's, if we're diverting some of the water, how is it gonna increase flooding downstream?
Those 4 alternatives is actually alternative 1.
Okay,
With a couple different options.
okay,
The other 5 alternatives, 2 through 6, were all in the section between Stocks Drive, pretty much, and Spanish Valley Drive Bridge, analyzing that section.
without a detention, diversion, got it, okay,
The alternative 2, I believe, was detention based on Stocks Drive. But that wasn't pursued because the area wasn't big enough to detain enough water. And it didn't help anything the rest of the way through.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much opening that channel, deepening the channel. One was making a concrete switchway, which was probably the worst. It just sped things up and wreaked havoc, especially the red.
I'd like to add a couple things. So the question in front of you now, what we need an answer on relatively soon is the county's commitment to the cost share. So we're pursuing a grants, for building resilient infrastructure communities, I think is the first transport. So it's a grant that's issued, that's funded by FEMA for building more resilient communities, essentially, whether it's not specific to flood mitigation, there's other hazard mitigation things that it also applies to. That process is fairly competitive on a national level. I think there is $2 billion funding for this next year's grants, guaranteed. This past year, I think they were able to fund over $3 billion worth. Anyways, the state floodplain manager for Utah is basically screening all the applications that come from Utah, doing quality control, and sort of endorsing the best applications and forwarding them on to FEMA as sort of the state's representative projects. Last year, the state of Utah submitted 12 projects. I think they told us 2 received funding out of that 12. And neither one of them were really of this scope. I think one was $1.5 million, and one was relatively modest, with $300,000 for so. It wasn't bricks more studies. plans. So anyways, this is definitely I mean, the chances of us landing this grant are
Let me say, not good chances.
that being said, it's a lot of money. And we're pretty much have all the information that we need to put the application together. And we made the first review cut, so to speak, where they, the cost benefit analysis that I think Bill sent you on is one of the things that they really scrutinize. They want to see that you have a benefit that outweighs the cost by a certain factor over the lifetime of the project. The absolute minimum is one. I think we came in at
1.89, I think is what your
somewhere in
information.
there. That moves a little bit depending on what we ascribe to the land acquisition.
Mhm.
So that's kind of a big unknown area. That's a big chunk, but that's like almost half of the project cost. Is and we kind of shot high with that assumption. I think it's quite high. Actually, we just ordered coordination with Sitla appraisal for what an easement for 55 acres on their property would become. So we'll have a more, and that was one of the feedbacks they gave us. They're like, these land values are such a big component of this project. Would you base this on? And they're like, we want to see this part. So
San Juan was also going after this grant,
San
in
Juan,
parallel with us, not against us.
sort of, San Juan is pursuing a grant through the NRCS, which is National Field Soil Conservation Service, National Resource Conservation Service. That had a two-phase approach. The first phase is underway, which is calling it a debris basin. It's kind of right at the south end of the valley where the road starts turning up towards Pack Creek, right off on the right. I don't recall where that major vehicle accident was.
Yeah, right.
Or so. But right in that area there's like a 150 acre foot basin that's goal is to intercept flood debris, whether it's mud, logs, ash, rocks, and be like actively maintainable. So basically, after each flood event, they would have to go in there and clean and restore the volume that's needed for debris. So that would protect the basin downstream by intercepting that debris. And that one, I believe, I know that they've got a complete design, and I think that they have preliminary funding through NRCS to do that project. That's what they're for. And their second phase was going to be this bigger basin downstream to protect. Well, their mapping was just for San Juan County down the county border, but through the undeveloped or some developed through the property downstream there. I think when Bill's group worked with NRCS on the armoring, stream bank armoring and all, that was when there was a kind of a cross connection. They said, hey, San Juan County working on some stuff, you're working on some stuff, here's what they got, exchanging information. Grand County residents actually stand to benefit more. There's more real estate in San Juan County and Moab City that stand to benefit from this flood control basin than in San Juan County. And Bill, I think, took the lead on trying to jump in on that.
Well, a little background on the NRCS grant. When we got our NRCS grant for crossings, they came down, we talked with the city, they talked with San Juan County. That's when San Juan County started that project. They realized the need for a basin-wide approach. That's when we started with the PL 56 grant that Ben was talking about. The second portion of this is the grants that Mikey were talking about that they're going after. The issue with that is that's about a 6-year turnaround before we can expect construction. Whereas with the BRIC and FMA grant, we're looking at a 1.5 years, maybe 2 tops for construction. So it gets a little quicker. The benefit of theirs is an NRCS grant. It's a 100% funded federally, whereas the BRIC and FMA grants are 75-25 match. wait 6 years. And if they do get awarded the grant, again, all big ifs.
No, thank you for the update there. I'm all for speed, so.
And remind, so this is 25, what's the, if you mentioned the dollar figure, I forgot it.
Right now, the preliminary estimate cost, I believe for alternative 1A is 35 million.
It's, yeah, in your information, you have it at 33,142.
And again, that is with Infinity. The numbers put together were conservative. We'd rather be over it than send it through.
Okay,
So-
but and the 25% of that would be around $8 million then?
Yeah.
That's a large number for the county, I think.
Yes. And so one thing, yeah, that's really the big question. One thing to keep in mind is of that 33 million, about 13 is in easement acquisition, essentially. It says land acquisition, but essentially it would be easements all along the channel corridor, everywhere where we're doing channel improvements, ability to maintain those or get in and build up. The largest portion would be just upstream of the Keds Lake Cutoff Road, just such gravel pits. That's where the basin is earmarked. I think it's like 55 acres or so of Sitla land. Sitla is, I think they're mandated to, they can't just donate. Or it's written, they have to get fair market value for their land, whether it's an exchange or cash. They are willing, they've indicated that they would be willing to consider the land exchange in Grant County for some other parts of the county owns in San Juan County. So it's possible it would be cash out of farmers. But those values have to be out and see how it all shakes out in appraisals.
And then the San Juan County grant application you mentioned that was 100%, the disadvantages are it takes longer. You said, and it's only removing debris, or is it, I mean, how?
So they're working with the NRCS on the debris basin, and then they're working with the NRCS partnership with Grand County and the city of Moab. At Region 7 watershed on the PL 556, which is the detention basin.
Okay, so it's a different route to the same basin, but it doesn't have the 25% match.
Right, but
It doesn't, again, it has no guarantees. It's a nationwide
Mhm.
grant that cover to get, and I don't know that right now they're including the channel improvements down to this.
one of the issues between the two programs is the NRCS funding projects are tied more towards watershed functionality as a watershed. They're in resource conservation, so the target is the benefit to the ecosystem and the riparian areas and stuff like that. This one may not provide sufficient benefit in that regard to make it for that. It's eligible for the grant, but that doesn't mean it's what you rank out. The BRIC grant, which is specific to building resilient communities, this is right up that alley. So that's all about how many properties you're protecting from damage. So that I think the floodplain manager said that has a lot stronger chance of getting funded, but it does have the 25%.
But so you're saying the brick grant is more likely, but I thought you also said it was a long shot. Okay,
It's
okay, so the other one's like even a more extreme long shot, I think.
I would think so. I'm not as familiar with the NRCS program. I know that their process is a slow process. I'm not familiar with anything of that magnitude that has been done in this area. I'm familiar with some projects down. I have Trading Post that was like $1 million, and some other ones in San Juan County. So I don't know what the likelihood of that. They are well on their way to funding the degree base portion.
Okay.
And that might be all that they get up.
With that conservation side, this basin would go into those recharge calculations.
The water wouldn't stay in the basin for very long. So it's not a total impoundment and then you just let it evaporate. It's a situation where you have controlled outlets at different elevations. So, you know, there probably would still be like a 4-foot diameter culvert or something that conveys the base flow of the creek. And once that sort of exceeds capacity, it starts to spread out, build up behind this basin. And as the level builds up, you have another release point and another release point to make that maximum release throttle down to 1500 CFS, which is the recent floods over the last few years in Pat Creek in the valley. The biggest one right after the fire with all the ash and something, that was the vicinity of 2800, I think. It's hard to tell because it overtopped the gauges and stuff at the bridge up there, but somewhere in that vicinity based on stuff. So it would be less than that, be throttling it down lower than that flow. But the basin then would be able to drain out through that lower opening. Probably would take 24 hours.
I guess my question was, we've had some other conversations about water rights and allotments, and when there's recharge zones, you're allowed more water use. It's kind of my understanding, and I was just wondering if this basin would play into those equations.
Could.
It could if we had like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have low.
So if it's just sitting there dry,
It's gonna be dry.
yeah, okay.
It may stay dry for 10 years. It may be full for 10 years.
It could, good point. So water rights for Pat Creek are owned by just a handful of users out in the valley. And they have a diversion where they can divert the full flow of the creek just below the Pat Creek Bridge. Their diversion and their pipeline and all that has the capacity for about 5 to 6 CFS. And as you know, the spring it got exceeded. Once the snow mountain kicked up, blew up diversion and then they fixed this up. But so the water rights for Pat Creek for the base flow of Pat Creek are already taken, so to speak. But any supplemental flow, spring runoff flow or something like that may be fair game and basin then could be structured such that it captured all the flow, in that scenario, like we're flowing, say 30. Most of this year was flowing like 30 CFS.
Yeah, I was more thinking groundwater recharge.
Right. So I mean, you could spread that out, and that's very porous soil out there. That's really gravelly. So it would, infiltrate. That could be a component. That's not really the way it's structured right now, but that would be a possibility.
Okay.
You have any idea when you'll see that appraisal from Sitla?
I think it's about 4 weeks out.
Oh, good. Okay. Quicker than I was thinking.
We'll see with the holidays, but that's what that time is.
Also, that shared cost that we have if we go with the Grand County option here, at least that's what I'm calling it, the Grand County and the San Juan option. There is an avenue that we could open with the city, considering that there's a huge amount of property in the city that's benefiting from this, to get some support.
Without a doubt.
There
So it
is,
wouldn't be all on our back.
We're
Possibly.
contemplating on this body's approval, go ahead before we are engaging with the other partners.
So one other component there, by the time you get down to the city boundary, there's enough other contributions to the channel that when you put a large event over the whole basin of Pat Creek, restricting the flow to 1,500 CFS out of this basin. By the time it reaches city limits, I think it's up to 3,000 CFS. So the benefits realized by the city properties are not nearly as much as the south end of the valley properties where it jumps the channel. There's significant benefits to the area around the old university building there where 3 Health Clinic is now, I think. That area there where there's and then where was the other spot? You know, that property that's kind of near the bus barn in that area. It's not really developed yet, but that area, the channel shrinks quite a bit as well. But the benefits, the benefiting properties that are within city limits are not nearly as the value there is not nearly as great as what's currently.
So anyway, what was the time frame that you wanted to go ahead or decision about this, like today or?
Today would be great. We've got to get our application finalized. We're currently working, the state have opened not a grant, but a program where they've hired engineering that's very familiar with BRIC grants and FMA grants. They're right now helping us put our grant together in the best way moving forward. Maximizing points. This is all based on the point system. The more points you get, the better your chances are. So they're working with us to get that done. We've got until I think December 15th. We've got an extension to get the application finalized and to the state for their final review. Because we're just a stakeholder, the state is actually applying for the grant statewide. The state would take all of the grants for these jurisdictions. They apply to FEMA, and then we're stuck recipients of the grant.
But the state doesn't pay the match.
So the drop dead date, Kevin, would be, I believe, late January. That applicable application date, but one of the pieces it's gotta have is from the body that's.
I think it's more like 15th of December to get it to.
Right, I mean, if we don't have that stuff to the state, but it's in process, or there's a strong likelihood, they probably would let us proceed if it looks like, you know, there's no chance of going forward.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm asking because, you know, we're in the middle of budget season, so we all, you know, kind of know what 8 million or 5 million or whatever it's gonna, you know. I think we're all aware that's a pretty large number in the context of our budget or in other, you know, we've had requests for public safety buildings or new county office buildings. I think Bill had, what's the figure, Bill, for all the other $80 million of other flood control projects?
Well, there are definitely some to be expand there, yeah, but at this point, I mean,
Okay, I understand. So. I don't know, I mean, that just makes me hesitant,
I understand.
with the, and especially since that you were mentioning, you know, there's other grants that maybe have a lower match percentage or things like that.
This funding, they're calling it fiscal year 2023, which technically is better fiscal year 2024 going now. But the 2022 awards were just announced in September. So it's like probably next September is when it's made, probably some funds would be our fiscal year 2025 in first time.
Going out. But I have a question about it. If this were to come to fruition, what about ongoing maintenance and cost? Who'd be on the hook for that?
So San Juan County has indicated that they would be willing to take on ongoing maintenance and completely on their thing. And SIVA actually has a strong preference for working with San Juan County if it's going to be an easement on their land and they feel like it's in San Juan County, it should be with San Juan County. They're committed to doing it for this grant they're chasing. So if we can get capital money before them, they're still, they've indicated that they'd be willing. So Grand County won't be,
On the hook for much maintenance at all.
yeah, we won't be taking that.
Do we know project lifespan or estimated project lifespan?
It's designed for a 50-year depreciation lifespan, like in the financial stuff, this is considered a major flood mitigation facility, and there's criteria that it has, whether it's 30-year or whatever. And so it's amortized over a 50-year lifespan. We're looking at analysis. We
So-
have.
So in that continued upkeep, there's a significant,
Right, and so
There's
that's one of the factors that's put in there. There's the maintenance cost that's put in. I don't know if you scrutinize the process, but it does have a maintenance cost in there.
It's 20,000.
Yeah, okay, 20 plus thousand per year. And then I think there's even an escalated inflationary escalation factor that works in the budget over the lifetime of the project. So yeah, there's significant costs
to just upkeep.
to that
Yeah.
that's wrapped into this cost benefit.
If we were awarded this grant. And at the time that we are awarded it, we don't have the funding for it, we could turn it down at that point, could we not? I mean, to me, it makes no sense to kill this, to not continue proceeding forward. With the amount of property that benefits from this across the entire county and city.
I don't know if anyone's turned down a brick grant that was awarded, but
Well,
I believe.
I just don't think that the cost share should be a reason to kill this in my mind.
I don't think contractually the county would be on the hook until there was actually a financial agreement. So if there was more, I'm sure there'd be a certain time period to accept the grant and enter into a contract with FEMA for match.
Yeah, it was the same as the brick scoping grant. We got awarded the grant and paperwork, we didn't have to give the grant.
I'm guessing if
We'll
we
find a
said
way
that
to
we were
find
gonna
money.
do it and got the grant and we backed out,
That would
probably
not be
feel our options.
Right, that'd be a,
It would hurt us all our brand as
That would not look well, but that's right, that's probably the point which money goes hard, so.
So apropos of maintenance, is the basin, is it just a matter of building the berm, or is it gonna be scooped out to increase capacity, or how?
Both, so the material would be scooped out, to construct the berm from.
Okay.
Fairly substantial amount of material to construct the embankment, because I think it's the size of 100 feet. So there would be some area behind there that's, it's not gonna get lower, like a lot in elevation, it's more gonna get level. Gathered up, it might drop a foot or two. It's 50 some acres, so it's a lot of area to.
Okay, but of that 50 acres, is most of it getting scraped, or just near the berm where that's constructed, or?
That's a good question. And I don't know, I know where the estimated inundation area is, but I don't know if that whole area needs to be scraped down to generate enough volume.
I think that
I could find that out.
we're doing it right now. I don't think we have to.
Okay, thanks.
First phase of the grant is on permitting, second phase of the grant.
I guess another question I had is, do you know of other communities or locations that have a similar project like this that's already been built? You know, like similarly sized basin for?
They sent us, Bowen Collins sent us.
Zone Mill Creek, what's the city?
There is a project that Bowen Collins did, the presentation for Rick Grant, was the same type of thing, it was a big basin, canyon.
Is this like a Mill Creek up in the Wasatch Front, that Mill Creek?
That one did not get awarded this last cycle. Ones that have been constructed, I'm not aware of any that in at least Utah that are bigger than like 100. acre feet.
And remind me, what's the volume of this one?
This one is, I think it's 5.
Okay.
So it's quite a bit larger. And there are some. There's some BLM basins that are out that were done by the. I think they were done by the SCS. I think there was a big movement to do a bunch of. Sediment control in the whole Colorado River basin. There's quite large basins like up above Crescent Junction. Out the Hills Road, also Park. So, but at one time.
Okay. But a project like this that's, intended to protect, homes, et cetera, downstream. You're not aware of anything of this scale elsewhere in the state or
No,
the region?
other than I don't know what, so the one that comes to mind is, what's the Jordan Hours, what's the one above at the top? Probably. Seven. No,
It's not your now, that's.
Deer
Yeah, Riverbed.
Deer Creek.
Maybe.
But does that have water all the time or is it just for
Yeah,
diversion?
all the time.
Okay.
But a big component of that was flood control for that.
I see.
That's a much larger one, but it also serves as irrigation, water and recreation. It's a fairly large. Yeah. Is it Deer Creek?
Yeah.
That one is the only one that comes to mind. That I can, that doesn't mean. I'm familiar with one up in the Vernal area that's fairly sizable too, but more than 100 people.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right, it's after 1:30, and I think we'd given the workshop about half an hour so we can get to all things budget. So I'd like to wrap it up. Do you guys have any other questions or comments for Bill and Dan before we do that?
They would like commitment by the 15th.
December.
Correct?
There's an action item on the agenda today, right? For a
Okay.
letter,
Right. Thank you.
no pressure.
Yeah.
Would, oh, sorry, did you say it?
Oh, I said, thank you.
Would those easements have any other possible easements? I'm just thinking about the bike path through the city here. I think that was originally gained through easements for fire mitigation. Is that?
I don't know, they wouldn't be continuous easements, definitely in the areas where we're doing work.
Gotcha.
Like that, said down by the college, that bank around there, there's an area where we can use to protect some of the buildings.
But the ones further out in the valley, there.
The one further out the valley, there are a few areas that will get some work, penalization. There are a couple areas in closer. That's where we need to get FEMA doesn't like the NRCS, we could get a right of entry, which we did on the last grant. Allowing us to get into the property, do the work, we have to get back in if we have to maintain it. With FEMA, they want a written easement, they wanted in writing that we have the authority to go in and fix whatever they help us pay for. And I think the big thing is making sure that we're maintaining, if they're gonna put out that kind of money, they want to maintain it. Make it strong.
I would say there's a possibility, but the structure would probably have to be like a separate easement to Grant County, avoid pedestrian non-motorized use. I don't think the card is- I mean, if we're getting an easement for going in and putting a service road along the creek to do channel improvements, the landowner may be amenable to expanded usage of that, but I think it would have to be a separately.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
All right, looks like we don't have any other questions for you guys. Thank you so much for the presentation. And all of the materials beforehand. Yeah,
This really helpful.
definitely, yeah.
Maybe we need to come back to the agenda item, or we can- That's later.
And it is later. Yeah, that'd be after 4, probably closer to 5 at some point. Yeah.
I think my questions were mostly answered.
Okay. Looks like probably not. You can if you if you want to.
Send you an email. If you aren't here, I'll send you an email right away.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Thank you, Dan. All right, I'll close that first workshop and I will now open our budget workshop. It's 1:42. All present or are the same commissioners, electeds and administration staff?
Yeah, did I get read in?
Sorry, Evan. And Commissioner Clapper as well. I will turn the budget workshop over to our clerk, Gabe Wojtek.
Thanks, Chair. So we'll jump right into it. I'm gonna let Renee go ahead and lead off the conversation today, to bring up the topic of proposed new positions, reclassifications, and also just to touch on the concept of a cost of living adjustment for 2024. And so the goal for this section will be to, after y'all have reviewed the survey that you all completed, and made your own responses to that survey, hopefully would come away through this exercise of a pretty good idea of which new positions and reclassifications have your support for approval for 2024. There you go, Ricky.
Sure, perfect. Gabe took it away. I think really what we would like to see is some of the straw poll. I have the positions broken out by new position requests and then the reclassifications, and then also in the ones that ranked low, ranked medium, and then ranked high. So I will lean on you all on how you would like to straw poll those, but we can right into it. So the new position request that ranked low, so the ranking is out of the sum of 35 points. I have 5 for all of you, catch 7. And so those positions that fell below a 23, I put into the rank below. We can discuss this if you'd like. And then the average kind of falls in line with that. I do think the sheriff would like to maybe touch on some of the prioritization in his eyes. We can get to those if you'd like to discuss those right now, or we can hop into a discussion about positions that rank new position requests that rank lower.
What do you guys think? I wouldn't mind hearing from the sheriff. I think that's going to inform everything else personally.
I have a few questions to add to that. So.
Okay. Yeah, would you want to come up here, Jameson? And thanks for coming.
Well, the last time I was talking, I think it was in regards to House Bill 61, and I gave a copy of it to Mallory, but we were just informed by the representative that they're making amendments to House Bill 61, so there's more responsibilities now on the county sheriff to, they're naming it the county security chief. And with that new amendment bill, they're going to require a law enforcement officer or a school guardian in every school in every county. Right. So it's a huge ask, and I have no way of asking my current staff to take on that requirement.
Right. Yeah, Mike and I were just at UAC and we had a presentation on that by the sponsor of the bill, and it looked like they were leaning, especially in the rural counties, they were going to lean heavily on what they called the guardians, and they did discuss maybe some state funding. It didn't look super hopeful, but that was part of the discussion.
At least
Right.
requesting state.
The problem with the guardians, we brought it up with the sheriff's association, is the liability falls back on the sheriff's office, it's county security chief, because it's county security chief is going to have to train school guardians. School guardians are going to be armed with a pistol. They're going to have to go out and receive training from the county sheriff. Well, what happens when that person is trained and they accidentally shoot somebody that was bringing a banana in instead of a gun? Now their responsibility falls back on this county security chief. So there's a ton of liability, a ton of responsibility. So when I was looking at these positions, I was like, oh, that patrol deputy, House Bill 61B is the most important position that I'm asking for.
He said that's the most important position that he's asking for, of all the positions the sheriff is asking for.
So I mean, and another thing, we found out that the Justice Court wants to do in person, or again, with that. My bailiff that is part-time in the schools is no longer gonna be in the schools. It's gonna be full-time. So I just don't know how I'm supposed to come into compliance with that law. And the law's already passed, but they're just amending it, so I still have to come up with this position.
And quickly, I sent this out to you like 5 minutes ago, so if you have fans or want me to pass it around.
Sure, the text was also linked in the pavement.
I have a question, Jameson. I mean, like a few other folks here, I have kids at school and, you know, I'm very concerned about this too, but, one thing I was thinking on this is a lot of the school year takes place when it's lower tourist season, you know, December, January and such. And I know your staff, you're fully staffed and you're staffed up through, you know, to deal with a large tourist load for a lot of those months. Are your guys able to, you know, do duty in the schools, whereas before they might be dealing with the large amount of people in town that aren't necessarily there for those 3 months or so?
I'd like to say yes, but they still don't have time. I mean, they focus on other assignments that they've been slacking on here, like we do mainly all of our trainings that we're required to by state law. So there's, on paper, it looks good, we can do a lot of it. That's when we start catching up on what we've neglected. I'd like to have more of my staff go to schools.
With this, also, just one other question, would this include the charter school? I believe we have 3 public schools, charter school, and then so it'd be 4 positions that we'd be looking at? Is there any other schools I'm not considering right now?
Aaron?
Oh, the Heron School.
Pretty sure we have 6 that we need to target.
6.
Well, the preschool and the son-in-law, preschool, right?
But you weren't saying that each of those needs an officer.
That's what the amendment basically says, that every school is gonna need. So you'd have to read it. It's, every school is gonna be required to have either an officer, like a contract service with a law enforcement agency to provide armed security, or they can use guardians. They're not teachers, they're just armed citizens, but then they still fall underneath this county security chief position. And then the state of Utah has this new position they created where all county security chiefs report back. Yeah, and then there's one other requirement. If we get any new schools, they cannot be built until the county security chief signs off, because what's been happening is they've been building these beautiful new schools throughout the state in glass.
And I remember in the meeting that Mike and I attended, the sponsor of the bill kind of was leaning heavily into the idea of the guardians in rural counties. That was kind of his.
They were heavily leaning that direction, but he was also saying, at all costs, get it done. As I have 5 kids in school in all the separate schools, so.
Okay.
Did they speak to any funding that might be coming down?
They said potentials, but they didn't have any guaranteed funding sources coming down from the state.
Yeah.
But it was emphasized that we were asked to take on that burden. In this as a stopgap until funding sources could be identified.
Unfunded mandate.
Right.
Right.
Oh, but
I
we're
mean-
talking, I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I'll just sit here and shake my head.
But I think it's a mistake to shake our heads too hard for legislation that hasn't passed yet, that hasn't been through committee. You know, there might be tweaks that, you know, lessen the impact. So I guess I'm hesitant to make a bunch of hiring based on, you know, these amendments that haven't passed yet.
But they still require, since July, to come into compliance with this law. They're just adding more responsibilities to this next session.
And so of the things we've been discussing, which of them are proposed new things and which of them are already in place?
I would have to pull up the current law right now, and I can tell you the difference. It's still quite a bit of responsibility right now. There's still the county security chief,
But regardless, this is the position that you feel is the most important of all your asks,
Yeah.
Jameson. Right.
And
Like I said, I don't know how I'm gonna do this with my current staff. There's literally every sheriff's office in the city of Utah is asking for the positions. Some counties are asking for both. It is frustrating that the state's not providing any money, but it is a law that's already been passed. That's the issue.
Yeah, Mary.
Just looking forward, it looks like this is something, an unfunded mandate. But also, do you know where, I'm sure the Sheriff's Association is working really hard to lobby for funding. Do we know where UAC is on lobbying for funding for this? I mean, if we could get a huge amount of backing to move forward quickly with the legislation and say, this, you're hurt, you're damaging small counties by mandating this and not funding it, and get cities and towns, League of Cities and Towns, UAC, the Sheriff's Association, and each county actively lobbying for funding. Seems like a good proactive move.
You have a comment, Bill?
Yeah, I think there's definitely value in seeing if UAC is willing to step up and mandate for some of that funding, but what about the school district? They're in here with their hands out on a pretty regular basis from us as it is. I mean, and to see this ranked as low as it is really surprised me, because I think it was the highest on my list of rankings, and I really see it as a place of, regardless of the cost, we're talking about our children here and our grandchildren and your neighbors' kids and grandkids. So I struggle with that ranking number there a little bit, but I agree that we should be looking for some way to bring the state to help us, but also the school district, and also see what UAC in there.
I would just point out that the school district does pay for part of a city position, so perhaps they would do the same for us. I think they pay for a third
Of the current position of his deputy?
of a city police officer.
We used to do the SRO for the schools, but back in like 16, we were so shorthanded, we basically had to give it up to the city, and then
I see.
took it over.
So we'll be taking it back. It won't be two.
So that would be a good question for the school district to see if they want to take that. Instead of going to the city, that's not mandated, you go to the county security chief that is mandated by state law. That would probably be the best idea. That's something for them to discuss.
Can I propose, way to move forward on this discussion?
Yeah, definitely.
Could we maybe postpone any of the ranking of the sheriff's office position? We can get more information from the school district, on this role, also have Jameson maybe provide a ranked list of his positions. And have a discussion item or discuss like the next. I don't know if it's
I would say, and Jameson, feel free to correct me, but I think we kind of know the ranking right now.
Yeah.
But I do think if you all wanted to hold off, maybe we could also go talk to the school district. I don't know. So,
This has been mandated since July, right? Yeah.
yes, I think the school district started paying the city in August.
Okay. Time is of the essence, it seems.
Yeah, Mary?
I would say if it's mandated, it's in some ways out of our hands. Is something we have to fund if it's mandated. I know sometimes counties and cities choose to ignore mandates, but this is one that I think I did when I did my ranking. I didn't, realize it was mandated, but I don't even remember how I ranked it. So to me, it's as distasteful as it is to be faced with an funded mandate, it's still something we have to swallow.
I parallel as, sorry.
I was gonna say, would it be helpful to look at the other positions and kind of see the high ones of what could be approved and see where there's flexibility or maybe where it makes more sense to plug this one in?
I just want to, I think the deputy isn't mandated. It's either a deputy or one of these guardians or something. And I think Jameson said, you know, he preferred to have deputies for liability reasons, but I think there's a difference between, you know, what the current law mandates, what some future law might mandate, what Jameson would prefer to do for, you know, good reasons perhaps. And I think all of those are getting mixed together in this discussion.
The county security chief's already on this, is that the county sheriff needs to appoint that position. You have to have that in place. That's the mandated part. The other part is we have that position, let's say we have it, then the schools need to figure out how they're gonna get an armed officer or an armed guardian in every one of the schools. That's on the school. This county security chief is to train those individuals to build threat assessments, collaborate and maintain communications with each school safety and security specialist director in the county. They have to report back to the state. They administer the school guardian program. They ensure school construction projects comply with minimum safety standards before occupancy. So it's still a mandated position. It's that, and I hope I'm trying to clarify that. It's this guardians that will be upon the schools to figure out how they're going to mandate that portion.
Okay, so we're not responsible for finding.
We're not responsible for finding them, but this position over them is they find them, that they train them, liabilities back in the sheriff's office.
Okay, and so the thing at the top of the list up there, that's the safety, what did you call it again?
County security chief is the law.
Okay, so that's what that position is. Okay, thanks.
And it's labeled as a patrol deputy because they'd just be paid a patrol deputy wage, but they would be this county security chief. And like I said, my plan was just to utilize our bailiff to the schools to do this.
Mhm.
Again, if the court's going back in session,
Okay, so the other discussion about guardians versus, I mean, that's separate from this. That's okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
So how,
Well, let's go look at the others.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna look at all the positions as a,
okay,
Yeah.
as a whole.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, now, James, did you appreciate
yeah,
it?
yeah, definitely. Thank you, James.
So still in the new positions that were ranked in the lower end of it, the paralegal, general fund, and the attorney's office was ranked at 22. The code enforcement / evidence tech out of the sheriff's office was also ranked at 22. Deputy recorder in the recorder's office was ranked at 21. And the operations coordinator out of the general fund of the lead department was ranked at 19.
And could I just interject briefly? At a recent weed board meeting, I had a conversation with Izzy, the weed department supervisor. I think she was saying to me that might be mostly grant funded, that position, and I told her if that was true, she should definitely let us know, because otherwise, you know, it probably wouldn't get funded. So I just want, I'm guessing she has not provided more information, but
No, when we first talked about this request, the seasonals, and then she does have one full-time current grant funded role that is all grant funded. So most of my understanding is that most of the salaries for the seasonal and that full-time are the grant funded, and this operations request would be out of the general fund. She does currently have an unfilled lead tech role that also comes out of the general fund, and then the lead supervisor.
okay. And I'm not suggesting but I'm just saying if in the future we get new information about other funding sources for that position, we might want to look at it again.
Okay.
Would you like to do a straw poll on these or see all of the new positions?
I think probably looking at all the positions. Yeah.
Any other discussion on the ones that are mentioned?
Or since these are ranked low, do we want to just look at the other positions and put the patrol deputy as one of the ones that aren't
Sure.
ranked so low? And we shouldn't need to discuss the other 1, 2, 3, 4
1, 2,
again.
3, 4.
you think?
I think it would be, let's look at them as a whole first, I think, and then make eliminations probably.
Sure. Moving on to the ones that landed in the middle, so these are from about 23 to 25 was my cutoff for that. The dispatch position number 2, so there was the request for 2 dispatch positions, one ranked at a 25. And then the volunteer business coordinator out of trails, that was the part-time seasonal ask, that one ranked at a 25 as well. Any discussion on either of those? The ones that did rank high. One of the dispatch positions ranked at a 33 out of the general fund, the registered nurse, which is a part-time ask. Out of the jail ranked at a 33 as well. The finance director out of the court auditor's office ranked at a 30. And then the maintenance worker ranked at a 28. And so that was it for the new position requests.
Okay.
That was it.
So hop around as needed. We'll take any other discussion on the new position requests.
Okay, so could you, I just wanted to see some of the numbers again. Could you go backwards?
Sure.
Okay, so you don't have totals on the
There's-
others.
I actually really like Mallory sent out a color coded
Yeah, I thought-
spreadsheet earlier today.
Did?
Or no, I'm sorry, you did, Renee. Yeah.
Yeah, Renee did.
That's what I have pulled up, and that's
Like, well, or go back even one more. I mean, I think the way, okay, that one does have the,
Oh, sure, the
It's-
total.
so that's the total, like if we didn't do any of those positions, then
Sure,
that would mean we would knock $330,000 off of.
sure. And I did that
Is
because
that-
these are all in the general fund. These ones in the middle, one is in the general fund and one is in
I see,
the
okay,
fund 47. The ones that ranked low, all of those are in the general fund as well.
oh, I see, okay, great.
Do you want to look at the reclassifications, or do you guys want to pare down the new positions?
I mean, I think something important that would inform that discussion is just how much we're trying to shave off of the budget. And I don't know if that number was gonna come up later in the workshop.
I prefer to know where positions are gonna land. It's kind of chicken or the egg. We have to wait. One shoe has to drop.
Right, but like I mean, this is, if you suddenly discovered that there was a reserve fund somewhere else, and instead of, we're trying to get from 2 million down to 800,000, we're trying to get from 1 million down to 800,000, that would change my opinion about which position should be funded.
I do have I'm kind of trying to track where the feeling is for things, and I'll have kind of like a real time update on where things are at after y'all kind of discuss those things, if that seems.
But I just think it's. I mean, I think all of these positions, are probably worthwhile to some extent. Like if, we had like more tax revenue than we knew what to do with, I don't think they're waste of money. And so I think just how many things from this list we want to sort of not select depends on what our goal is.
How about this? I was gonna get to this, but where we are currently with the tentative budget, including a cost of living adjustment and accounting for the 800,000 budgeted drop in the fund balance, we still need to trim 813,000.
Okay.
And so, I was planning on getting a feeling for how this discussion went to be able to pare down that 813.
Okay.
Where we're at.
Okay,
That's helpful, Gabe. Yeah, thank you for that.
That does help.
And if you, looking at the new positions, say were to approve the top 4, which would be any of them 4 or over, that would be just over $330,000.
no, I thought it was
These
We're-
are
we're-
included
we're-
in the budget now?
We're counting from the other direction, so it's 480,000 or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 813 means that we're funding all of these positions.
Right.
And
Yeah.
For everyone we take back, we should.
So like if we didn't fund any of these, I'm not proposing that, but if that's what the system was, that would get us, almost 500,000 out of that 800,000 we're trying to.
Yes, and I'm
Okay.
just looking at it. Per position.
So we start with the highest ranked and just, or how do yours?
Yeah, I think, so sure, so we can start with, it's easier to approve than not
Yeah,
approve, right?
yeah.
We'll start with that.
Yeah, or should we sandwich? Should we?
Yeah. All right, so I would definitely propose approving the top four that were ranked high. That seems to me like a pretty easy
Okay with that.
go, unless anyone else has and so that would be dispatch number one, the nurse for the jail, the finance director, and the maintenance worker.
But do we want to do it in that order, given that Jameson said the patrol deputy was his highest priority at
I
a dispatch?
I would,
Here's-
we have two dispatches on there. And that was the highest ranked one. I don't think there's gonna be any question of funding that first dispatch spot. Personally, I mean, if you think so, we could have a straw poll on it. Yeah. So you guys are good with giving the thumbs up to those top four? And so we'll go to next, why don't we look at the dispatch number two, the volunteer trails coordinator, and the school patrol. Since the school patrol ranked high and we've just had a discussion about that. So the next three,
Okay, so the two we see and one more that we're not seeing.
Right,
now. Okay.
yeah. So I think after hearing Jameson, I think I think I was one of the ones who ranked that school officer on the lower side after the discussions at UAC and some other things and thoughts about that. But I think I've been moved into the camp of approving that position personally.
I think we have to.
I would agree that,
State legislature will step up to the plate.
Yeah.
And.
And I think there were, it
some
sounded
counties
like
money.
there were quite a few rural commissioners anyway
I
who
would
were
hope so.
very upset about the fact that
Yeah.
that wasn't
I
funded.
mean, we have a ton of TRT, a lot
Right.
of these rural counties don't.
It
It's
was
a huge
yeah.
hit to some of those
definitely.
counties. Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
would hope so, and I guess we better be lobbying for that.
yeah. So should we check that box, the school patrol? Anyone not in favor of doing that? Okay. So there's 5 positions. Volunteer trails coordinator, or do you want to talk about the other dispatch since that's still under the purview of the sheriff? So that'd be a second dispatch position. And that one ranked right in the middle. Any thoughts?
I mean, if we were to swap the priority of the dispatch number two and the security
The
patrol
school,
deputy.
right.
I don't know. I mean, I think what I would feel about it, an additional position in the sheriff's department is dependent on how much savings they're finding, elsewhere in the budget.
Mhm.
I think this trails coordinator is relatively inexpensive since it's just a part-time position.
And it's also coming out of the Fund 47. It's not a general fund position.
It might, depending on, unless that
Okay, right.
they run over what they've got. But yeah,
Is that cost number, allowing for the estimated, that we're gonna be using our call center, as a charge point to the city, et cetera?
excellent question. I like that.
This cost is the total cost of the position with salary and benefits. I don't know what the.
I just know in previous talks, we were looking
Yeah.
at, the vehicle center, we're looking at.
Yeah, I thought like 49% was gonna be funded from other agencies,
Yes,
which makes it kind of a better deal than it appears.
I think it's
Okay.
over 400,000 for among other entities.
Other entities that use the call center or that use the dispatch.
Yes, and that's based on last.
Sorry.
year.
But I thought the structure was 49% of dispatcher salary and benefits.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
just talking like more action.
So that number be half. I mean,
Right, exactly.
yeah,
I would just make a suggestion. I mean, if you guys approve one dispatcher, I think that'd be a huge help. And once we start getting money in from other agencies, maybe we can put the second that might
Okay.
be paid for by the city.
Okay,
Because we can
That
make it
helps us.
work, we can come up with compliance with the
One.
one for sure.
Yeah.
The supervisor might have to go in there and cover some shifts, but
That's
Thank
super
you,
helpful,
Jameson,
James.
that
Yeah,
helps.
definitely appreciate your,
Yeah,
willingness to
that
move on
helps as well. Okay, great.
Bill?
Yeah, I've got a question, Gabe, just to refresh my memory, but I thought when we left the last budget meeting, when you included COLA, we were somewhere in the 2.4 million over budget. And the fact that you said that we're now just looking to trim out 800,000
Yeah,
to get,
I have
so,
a few updates.
okay.
The 10-year budget.
And the updates meaning that we do not have to trim out, I mean, how do we?
There were some missing revenues and some, there were some expenses that were over accounted for, just some adjustments that were made to the last tentative that I had pulled up on the 15th that I presented to you showed a 1.7. And I don't think that included even the COLA.
I could make a suggestion. You might want to look at the reclassifications right now before looking at adding more positions.
Okay, so
Sorry, I don't know if that makes sense.
So you want
Very
to to
tight.
stop there and we kind of,
And get a sense of what the reclassifications could
Kind of,
look like
yeah, okay.
before
that's fine.
X-naying or adding.
Yeah.
one.
Alright, so we do have an okay on 5 current new positions.
yeah, as of right now, we have a thumbs up on 5 positions. That's right.
Sorry, which 5 were those? The
They were the ones they were the top 5. It was the
Okay.
dispatch number
Police
1
corps,
top one dispatch.
and then the control deputy.
for the school.
And then what happened with the trails? We're not discussing it because it's a different fund or?
We haven't.
I think
Or
there's
just-
us pop back after we look at the reclassification.
Okay, so we're postponing discussion on that.
Yeah, we'll come right back to it after we look at the reclassifications and see where we're at as far as money goes.
Do you want to start with the highest ranked again?
Sure.
That seems to be the more pleasant way to go about it.
Right.
So the reclassifications that ranked high were the county sheriff, the general fund, that ranked at a 31, the commission admin office coordinator, out of the general fund, that ranked at a 30. There has been an update to the special events program manager, special events and projects program manager, asked originally it was a 2-grade increase in, salary, or the department head has asked to drop that to a 1-grade increase. So that dropped it from about 8,000 to 4,000. 170. I'm sorry, 147. And that ranked at the 29th. The road foremen, there was also a ask to equalize that position to the current shop foreman, supervising the same amount of people as far as the road goes. There would be 2 road crews under this road. That ranked high at a 29, but that increase would be about $3,000. To chat about that one, that's out of Fund 21. The motorized trail ambassador, that one is the full-time motorized trail ambassador where there's the grant match, so we would only need to put benefits for that position. That ranked at a 7, and the assistant economic development director, ranked at a 26. I don't know, 16. Did total up the general fund, reclassifications on the ranked highs. Move to middle or discussion now?
I'd say discussion on the green like we did last time. I would be inclined to give the thumbs up to all those greens myself. Any contrary opinions?
Yeah, I'm curious about the motorized trail ambassadors. So is that grant ongoing? or are we proposing a new position that will cover their benefits for 1 year and in the future we have the full load?
I believe the grant is for
Two, I think it's a 2-year grant,
Um,
right? Yeah,
and it is also covering some additional things that they've already purchased.
the vehicles, yeah.
I can give more information, my understanding is that grant was kind of a readily available grant. But yes, if the grant stops and there's no longer any grant funding, we could either request the position to go back to part-time, or carry over the full cost of a full-time position.
I would be comfortable with stipulating that in approving this position is just for the lifetime of the grant, and we're not signaling that we want to fund it, beyond that.
I'd support that also. And then on the bottom, on the Assistant Economic Development Director, and Renee, I asked questions in an email of you on 3 or 4 different positions, and this was one of them. And I believe the policy with the county is that there's a 1-year probation period on new employees. This position has already seen a 2-grade step this year, and she's 6 months into her employment. So I think we're pushing the boundaries here to now give her another 2 steps, which would be 4 steps before she's even reached her probation period. So I'm a little reluctant to support that one.
And that's even though this isn't general fund, but from DOT promotion, is it? That doesn't.
It would open the door up to every department we have here in the county then that we're not following policy number 1 with the probation period. And I just think it sets precedent that I don't know if we want to get into.
Well, just know that the assistant union director was a position that we had chatted about at the 2023 budget before that person was hired into the role. And that this would essentially drop, this change would drop a position from the department. We're not asking to fill a second position to cover that.
Renee, not that I know it makes a difference, but the pay increase that it's just made is temporary, right?
Excuse me?
I don't understand you.
Sorry, it was the temporary.
It was an interim promotion to cover the gap in
Look, I guess I'm also confused. Were you saying that we had this lower level position and then we had an unfilled assistant ED director position? And then the proposal is to move this other person into the higher and then eliminate the low?
Sure, so
Is that-
I can take it back, let me give a little history on what happened in the beginning of 23 or what we had proposed for 23. We knew that there was gonna be some changes required from the House bill.
Yeah, 416, yeah.
And that we had proposed at that time for the economic development specialist role to move up to an assistant director role. And then we had also proposed that the admin assistant role would move into a program management role. We kind of held off on making the actual changes to those roles to see what happened with HB 416. With everything that happened there, we did not fill or change the roles. And then with that change, we hired an admin and gave them a temporary promotion to cover the workload of the department to the ED specialist role. This ask would just combine those roles into one and call it ED director, assistant ED director. No proposal for carrying over an assistant or the specialist.
And then if it wasn't approved, would there be a vacancy that would be looking to be filled in that department?
Yes, technically.
If it wasn't approved.
If this role wasn't approved,
Then
then
it's-
there would still be the admin assistant and the economic development specialist at the stands right now.
What's the financial impact of those 2 positions, or do you know it offhand?
I don't know offhand, I could figure that out.
Okay.
You guys discussed it great too.
I believe that regardless of what the impact is, there must not be a need for them if we don't have a RFP or whatever the process is for new employees out. So just because there's an empty position, I don't think we should be looking to fill it if there's not a need for it, is there? Or it's
Sure,
already in
I think with
place?
the changes in the department and the timing of all of that, it hasn't been. Looked at.
Just been put on the back burner. Is it?
Yeah.
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think, Bill raised the point that we were sort of going outside of our usual policy by promoting someone or raising their grades so quickly within the first year. And if I'm not sure I understand you correctly, but if I am, you're saying maybe, and you could look at it a different way, which is just that, we had these open positions and this person's moving to one and we're eliminating the other. So it's not something that's going to set a precedent for other parts of the county, is that?
Sure, and additionally, if promoted into a new role, your probationary period would restart with that new role, so a new year would restart.
Mary?
Yes, I think the first time was more that the person in this position took over some duties that weren't being covered because of the lack of having the person in place. So it really wasn't, in some ways, a promotion. It was just that they took over duties, and those duties thus moved, had an increase in pay. And then this is to allow the department to fulfill its needs and obligations, and to also be real proactive on the grants and making sure that we're more real timely and getting the money. So this position will in many ways pay for itself because of the amount of grants that the person will be managing and covering. So I support it.
And back to what Mr. Walker was talking about, Stephen, do you feel that we are getting around, I guess, the probation period here? Or are we stepping outside of our bounds with an employee which would lead to concern in other departments?
So the county can hire, can promote, can make those decisions as it wants. It has to be cautious when it does a temporary promotion. They should really use the pro tem moniker and the designation, and they need to make that aware of the public as well. I don't know that the county is really violating any of its policies. It can do that. It can promote people. People can shift around. That doesn't necessarily change that, but we should be really clear, because some of the things that were said about the promotion and everything, we want to make it clear to that individual, if they're getting a temporary bump, there should be documentation that supports that. And if they're getting, if they're getting the new position, they need to know that they're going to be put on probation again and those things restart. And I think that's the most important thing for the county to do, is make sure they're transparent with not only the individual employee, but also the boss and the county. So I don't see it necessarily as something that's illegal or inappropriate or out of policy. So I think it's compliant with that.
Great, thank you. All right, any more discussion on that, or should we?
This is an existing job description, or this is a new job description?
This is, there are added duties and combining the current admin assistant specialist, and also increasing some of the duties to be director, assistant director.
And this is a reclassification. It's
Yeah, right,
not,
it's a
it's
reclassification.
not technically listed as a new position, because otherwise the county would be required to post it and notify it.
So since we have limited time,
Yeah.
I'll just propose that we give thumbs up to all of these, including the assistant ED director.
Including?
Including
Including
director.
I think I'm good with that, with the caveat that you already stated, Kevin, that motorized trail ambassador
Yeah.
was based upon
Yeah.
grant funding.
I'd
Are you guys
give a
okay with
thumbs
that?
up to all of these as well.
Caveat.
Yeah, with the caveat, sure. Evan, you got Bill?
Yeah, and the special events is a smaller.
Smaller ask, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like everything in green on the reclass I'm looking at your spreadsheet, so it's easier for me. But yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the top 6 positions, the county sheriff, the office, and yeah, public outreach, the special events, road foreman, motorized trail, and the ED are all good to go. So do you want to, I guess we'll just finish looking at the reclassifications.
The middle of the reclassification, so the senior bus driver did have some increased duties to increase program management, giving classes to the seniors. That asked us to take it from part-time to full-time. That ranked at a 25. The emergency management director was asked to take it up 2 grades to equalize it with the other leadership position within the sheriff's office. That ranked at a 25, and then the film commissioner also ranked at a 25.
And as far as the bus driver goes, I think there was some, that position is higher, it's filled currently, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. And it was hired at the part-time, obviously, okay.
Could it be reassessed down the road if?
Sure, if that passed today and if things are looking, I would say any position that's not passed today.
Yeah.
Still,
Okay.
Middle of the year, we could talk about it again. The person that they have in is fairly new, but an experienced bus driver. So I don't know that she wants to go.
Great.
So I guess I do heard two different justifications for making the bus driver go from part-time to full. One was difficulty of hiring, and I guess that's not relevant anymore because we did hire a part-time one, but the other one might be that, we have more need for the bus driver. I know when I was campaigning, that's, one of the, issues that I discovered while campaigning, I didn't know existed, is a lot of people in the county really do depend on the senior sitter bus, and they get frustrated when it takes forever to get there, or it's not available certain days a week. So, if they're saying that there really isn't a need for, more bus driving, and if we have someone willing to do it, I would be willing to go with that. But if the only reason that they were proposing making it full-time is that it would be easier to hire and we don't actually need a full-time bus driver, then I guess I'm not inclined.
Something that I was thinking about when I was looking at this position, I wonder how the new city transit program has affected the ability for folks to get around. Seems like it would. I mean, it's handicap accessible, but I don't know. That was just a thought that came to my mind.
When we originally heard this, wasn't the piece about them also teaching classes and
Yes, so
stuff?
we did add some additional duties to the job description that went into.
So, but this new hire, are they teaching the classes or are they just driving buses? It did,
The center director is taking on some of that, but there's the opportunity to increase their class load that they can offer to the seniors, but they haven't taken it on yet.
when it came up before, it seemed like an odd ask for me to, weird job description to be like
Right.
bus
adding-
driver slash aerobic instructor.
I thought so. I thought so too.
So I'm not quite as supportive of the, especially to Kevin's point, if we filled it with someone new at the.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also twice as expensive as any of the other reclassifications on the.
And with the opportunity for other ways for them to get transportation, and that is a really good service.
It is
People
good.
that use it are incredibly happy. It's doing well. It's the planned route that's not doing as well.
So
So the proposal then is for the bottom 2 lines up there, but not the bus driver? Is that?
So that would be the emergency management director reclassification position, as well as the film commissioner.
Could you share, if you know off the top of your head, what the current grades are and what the proposed increases?
Sure, absolutely. The ED director is currently, emergency management director is currently at grade 13, and the proposal would be to go to grade 15. Again, that's where the sergeants in the sheriff's office are at, so our patrol and correction sergeant.
Yeah.
And then the film commissioner, it's currently a grade 9, and the ask is to go to grade 12.
Yeah. And what does the commensurate pay with those, Renee?
I'm trying to understand. the question.
Just because people listening probably aren't aware of
Oh,
what
our
the,
grade and stuff.
yeah, exactly. So just to put it in more plain language for folks.
I can have a copy of our grade step chart included into the updated
That'd be awesome.
amendment
Yeah.
packet. So you
Okay.
can see the whole range of that.
Yeah, that'd
It
be,
is a bit of a range.
yeah, that'd be great. Okay.
Renee, remind me, because I believe I asked on the emergency management director if they met their 1 year probation. I just don't recall what that.
A day, actually.
Right, I was gonna say, I think we hired her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the end of that.
And was there talk of making that a non-exempt position?
The emergency management director? No, we didn't.
So,
There isn't, we didn't discuss that at all. We could absolutely look at that and include it in an update. And affect the budget per se, because we haven't budgeted for any. I think there is some overtime budgeted in that role, but it wouldn't affect the base salary.
I think there's $6,000.
Do anyone have thoughts on those two positions, EM director and film, one way or the other?
I guess I mean, my point of view on these is these reclassifications are much less expensive compared to new positions. I'm inclined to improve all of them, all the way down the list unless there's a pretty good reason not to. And maybe the bus driver is more expensive and maybe just not even necessary. So I think we should skip that until we hear better justification. But I think hiring a full new position is expensive, but sort of treating our existing employees well is relatively cheap. And I think we get a lot of benefit if it's going for someone that we've already hired and we think we're doing a good job. They're doing a good job. That's it.
right. I'm also in favor of supporting increases to those bottom two positions, but I was kind of wondering about the, jumping 2 grades or steps, or if one would be more appropriate.
Yeah,
It's more of a question than a statement for me.
Yeah.
Are they both 2 grade steps?
Yeah, what would it look like if we did only jump 1 step for both? You're talking the EM director and the film commissioner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would it be roughly half of that?
Yes.
Okay, roughly half.
I still, I,
And was it, I mean,
This
were there
was-
drastic changes in the job descriptions that came? with
There
those
are
jobs?
changes in both job descriptions.
Stephen, had a
And-
point.
Clarification, these reclassifications though are a change to the position with new duties and it's not just a raise.
Yeah.
So we really want to make that distinction because otherwise every department head would try to reclassify their position to make their employee feel great. So we really want to stress that that's what the goal is it's a change in duties, a change in obligations and everything.
An increase of their current.
Yeah, exactly.
and this is a recommendation from the department head or the person. So to me, they've analyzed and compared the grades to others and they're equivalent to the other positions that are at that grade. And that's why they're asking it to be moved up 2 grades as opposed to 1. We don't have all the background to analyze how much grade they should be moved up.
Yeah.
So
I-
I would tend to go with what is recommended. Because they know how much more of their duties they've been requested to take on.
In the compensation data that I was included in that big spreadsheet with the position requests and the updated redline job descriptions. The only one that was kind of hard to find compensation data was on the health commissioner. Not a lot of additional. So
But
the ask for the 12 also would equalize it with the assistant AD director and the current assistant marketing director of the same department.
So the film commissioner would bring their salary up to the same as the
It would put their grade at the same as the current.
grade, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So that means the same as Sky and Melissa, is that? Okay.
I think I'm okay with those two personally.
I am.
Any other thoughts? Anyone want to weigh in?
So it's a yes. on
I don't
the-
think but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean, if the whole.
A yes on the bottom two, a no on the full-time bus driver.
Yes, I think so. And then the last two are the trail ambassador and and then the library positions. The trail ambassador, again, out of Fund 47.
Yep, and the library request out of the library's fund 72. The trail ambassadors ask is to just tier the trail ambassadors, so there is a bit of an increase in the duties for the trail ambassador too, as they'd be supervising the incoming trail ambassadors as they go out. That one ranked low at a 24. And then the heads of service roles, the library director has noted that that role is no longer serving in a supervisory capacity with the current assistant director in place, so that ask is to go from that service staff to be assistant. Carrie did want me to mention that if not willing or not passing this version of it, the grades going from a 10 down to a 7, she would be open to adjusting the grade and updating those grades to either 8 or 9. But adjusting the steps, she was worried more about a compression issue that might happen, pushing those to
So,
at an assistant level up a bunch of steps.
so should that 16.5 number for the head of service on the library, should that be a negative number then? Is that?
Sorry, I kind of did it a little bit backwards, but yes, so if this was.
That's a savings,
Yeah,
not an
sorry.
expense.
It's right, yeah,
Right, yeah.
okay, yeah.
This, for this library position, is this something, Gabe, that we would really need to nail down today? I think the fact that it's going down instead of up is more of a thing that I really want to wrap my mind around.
So we have those savings currently reflected in the.
That is currently in the library's budget.
So that's a savings that's reflected. So if we didn't deal with that today, then we'd be looking at an increase in 16,500 to the budget. Okay.
I guess I'm eager to kind of, I've been in enough meetings where this has been discussed, and I'm hoping this will be the last one. So I mean, an idea that was discussed at a meeting that I think Bill was also at is, decrease the grade. I think Carrie made a very logical case for that grade being thing, but just because we like to treat county employees well, we might want to do the step increase so that the impact is smaller or doesn't, nothing, I thought that was it's a messy situation, but I thought that was a pretty good compromise personally. I think when Renee just said that Carrie was worried about steps creating compression, but I think compared to the other issues, that's pretty minor from my point of view. So I would propose we do that.
You do what?
That we go along with the proposed grade decrease, but so the positions would be, get a new grade because they're not supervising, but et cetera. But that we add some steps so that the salary decrease is relatively small. Right. So, but it means if someone new came into those positions, they would be starting at a lower salary.
Yeah, Mary.
Another proposal that we were given was to approve it, but not change the salary of the two employees that will be affected. I'm really uncomfortable lowering somebody's wage. I just think that it is really a tough thing to do because people budget on that, they plan on that. I think the employees have been consistent and have worked there for 18 to 20 years. I am very uncomfortable lowering them, but I see that if they left, the replacement should be the replacement that they are asked for.
And I think that's
just cannot justify lowering people's wages that have been loyal to the county for that long.
And I think that's compatible with, if you put the steps high enough, I think the wages wouldn't be lowered. And so what you were just proposing is,
It's just, accept
Madam.
that, but there won't be the savings this year, but when and if one of these employees, and they will at some point
Then-
resign or
Yeah.
move to another job. Or, then when you advertise for the new position, that's the position that you
Right.
advertise is what is being proposed.
Was it, did you have?
That's what I
Yeah,
would,
yeah, essentially that's what we discussed in the meeting, and I think the difference, if we maximize the steps, I think Renee, the difference was like 3 cents, or it was something de minimis. But the only downside is they would be like step 15, I think in the conversation.
So they,
So they couldn't continue to, I think they'd have very limited steps left, which that's the compression issue that had been raised, which that means year over year that they can't increase. So that was part of the conversation that we had.
yeah, but to me, that doesn't seem like an issue. Basically, they've sort of jumped to the maximum number of steps earlier than they otherwise would have been able to do, given what the job is. And, so that salary ceiling was already there, and the fact that you hit it earlier just means you're getting, that's more money, not less money.
But right now, they're not at the ceiling. They-
With the current grades.
If there was no change, they would have, potential
to-
increase in earnings.
Yeah, but I think the position library is that the grade was increased, assuming, supervising other people, and that never actually happened, so that there's a mismatch. I don't know.
And we do have a process for assigning steps, so I don't know that they would be 15. I imagine pretty high.
Sure.
So I would say it's not just a set, we would make it the highest.
the problem I see with that is that when they resign or move on for whatever reason, well, then the person who is hired would be hired at, it seems like, then the savings would be nil. There would be no savings in the long run because you would hire the person that was hired at that step.
No, I think with
the
new
step-
hires, they start with low steps.
reset.
There's the steps reset with a new employee.
So it'd be a significant savings if someone came along with less experience.
I was missing a step.
Yeah.
In that, my thinking process.
I'm okay with that solution if it keeps their salaries at the.
I think the simpler one is to just wait until they keep the employees where they're at. And not mess with the steps, and then when they resign or leave, then we advertise and replace them with the type of that position that is recommended. I just think that's cleaner and respects the employees more.
So leave them with the title of head of services or change it to assistant. I think that's. And that's the hard part for me is that I do want it to be inaccurate. I want
title.
the job descriptions to match the work that they're doing.
Right. Yeah, it's a sticky one.
Yeah.
I think Kevin's original suggestion to bring them up to the top of the steps seems the more appropriate one to me.
So lower the grade and raise the steps,
Lower grade and
keep their, right, and that would make a
raise the steps. So I'm open to doing whatever.
Yeah.
I agree with Mary that we've got to respect these
Right,
long
yes.
time employees and.
So I'd like to.
How many grades would they be going down as
three.
Currently, it has service currently at a 10, these are at a 7. Within the salary range of the 7, these two employees' current salary could fall into that range by raising their steps.
But if we only dropped it 2 grades and then their steps were more in the middle so that they had potential for future earnings, is
Sure.
that?
And Carrie did discuss that she would be willing to offer up some duties that would be increased over the current assistance role, but maybe not as increases where we have to head service to bring it to a grade.
I like that idea of some maintaining some of the higher duties while removing the supervision part. so that it's not as big of a jump down. And but maintain them at their kind of current level with potential future earnings.
Sure, should we postpone that one until?
Yeah, I think-
knock out all of that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
It sounds like we're all kind of in line with what we're aiming for, it's just a matter of how to get there.
Sure.
I agree,
And then on the trail ambassador grade tiering.
I can see some value in it.
I'd be supportive of that personally.
How many grades are we talking here?
It's a 1 and a 2 grade increase, so currently all of the trail ambassadors have been in a grade 4. This would put the ones who are grade 1 up to a 5. And the ones who are grade 2, or I'm sorry, a level 2 up to a grade 6. And then currently our trail techs, kind of the other side of trails start at a grade 6. So,
Wait, not a 1 or a 2, a 4 to it.
yeah.
Yeah.
A trail ambassador 1 would be a grade.
Trail
5.
Ambassador 1, right? Not a grade.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it came across as a grade 1.
Sorry.
Right, okay.
So is this for more than one position?
Yeah, it's across all of their seasonal out budgeted, of course,
So the total number is per position or is that?
No.
across the whole.
That's it, that's the whole
Yeah.
shebang, yeah. So each position, you're only looking at, 2,000 to 3,000.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think if this increases morale and effectiveness, that's not a too high price to pay.
All right, okay, so I think we got the reclassification done. We just have to work out the nuts and bolts on the library thing, and then we're not gonna approve the bus drive and we're gonna approve everything else. Okay,
And then we just need to hop back.
yep, hop back to the regular. So when we left off, we were looking at the two middle ones, the number 2 dispatch and the volunteer coordinator. And Jameson had I very much appreciate Jameson, your willingness to compromise on the number 2 dispatch. And I think that's a great solution for now, and we'll see where the dispatch contracts all come in and how that looks. And then I'd definitely be up for funding second dispatch if it looks like we need it in the new year with the budget amendment.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
Sounds good.
So I guess I'm unclear, what is it that we're moving the school officer to the dispatch number 2 position?
Well, that we've already approved the school.
Yeah, the school
Right.
committee
Yeah.
got hired.
Okay,
Yeah, that's good to go.
So we're going to not
Yeah,
approve.
And we
the
did
dispatch
approve
too.
dispatch number 1, so this would be the second dispatch. And we'd wait for the
Yeah.
paradigm to play out this year, and if it looks like it's heavily needed, then we'd be able to fund that position sometime in the middle of the year.
and then where did we land on the volunteer business coordinator?
The volunteer trails coordinator, so we haven't landed yet.
Nice segue.
I think that's relatively inexpensive, the $19,000 price time, and I do think, I'm on one of the committees with Jacques that oversees this. I think that their program for reaching out to businesses and getting them to communicate, I think it's worth funding, so.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value that you get out of that with, working with the volunteers, and you get a lot of volunteer effort that doesn't cost anything.
And I think that it directly offsets the tech positions. I think the more trail that's getting built by volunteers, the less we need to pay people to build. So I think that it's got a good return on investment.
And it doesn't come out of general fund.
There-
Yeah.
Yeah, budgeted drop.
Oh, yeah, coffees.
If we could drive the grader, could we take volunteers in the road department too?
There's no bumper seats.
Good luck, yeah.
Sorry.
All right, so do we have a majority thumbs up on the volunteer trail coordinator?
I'm not super receptive to it, but
Okay,
I like Trish.
So
but
I don't know how much, when you say business coordinator, I don't know how many of the businesses are really looking forward to. Again,
Well, it goes beyond just outreach to business. That's just one part of the program.
yeah, so I'm lukewarm on it, but
Yeah.
it isn't anything I'm gonna battle over.
Okay, so we have 3 positives and 4 lukewarms. Looks
or
like,
in between, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's
all right,
not that much money and it's not general fund.
okay. So let's call that good.
Alright, and then the last slide is just the rank below. We already approved the control, I'm sorry, the control deputy that is going to be updated to. the
Yes.
Security chief, so then the rest are the paralegal, the code enforcement, the deputy recorder and the operations coordinator.
Okay, so we've already put the ones we haven't approved, we've already put the dispatch number 2 off the list for now. So we take it out of the budget. We also take the bus driver out of the budget. So that's roughly 135,000, right?
And we need,
Sorry, what were the components of that 100?
No, I'm just looking at, so the dispatch number 2.
Oh, okay, that's what I missed.
Right, it's at 92.5 basically, and the bus driver at 42, so. So the bottom 4 positions, Yeah.
That'd be about 469 out of those 4 positions.
okay. So that would get us roughly half,
360.
369, okay. Those positions, so those positions with the 2 that we've already taken off the books would get us
to work
about halfway where we need to go.
a little more
total.
than that.
I think more like 62% of the way.
Okay.
62%, thank you.
Did we get a answer to the question about the weed position being grant funded?
Not a clear answer. I asked her to tell everyone with the understanding that information might not be available in time.
Okay.
Okay, we can, but tentatively, we're saying no to that unless we get some clear, impressive information about the weed
Yeah.
position. That we might
Okay,
reconsider.
so
It's, with where we're at, I'm not gonna step up to the plate to like really go to bat for any of these that are right here now.
So one thing we do is say tentatively no to these, but look, and we're going to be looking at other parts of the budget for savings, and if we find more than we expect, then we
could
if someone
back and
was
fund them,
really
yeah.
attached to one of these positions, we could come back.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that, the only one that I would be receptive to coming back to is the evidence tech,
and
just personally, but
I like,
it's important, I know that.
I was gonna say the deputy recorder position was attractive to me. I think that in that presentation that we had the option for like getting that stuff digitized and sending it away. And I think starting there with a one-time cost instead of creating a position that goes on in perpetuity is a easier pill to swallow at this point.
I think that's a pretty important position, as do I, the code enforcement evidence tech, but I think at some point we've got to get our county recorder's office into the digital world a little further, and I think it's going to take additional employees to do it.
I was just gonna say, we have about an hour to
Right,
go
yeah,
and a
we should go.
whole lot to talk about.
yeah, I guess I see value in all these positions, but I also know that we need to get to a number, and I think looking at the low priority, and I think we have the potential to come back and look at them, like Kevin said, if we do find some money somewhere, we're gonna be looking at that for the next hour. So personally, I'd be in favor of taking those out of the picture for now, but being very receptive to bringing any and or all of them back in at some point. All right.
Thank y'all. Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, Castle Dominion was the last.
Oh, yeah.
COLA?
So the COLA did rank fairly high at 3.2%. All supported that. This amount of the 450,000 would need to be updated based on the cuts that you just made, and some adjustments there. So it would not exceed 450. But I do think Gabe included in that final 800 number of cuts. So
Is that right, Gabe? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think I mentioned at one point when we were giving out raises, the possibility of excluding from the COLA, and I think it was made clear to me that's not possible. Is that correct? Because then it would be affecting, I mean, if we're already giving out raises to employees, the COLA seems like an additional to me, and
sure, I think the better way to look at a COLA is that it's trying to match the inflation that everyone's seeing. So giving it to all is the easiest way. If you choose to pull positions out of the COLA, you sure could. It does make it easier if it's an elected position, but that's.
well, and I volunteered myself during that. I actually volunteered the commission, but I can only speak for myself. So I believe we need to tie this a little bit to what's going on in the community is my personal feelings. And if the community feels like that they've received a COLA and that business is up and local employees feel like their wages are benefiting, that, which I'm saying they don't. Currently, we're seeing more of a downtrend locally. So I think that we need to consider the fact that we're tying ourselves to our community would be my advice when it comes to that. And that's my.
When you say ourselves, are you talking about us, just the 7 of us here?
Well, I'm talking in general.
Or the whole county?
I mean, we affect this community up here when we decide the promotional advertising needs to be cut to 25% of what it was in 2019. We're affecting our community members, and I'm trying to tie this COLA to the community is what I'm trying to do. So, and I know we'll discuss some of those other things when we get into the budget further, but I'm definitely saying that I don't need a COLA.
Right.
You can go from there on the rest of it.
Go ahead, Mary.
I, from what I understand, it was not that we were giving people raises, we were giving them more duties. And those duties reflected in more salary.
Agreed.
So I don't see that we're giving them a double raise by giving them a COLA. We are just matching what they earn according to their duties. And by doing this, we're keeping up with inflation. And so I think it's important to do it to all of the employees in the county. Elected officials are considered separately, but for all of our positions that we hire, I think giving all of them a COLA is appropriate.
I'd be in favor of giving all the county employees a COLA for sure, and I'd be happy to talk about elected officials differently.
Yeah.
Like Bill, I'm yeah.
Is that happening now? Or is that, are we scheduling another meeting?
I guess let's, so we have to, so as far as just I think the non-elected official employees, is there anyone who would prefer not to extend a COLA to county employees?
I think inflation is a real thing, and I think that it's important for our employees as a, pillar of this community. Our organization should be leaders and model that COLAs are good for the workforce in this county, and so I support a COLA across the board.
I agree with Evan. I think, I mean, if we think some of the salaries are too high, I'm open to including elected official, salaries. I'm open to, cutting the pay or whatever, but I think except in very unusual circumstances, I think we should always try to keep up with inflation. I think that, that's the last thing I would change, but if we think that some salaries are too high, I'm not opposed to reducing, including commissioner salaries.
Right.
But I wouldn't want to do it via the COLA. I'd want to do it as a separate discussion.
I'm not against giving county employees the COLA.
Yeah.
I'm against what we're doing to the community. And that's what I'm trying to tie here is that we've got to look at this community wide. So as we move forward, we've got to start looking at what we're doing to other employees that aren't directly under our umbrella.
Okay, so we're all in agreement that non-elected county employees will receive the 3.2% COLA. Okay,
And I'm fine taking electeds out of that.
yeah,
We have to vote on elections
Yes.
separately anyway.
yes, Stephen?
Is that as clear as mud?
I would encourage the commission not to approve a COLA. I'd ask to waive my COLA for the county attorney's office. My office's budget doesn't have a lot to take away from, but my COLA can be pulled out of the equation. I would encourage you guys to do that. I think we're seeing kind of a difficult time with the amount of revenue that's coming in. But realistically, for my department, there are some things that my staff wants to do and some things that we would like. So I would ask the commission to waive my COLA and then perhaps consider that when you get to the county attorney's office budget.
Thank you, Stephen. I think as Bill brought up, our commissioner COLAs that they don't amount to much individually, but I'd be certainly willing to look at those and put those on the table if everyone agrees. As far as anyone else, I personally think any other elected official, I'd feel good about extending them a COLA as well.
I think we have a lot to discuss, so we should move
Yeah,
on to the
okay.
next and discuss COLAs later.
All right, jumping ahead here, just a quick update on where we're at with the 2024 tentative budget. We touched on this a little bit before. So the last report that I pulled up of the tentative budget showed a deficit of $1,767,909. And there were some relatively major adjustments made that I wanted to clue you all into. There was something that had come up where I was noticing that some of the benefits in some of the departments showed an increase that didn't seem to jive with the increase in the salaries for those same departments. And Renee found an error that there was some sort of calculation error within the budgeting software. Thank you. There was some sort of error that was happening within the budgeting software that we rectified, in fact, and was able to decrease $67,000 from that across several departments to reflect into this bottom line figure. There was a missing revenue piece. There are CARES Act funds that are available to support airport activity. There's actually something, it's over $500,000 total. I think it's 550. It's 500 some. There's a performance period for those funds that runs until the end of 2025. So currently, and this is without y'all's input, we can discuss this. I've proposed, because we still have another 2 years to use those funds to offset airports operations. I've gone ahead and entered in approximately half of those amount of funds that are still available for 2024. So that's a significant amount of revenue that hadn't been factored into the budget. Additionally, this actually just came up today and it was a bit of an eye-opener. I'm not sure if it was something that didn't save. I had carried over the budgeted amount for property tax to be received in 2024. I had carried over the same figure from 2023 as a placeholder initially. And then Treasurer Kaufman provided his projections that would account for new growth into the property tax figures across a number of entities, including including Graham County General Fund. And for some reason, the main, basically the big one in property tax collections, I noticed today that it still reflected the 2023 figure. So thankfully I saw it and was able to update that figure, and so that increased $130,000. And that's roughly, Treasurer Kaufman uses a 5-year rolling average for average new growth increase. And that more or less is encapsulated there. So this 1.7 accounting for these adjustments and corrections leaves us at 1.293 as the tentative budget deficit. And this includes all of the new positions and reclassifications that were just considered. That 1.293 plus the full cost of living adjustment that would account for all of those new positions. So obviously that would need to be adjusted, but it doesn't change our ballpark, but this might actually end up being like 310 or something like that. So that would be added to that 1.293. And then for the purposes of this exercise, 800,000 would be subtracted from that overall deficit to account for the budgeted draw from the fund balance, leaving us at 813,170, which is the number I quoted before we started the new position exercise. As a result of the discussion you all just had, there's this, I was just keeping track here in this little sheet there, but it just shows the savings based on those 5 positions. And then that reclassification that were denied at this moment, giving us that 501,411, bringing us into the remaining deficit to trim at this point from general department cuts, seeing how we've already trimmed from new positions and reclassifications after today. And that's 311,759. Administrator Nassau and I have identified over $500,000 in potential cuts across all departments. Some of these are more straightforward. Many of them are quite painful to departments. So I don't necessarily, it's, in case of many of them are more like in case of emergency cuts, but we went through the exercise and I don't think it was a bad thing for all department heads. And I appreciate their collaboration across the board and understanding the situation that we're in and identifying, anything that exists in their department budgets that can be considered above baseline operations and maintenance. Of course, there's a lot of departments that are striving to excel and constantly increase their service to the public. But I wanted everyone to bring it back down to at least maintaining the current level of service as a starting point for generating potential cuts. Of course, these numbers reflect the specific revenue projections that are currently entered into the budget, which is the sort of 0% growth model. I think it's not exactly that at that point in the agenda topic, but we might get a little bit flexible with that the topics as they're ordered in the agenda, given the time that we have. But I think it's appropriate right now to just jump into that conversation about revenue projections and how different revenue projections as prepared by the consultant affect the general fund. And so this middle column here called mid is what's currently entered. If we were to go to what the consultants described as a conservative approach, which showed some varying degrees of negative growth, it was relatively arbitrary as compared to the aggressive, which was based on more of an analytical approach and a long-term growth trend. But you can see here, if we were to drop down to a conservative revenue projection model, we would have another almost $400,000 to make up in this deficit. And the aggressive, again, these aren't mirrored in the way that aggressive isn't the same, is relatively more large compared to mid than conservative is less, if that makes sense. So that's why these numbers are so much different. So anyway, you can see that. I know that there was some comment, there has been some, Commissioner Winfield has discussed sort of taking another look at that revenue projection and what is selected. I know Commissioner Clapper also mentioned it. I think it would be good to just move forward at some point, preferably now, with a consensus, or maybe not a consensus, but at least a majority opinion about what we can just plan on moving forward here. And before I open it up for discussion, one last thing is I was almost certain that we would have November receipts by now, but it's pretty wild. I'm sure we'll have them in the next 2 days. But the November receipts haven't hit our PTIF account. I must have checked it 30 times today. So we don't have we will have an updated projection, certainly by the budget that will be presented next week. That will sort of make some, I don't generally expect 1 month of receipts to alter the projection in such a massive way. But I could be surprised. So as far as the revenue projection goes, any conversation, discussion at this point?
You were saying that the mid is just a zero growth projection. The conservative was a arbitrary.
Yeah, it's like I mean, the mid is 0% is arbitrary as well in the sense that it's just taking a number, just because it's zero. Conservative, I think, was -3%. It wasn't across the board. There was some.
But it's just another dart toss at the board. See.
Right, if you see this column here, yeah, it's not actually just a flat -3. You can see here the percentages that pertain to the different projection models.
And then you said the aggressive was based on trends since 2017 or something?
Yeah, I believe so, that AAGR, average annual growth rate. But that is, of course, to what degree he accounted for the pandemic. I believe he did sort of correct for that to a certain degree. Takes out 2020, but I believe it might go back even further than 2017. But yeah, I would appreciate just moving forward if there seems to be at least a majority on this, what we have currently entered, rather than shifting from it. That would, help us sort of keep this target in place.
And you're saying you'd like to see it move forward using the mid?
That would be my recommendation if I had to give one.
Well, clearly, I think I've been concerned throughout this. I do know that November numbers came in on TRT, showing that we're down 16%, and I agree 1 month isn't enough, but I want to be real careful that we are not using a mid or zero growth just to balance a budget here, that we're looking at this correctly here. The fact that we probably are in a downtrend now, I believe TRT was down 5.1%. 2022, 2023, it's down 4.4% plus or minus a little bit. So I just think we've got to be real careful moving forward. I certainly lean, and I know that I might be the loudest voice, but I lean towards being conservative here with our number.
I plan for the worst, hope for the best, but I lean towards that conservative. Our graph's been going down. I mean, almost a total of 9% over the last 3 years. I would rather see the down trend that we are following measured off instead of the mid.
And cut more services to citizens.
I don't like it, but that's where we're at. I'd rather plan for the worst. I'd be wrong. I'd rather be wrong and us have more money, but
a lot of, we're not really cutting. We have people that are asking to increase services to the public, so we could possibly just continue on with where we're at currently, rather than be cutting anything. There's an awful lot of big asks in there, so.
I think I'm pretty comfortable with the mid myself. I think that seems like a middle way to go.
I'm also comfortable with the mid or, zero growth estimate. And I think one thing that I think if we had like very little cushion, like, not much in our fund balance or capital funds, then I might be inclined to be more conservative, plan for the worst. Because, we don't want to like, run it, if the county runs out of money, that's serious. But in fact, we're kind of in the opposite situation. I think our fund balances and capital funds are probably more than twice what they were 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, there's quite a bit. So we have a very big cushion in the bank account, which is much larger than these fluctuations. And so if we guessed wrong, there's no disaster. We just, some of those funds go down a little bit and we try to do a better job next year. So I think, it's similar with personal financing. I think if you're living from paycheck to paycheck, then you have to, estimate your expenses very precisely each month, or you're going to be in trouble. But if you have, a year, 2 or 3 years salary in the bank, then you don't have to get it exactly right. And you can take a realistic projection rather than a conservative projection.
We sitting good overall? I actually don't know the fund balances.
Oh, that was an attachment in our packet. But that's,
I can bring it up.
okay, great. Yeah, Mary?
The other consideration besides our fund balance is traditionally we have found that filling positions does not happen quickly. And our budget is planning for 12 months of paying somebody their salaries, where oftentimes we've gone 6 months with the position not opened or to the full year. I mean, and so that we end up not spending as much money on salary as we expected. So that with that in mind and our fund balance, I'm very comfortable with the mid.
You guys looking at me?
I'm also comfortable with the mid. I think all the years that we've been doing this, the revenues typically come in a little higher than expected, and the expenses typically come in a little lower than expected at year's end. So even the 0% feels a little conservative to me. So I'm comfortable with the mid.
That's 4. You can get a word in if you want.
I was saving
We're
it. Trent.
done.
You can hold your cards.
I agree with all of you, so it's a tough one. So I'm sitting here, it's a tough one. I do appreciate that we've, amassed a nice cushion, and I think that's good. I also think we, don't want to rely on that and be draining that cushion. And I do think we're struggling a bit. Yeah, I respect all of your opinions. I'm gonna sit here. That's it. It's tough.
All right, I think with the amount of remaining time, the 2 things that I definitely want to tackle at this moment is just to review these fund balances, just so everyone has that picture clear. This document is updated. What's currently in the agenda packet does reflect this exact document, but it is different from what was in there. There was some adjustment, a couple of small adjustments that I thought. Nothing like, I don't think too substantial or really changing the general picture. And then I want to get into some of the decision points. And so we can start getting into what trends that you all want to see right away, or some other lingering decision points. And it seems like that's about all we'll get to today. Which is fine. That's definitely a good amount of progress. So to give you all a feel, on this last column, projected to end 23, where we see these fund balances coming in. If it's been grayed out, that means that this opening balance, it's roughly the same. I didn't do an exact calculation. But it might just be gains from interest that would reflect a change in the fund balances for these other funds. But what we see in the general fund is, and then we're actually right now sitting at a surplus of over $500,000 for the 2023 budget that would then be rolled into the general fund balance. And so that's why you see that increase of roughly that amount. And there is an important note here that's been brought to my attention. I'm working with Tammy on sort of clarifying and getting the exact figure here. But there is an amount of those general funds that are restricted to airport use because they are derived from operations revenue from the airport, which due to our FAA contracts can only be used back towards the airport. So that's not something obviously we want to overlook and spend incorrectly. The stormwater was increased by 400,000, and there was some spent off of that. So there was a little, larger jump there. There was that large budgeted draw this year from TRT promotion for the diversification activity, and then as well as I budgeted to pull out $266,000. And that's reflected in this fund balance figure as it currently stands with the current requests in order to balance Fund 16 economic development specifically on that promotion side to balance the 2024 budget. So that's 1.6 million there. I believe this line changed from what was originally presented in the packet, the capital projects fund. I had to sort of shake out what the activity that happened this year as far as the selling of the real estate to the hospital. And then just sort of clarifying that we should be able to make our full budgeted contribution to that capital projects fund this year, and that amount of $5,846,000.
And is that 5.8 million, that's not all from property sales, isn't it? Some of it.
That was just what was budgeted essentially, and it's nearly the same as the amount of federal funding that we received this year.
Okay.
It was 5.8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very, very, very close. So it's almost like we can think of that money we're able to sock away in full this year as a result of the federal funding that we received, LATCF funding.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to put out, I don't think we've ever had a full commission discussion on what we wanted to do with the LACTF money.
Right. Yeah.
I think Chris proposed to put it in capital, just knowing that we could take it out of there if we came up with other ideas. And I guess my worry is that without explicitly making a decision, we're going to sort of regard that as money that can only be used for capital projects. And I think, there's the range of things the county spends money on is broader than that.
Which, sorry, the LACTF is which
It's like what does it stand for? Local tribal was one of the elements of it. It was
Bill
yeah.
had it once, he had it. It was 2 funds, 2 years, we were funded 2.9 million, give or take a few dollars. Right. And it came about because the Biden administration, number one, and then a senator in Montana that got everybody that had land that was public land in their county, and so it all added up by how many acres that you had in every state, and every county benefited from that. And so these are just the funds, and it was paid out twice to Grand County, well, to all of the counties, 2 years in a row. The NACO, the National Association of Counties, had asked for 1% of that back in order for them to build their headquarters, which Chris Baird did make those payments back to NACO, and they were discussed, and I'll talk about it a little bit in the commission report later. That came up in the UAC board meeting, those funds there, but this came about strictly just 2-time payments, and they won't come again. They're just right there. Chris Baird did discuss putting them in there somewhere, but he also discussed trying to put those towards some storm mitigation work that's coming up on the horizon.
So yeah, that just gives us a picture, we consider the airport restricted funds. Somewhere, upwards of 9 million in the general fund balance. Somewhere around 12 and a half for capital projects. And that's what I'm showing at this moment.
And I guess the point is those 10 or 10 plus 12 numbers are pretty large compared to, the uncertainties in our sales tax projections. I think it's.
So I want to open up this document called decision points, so we can get into some more decisions. As we saw that we have that 311,000. So we need to, we have definitely have some work to do, and it'd be great if we can sort of come to some conclusions today to move forward. And so I'm gonna invite Mallory to chime in whenever she would see fit. But I'll just start with TRT as a heading as far as the decision point goes. This doesn't have a general, we wouldn't be speaking towards a general fund impact because there are fund balances in the TRT related funds and departments. But it is nonetheless an important decision point, especially when we're talking about budgeting for the next year in such a way that's pulling out of savings to make it whole. And so more specifically, there's that rec film and convention piece of TRT promotion. That's 1/5 of 1/3, and that goes to support a contribution to the Active Trails and Transportation as well as the Film Commission. Currently, because of increases in that particular department, that particular activity, there's a budgeted draw of 279,448. And so I bring that up, that money is there in the fund balance, but that's not going to be there in perpetuity to pull out of, is basically what I'm saying. So I think it's important to bring it up. And the same goes with the TRT promotion budgets. There's a current budgeted draw of 158,282 from the fund balance to make it to bring it to balance in 2024. And there's we'll just stay on the TRT piece. The county fair contribution is up to 110,000 from 50,000. And there is also a community event grant component that was held in and kept in for 2024 in the tourism promotion side. And there was some question as to whether an increase in the county fair contribution would be potentially subsumed by this community event grants piece. I can't speak specifically to this program. I'm not sure if it was used as a critical support for the summer free concert series held at Swanee Park, or exactly what that number is tied into, but that was just a thought. And then there of course is TRT mitigation, and so not only in regards to a potential increased allocation to the solid waste special service district, but also I know Commissioner Walker has expressed there's that 400,000 roughly in fund balance in that mitigation fund. And so there could be, and the thought was posed that maybe potentially that fund balance would be used for any variety of qualified expenses. Do you have anything to add, Mallory, about
Anxiously waiting, getting to my comments. One thing I would add, I don't know the appropriate time, but Mike is here from solid waste and he has a few slides. I don't know if it makes sense to have him present that now, or if you guys want to wait until the end of this conversation, right before the actual commission meeting starts. But I do think there's some important things to sort out in the next 30 minutes.
Well, I guess I had some questions about what you were just saying. So if I'm understanding correctly, we've got $400,000 of TRT mitigation money from this year that we haven't spent or we haven't put into the general fund? Is that?
It's been built up. From over the years, that 400,000 that's in that TRT mitigation fund balance. I think primarily due to the fact that we always project out the end of the year. And then oftentimes that comes in, especially lately, comes in a little higher and that's just built up at that.
I see. Okay, so it's not, so it's that for, yeah, I guess you just said it, it's accumulated over multiple years. It's not just from 1 year.
Because we intend to exhaust that to.
That's what I was gonna say. I would think we would try to exhaust it each year. And so why wouldn't we exhaust it this year? Like, but if you're saying that it's more of a one-time thing because that's leftovers from multiple years.
Yeah, it could be looked at as a lucky rainy day fund or.
I guess I would regard it as, equivalent to our general fund balance. It's money you can spend if we need to.
Yeah, Mary.
I just wanted to comment on the community event grants. I would hate to see it taken down to zero. It's helped many of the events in town that the community really enjoys, like the powwow. It really helps bring the powwow in, the Red Rock powwow, and I do think it helps with the concerts. And I know, so I would hate to take it down completely to go to one contribution to county fair. Adjusted both of them a little bit, I would be comfortable, but I'm not comfortable taking away the community event grants.
And those grants are awarded by the rec board, is that or?
Not,
They're awarded
I don't-
by
I
the.
don't think it's the rec board.
By all of you.
Well, we do the final, but the people that go through it and make the recommendations. I believe last year was a combination of the Travel Council Advisory Board and the Economic Advisory Board. It might have been just the travel. But anyway, they take volunteers from both and they get together and go through the grants, and it's quite a lengthy project for volunteer board members to do. They spend a half a day figuring out how to award those grants.
Can we easily see those for like the events that benefited from that?
At
Sorry.
the moment, I don't.
It would be, we voted on it, remember?
Right, okay.
We could go back in the minutes and find it, but
I definitely agree with Mary. I'd like to keep some funding for those grants as well.
Okay, we can let that stand.
And then the county fair contribution wasn't a significant part of that increase, film. Was that the 75-year film thing part of that, or did that?
No, there's actually $75,000 also within the tourism promotion budget.
Okay, so that's totally different. Okay, so this is just literally going from 50 to 110 for the county fair.
but
And I talked to Angie right before this meeting, and she's actually at a conference related to county fairs.
Currently,
And I just wanted to talk through more of what she was requesting and the benefit, and I think Mike can also speak to this, but they want to use some of the added money to bring in a stock rodeo. And what that does is it really increases the level of publicity and people that would be coming from out of town. I think another perk that she's come up with at this conference is getting to know the director or the employee who runs the rodeo in Mesa County. Theirs is going to be a week before ours, and so they're already coordinating of how they can really share each other's information, maybe bring in performers at a lesser rate. But I think that the biggest benefit from the added money would be that stock rodeo, and that you're bringing in people that are wanting to get to the point of competing at a national level. So I think that money going there really does bring people into town. Okay.
you said it well. I know she's currently at the expose, and not only trying to expand all of the offerings of the county fair. I mean, This is the first we've had in a long time. It was hard for her to throw out that $50,000 budget originally. Not knowing the true costs of everything that went into a county fair. They had to build it from the ground up. And to bring in that stock, bring in the rodeo aspect and the stock at that is a minimal, how do I say this well, a minimal cost to the influx that it will bring to both the impact of the county fair to our community and the impact or the ability to bring people in to our county fair. It's to more show off Grand County. I mean, it benefits us. It benefits bringing people in for a pretty low amount of money overall.
You don't need to sell a rodeo to me, Mike. I'm a big fan.
And rec board does contribute funds as part of their list. Most of those funds not coming from the TRCT side. It's from the mineral lease percentages.
I'd be curious to go back to your last slide, Gabe. I just guess looking at the fund balances that you had there.
Yeah.
For instance, I know that Parks and Rec or Active Trails and Transportation, I'm not sure why they're two different names, but we're at 1.8 there. And when you go and look at their budget, we're also allocating another 600,000 out of TRT to that number this year. When they've got one of the largest requests into our budget, why are we not using this money that's sitting there, some built up in only 3 years to nearly $2 million, and yet it's a pretty big ask. I think now they're the 4th largest department in the county by salary. Active Trails and Transportation. So it seems to me that I'm curious why there's such a big pool of money building up in that department. And then yet we're still over budgeting again this year. I think I saw on their numbers that they're at about $193,000 that we're over budgeting again to put into here even further when we've got all kinds of departments that we're denying positions for, that we're waiting to make approvals on at a later date if we can find some money. So I'm just, they're not the only one, mind you. There's other departments in there that have got a pretty big war chest, and I don't think we're going to war. So I'm just curious about multiple ones there when we're trying to make a budget work, when we've got some pretty deep savings accounts. And believe me, I believe in a savings account. I believe that we have to protect the counties for that rainy day fund, but I think we're building some of these up and it doesn't make any sense to me. Why, unless there's specific projects in line for that. So
I think that's a valid point. I think that this fund balance is closely linked to contributions from the roads department in order to maintain the paved path system. But I'm not, I would have to do a little bit of follow-up to see, you know, especially the way it grows in a linear fashion here from year to year would suggest to me that there's sort of a flat contribution that builds up and that gets
Yeah,
spent.
I mean, that's my understanding, is it's a certain amount, and it's from one of our highway taxes, sales taxes, goes there, and then every 5 years we redo one of the paved paths. So it's a capital fund, it's not really.
I saw the paved path fund when we went through our budget meetings, and I think there was spent like $4,000 a year in there, except for 1 year, maybe it was 40 or 50. I don't remember the number, but I guess
I think it's a good.
My point is still there, is that we don't need to be sitting on that large of a fund for basically a division that's primary goal is to educate us on how to pack out our, for lack of a better word, food. So I think that we've got to start looking at some of these funds, and instead of pulling out of the general fund and increasing the size of our budget, that they start covering some of their own costs.
But I think that's money that can't be spent on those things. I mean, it's money from if I'm remembering correctly, it's from a transportation sales tax, and it can't be spent on most of what, it's a very narrowly earmarked fund. We could probably send it to the road department. I'm not sure about that, but, maintaining paved paths is one of the few things we can spend it on. So it's, and that way it's analogous to like D road money or TRT promotion money, where it doesn't matter if other departments need the money more, we're not allowed to spend it there.
Well, we've got the bike path that we're all working on trying to get accomplished can be, I mean, if it's a paved path, why, I just think that some of these funds that are building up seem like an awful lot of money.
I think Bill Jackson. has something.
Yeah, please come forward, Bill.
Yeah, and I was more on the parks and trails and rec, but
Well, I just maybe some clarification if I can. I believe it's $400,000. It does come from the option of transportation sales tax. Does come into the road department budget. Gets pulled out of there and gives to active transportation and trails. As far as I know, it's not being spent on paved path maintenance. So when I do a project, seal coat, paved path, crack seal it, I just generally deal with those larger projects. It comes out of the paved path maintenance budget. That's totally opposite or different than active transportation.
So the money and that 400,000, you're saying that does not get used for redoing a paved path? Oh, interesting.
When I code out my vendor bills for those paved path projects, I don't code it out to active transportation.
But you're not sure what it does get spent for, or?
Not the active transportation. And once it leaves my budget, it's theirs.
well, it doesn't look like they're spending it, I guess is my point.
I just thought I'd point of clarification.
Yeah, that's really.
That's fine.
Happy to look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Mallory, I guess, before, let's see. Is there a desire by the commission to see these budgeted draws softened a little bit out of TRT promotion or out of the rec film convention? Maybe I would throw out the idea of that potentially this draw being reduced by X amount or to X amount, or and vice versa, and the same for these as a way of managing that. Or do you all want to see more closely what is behind those budgeted draws and sort of or should we just leave it be and move on?
Can you make those larger?
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go. Cool.
I think for promotion, in the past, we've been bumping up on the limit of what we can keep in the fund balance. So we've tried to been, looking for ways to draw more out of it. So I certainly don't need to scrutinize that one. Could you remind me, I know in some of the earlier budget projections, it was looking like we might have to use general fund money for the rec films convention stuff, but you're saying that instead for this year, at least we can take out of the fund balance that's earmarked for those things, is that?
Yeah, there's enough fund balance in TRT promotion. We would have to go back and just sort of earmark every year based on what how the statute read. But I'm relatively certain we have at least $600,000 out of the promotion fund balance that could be used for rec film convention.
Okay.
Would that be towards salaries or just other projects and such?
It could qualify for either of those.
I'm a little hesitant to fund salaries from a fund balance, but if there's fam tours or other kind of things like that, they're one time. I don't want to kind of up a budget now and then next year have to turn around and say, oh, never mind.
Yeah. I agree.
Makes sense. Okay. And And then the increased allocation for the solid waste special service district, I would open up that conversation now in terms of if there's anyone wants to make any comments or invite Mike to have any words about it.
Why don't you come up, Mike, just in case we do have questions?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't know if this is considered a one-time ask or ongoing.
Yeah, that's probably the big question, and I felt like just a couple years ago, we bumped up, but maybe my memory escapes me. It felt like a couple years ago, there was a fairly large ask, like we bumped up their allocation quite a bit. Am I wrong on that? I can't remember.
I can't recall.
I just felt like,
It was bumped up, but it wasn't, I can't remember. It was like from 60 to 70. Yeah, it was huge.
not,
400.
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I thought it went, and is it a one-time ask? And if it's not, then yeah, we've gotta.
Hash it out.
As far as the increase, can I say I would never come back to you? I'm not gonna try to mislead you. But it is a one-time increase to try and get a hold of things.
Okay.
I know you guys are the commission's being pulled in many different directions, with limited funds. I read the paper last night, several people, entities are talking about tax increases. We are not a taxing body at this point. We been 400,000, as far as I know, for several years now. I don't know
Yeah,
how far.
it has been.
But if we could pull up the slide, I could show you a few things. Some of it is the basics, the wage balance, the fuel increases. Tourism is a direct cause of more trash. That's why we're included in one of the funding for the TRT funds. Next one, please. As you know, we now are everything, the hauling companies, the landfills, the recycle center, and the sand stream. What we try to hit upon is that what we're trying to, because tourism does affect how much we have to do, how much we have to haul, how much we have to bury. It's a direct, I wanted to draw that line, a direct comparison. And we try not to, these additional costs on the locals, on the county itself, but coming from those funds if all possible. The next slide, please. This was just an example. We just pulled 3 years worth of fuel, just going to the landfill. This is just taking trash to the landfill. Has nothing to do with anything that's changed in the last couple of years. An additional $80,000 in fuel alone. We didn't go into how much more the expenses were for repairs and replacements and whatnot. I just pulled one figure to show you. You've heard it from every department, the wage wars. We have a limited pool here in Moab. CDL drivers make the pool even smaller. CDL drivers that want to haul garbage makes the pool even smaller. So we try to keep our employees year round. We have to. The training, the retraining is just, it just kills us. The productivity goes down, the hours go up. So it's important that we keep these employees year round. We don't have that option to see you in 2 months. It keeps coming every day. A few of the things that we might put some of this additional money to. When I was here earlier, I mentioned Klondike has a very shameful scale house. We definitely need a water truck to keep dust down at all of the landfills, especially at the Moab one, because it is so close to new residential dwellings. And then something that's been on the CIP board, list for years now, I guess, is the road improvements to the Klondike landfill itself. It is a county road, or at least, I don't know where it exactly ends, but at least initially, it is a county road. They do need upkeep. We do have semis going on those every single day. Snow, sleet, the whole shoot match. It would be a lot safer if we eventually did fund that upgrade. But the next slide is what I want you to see. That is our sad little scale house out at Klondike with our luxury bathroom facilities. That scale house is actually blown down at least once. It's got a small generator. That is the only place that our employees, that we have 2 or 3 out there, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's the only place, other than the equipment that they have to get out of the weather, to eat their lunch. I'd like to do better. So that would be a huge thing of a one-time of that addition that it would go towards.
Were those bullet points on the slide before, were those in order of preference? The scale house and the water truck?
Considering I don't know how much we would really come away with. The scale house is the lowest and probably the most important for company safety, company morale, just doing better for our employees. Long term, the road upgrade is definitely needed, but a $250,000 one-time increase isn't going to do that.
And that's on the CIP list, you know?
Yes, it was there when I got there and it's still here.
Is there other grant opportunities for the vehicle, the water truck? Do you know?
Other grant opportunities. I can't say I know of any specifically offhand. We did apply for the EPA grant that was available this year, but we made it to the semifinals and did not qualify. So we are looking elsewhere, the CIB, whatever grants that become available. Usually they're more specific about projects that convert materials as opposed to just kind of placing equipment. Whether that would be composting or recycling or whatever, there's usually a goal that you've got to be able to produce less trash. We're like the other departments where our equipment is aging and we need to look at that.
And remind me, the dumping fees are those flat regardless of residential versus commercial? Or is like if you're building a new hotel and you're taking a bunch of stuff to the dump, if you pay the same dump fee as me raking my
At
leaves?
Moab for C&D construction and demolition, do-it-yourselfers, home residents are cheaper. I can't tell you the prices right off the top of my head, but it is definitely cheaper than it is for professionals or contractors.
And have those rates had any changes?
We are, as we speak, we're increasing for the coming year. When the budget is finalized at our December 13th meeting, that's when we'll also be having our public meeting to go over the increases. We are looking at increases across the board. We have hired consultants to help us with what those rates should be, with what our compensation should be, and an additional consultant to just help us manage our debt better. Because obviously the acquisition of Monument and whatnot did put us in further debt.
Okay, we're getting down to the nitty gritty time wise. We only have 5 minutes before our commission meeting
Dave,
starts.
was this additional already in there, or this is something that we're looking at adding?
I didn't already include it, though I had already made mention that, you know, that it might have been more appropriate for me to include it and then, you know,
Gotcha.
one or the other, but it is not currently entered in the budget. It's only at 400, which has been the contribution for at least the last 3 years.
And if we kept the contribution at 400, but then wanted to contribute 65 towards a scale house or something, would that, it was like specific towards one thing, is there a place in the budget for that to fit?
It could come out of the TRT mitigation fund balance, that 400,000 plus that we have.
Okay, but if it like went out for proposal or whatever, and they're like, this is what we got, you know, if we're committing towards a certain project rather than just like general operating.
And I would also point to the fact that, and you may very well know, of course, being on that board, but EMS made a request. I'm not sure to what degree TRT mitigation dollars. I do think that there is some qualification that they have towards EMS, so perhaps an equal type of contribution could be made their way as well. Because I believe their request is associated with more with one thing.
But they can. Pass.
Like with the scale house or the water truck or the road, I mean, what's your? Probably the water truck could be my guess, but I'm guessing again.
If we could only have one,
Yeah,
that would be. I personally think we need the scale house the most. The most benefit and community impact would have to be the water truck. Okay.
I'm backing up, but in general, you feel you need a little bit more for just operation, not just capital projects. You just,
Exactly.
right, yeah, your
Understand
fuel
what
costs are,
everyone
yeah,
else.
yeah, okay. We're not just talking about it.
And so remind me, how is the district funded in general? So there's the 400,000 contribution from the county that we just mentioned. And what are the other sources?
Whatever revenue we make at scale houses, as well as some mineral lease funding.
Okay. And so is the idea that the fees cover like the garbage collection from people's houses, but the county's trying to cover the cost of the landfill? Is that the logic or just?
Well, ultimately, the county has a responsibility on the landfills. But being I believe it was called an enterprise fund, we're supposed to fund ourselves. And just get by. And it does not allow for long-term planning real well, such as, $800,000 bulldozers, things like that.
Because I guess one thought I had is, just because of inflation, generally our contributions to various departments, go up by at least that much. And so if it's just been a constant amount for all these years, eventually that's going to be worth close to zero. So, just from a inflation point of view, some increase might be warranted.
Years ago, changing that contribution by quite a bit. That's my memory.
So there was a recent big increase.
Yeah, remember we got,
It was 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
a
I
good
was
while.
around, so.
It's
Yes, that's right.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
I say this is directly impacted by the tourism. Because during the tourist months, the amount of people we need to manage, just keep up with the trash is huge. And yet we can't do like a lot of places and have seasonal people where we just have them seasonally. We can't do that. I mean, it's just, so so we can't like other places like the park services and such, they can the weed department, the mosquito department, sand flats, they can do a seasonal thing, but not when you have to have these skilled personnel that they have to have, especially the CDLs. I mean, that is such a big deal. We are working closely with USU to get more people, and we help pay for people that are working with us to get their CDLs, but we have to be competitive because would you rather haul Pepsi or would you rather haul trash? I mean, you have to be competitive. So I would like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
The full ask, the 100K.
I think for the first, for 1 year, that would be good.
For 1 year gives me a hard time because I know that like a lot of times we just say, well, what did we do last year?
Right.
What did we do last? So it's kind of like once you get it in there, it kind of rides. That's why I was kind of like throwing out the idea of, you know, pegged to a certain project, especially being an enterprise fund where, you know, they do have control over their fees and what they're charging, so but I want to support it, and I just want to do it in a way that, you know, isn't gonna, you know, in 5 years when we're like, oh,
Yeah,
when did it
do
go up
another-
again? It, you know, for an additional 100,000 on a $400,000 contribution is a big jump in my mind. But I do support the mission and believe that it's a good use of the funds. So I just want to do it in a way that
Right.
We can,
Just on your,
we can somehow have it so that next year when we come to the budget season, it is mentioned that this was considered a one-time deal.
Just create 2 line items and one of them labeled, you know, one-time contribution. And remind us if.
A little more work, Gabe,
Right.
just a little more work.
yeah,
Okay,
like great.
I just appreciate your consideration and just
Oh.
reiterate how much tourism does affect.
We understand, yeah, thank you, Mike, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay. So we're right at 4 o'clock. We haven't gotten through the entire workshop. I know there's a lot more that you'd like to get from us.
I think we have to do it, right?
Crank it back, let's see it, come on.
all right. So
This has to go next Tuesday
Next
to a
Tuesday,
public
right.
hearing, so.
We could sneak in another one of these.
Yeah, let's-
yeah,
Well, and, I think the rules are meetings can't start early, but they can start late. So if we start our regular
Rule I would-
meeting late, that does not violate any open and public meeting
Okay.
act.
right.
But we can't start 10 minutes early.
Let's get through let's get through our decision point document.
Great. Sounds great. I'll try to stay on task.
Okay, so we got that 100K allocation increase request for solid waste special service district that will be entered. I'm gonna let Mallory hit on some of the decision points before kind of going into some more nebulous topics.
Okay.
You enlarge it.
The
but-
general ones, or can we talk
Like
about,
fire district, you want to
Yeah,
there?
entity
Fire.
contributions.
this is a hard decision for you all to make, I think. This year they asked for 200,000. Last year they received 100,000, and I believe just a few years ago it was 30,000. So very, very large increases. I'm learning that I am very cheap. So I have a lot of sticker shock in general with the budget, but I don't know that amount is realistic.
I also got sticker shock around this one. I have seen it go up and up over the years, and I kind of remember the last year when we approved the 100,000, it was with the understanding that by this time this year, they would have expanded their boundaries to kind of like,
Cover that.
yeah, and so I am more into maintaining it at that 100,000 that we did last year.
And one thing I did, and this it's based off of really nothing, but looking at last year, this point with the numbers that they sent us, that I projected that they would have 60 out of district calls. If we go off of that, we would be 76 this year. So just looking at if we did 60, $100,000 for 60 calls, I think we would be at 126,000 for 76 calls. It's just
That was-
picking numbers out of,
Right.
it's so hard to know.
That was kind of my thought, was to maybe bring it up just a little bit, like 125, but
And so I'm looking at a spreadsheet here, which you sent me, which I think is them taking all the calls from 22 and just assigning, you know, the fee schedule to them and then projecting out for the last few months, and that comes to 145. Is that, am I interpreting it correctly? So that's what they're saying. Okay.
From 2022 or?
Yeah, for 2022.
Gabe, is this in the current budget at 200,000?
I thought I remembered their last year being at 100,000 and the year prior to that, it was at 135,000, I believe, Kevin, in the meetings that you and I've gone to and Trish, but so I think it went from 135 down to 100 and now it's back up with a request of 200.
I don't think so. But
Doesn't
when
sound right.
Philip was fire chief, he was the one that first came to us and asked for an increase. And there was a lot of confusion. He thought he could get TRT money. So he came in thinking the county had all this huge amount of money because he read in the paper. And we were fairly unsuccessful in explaining to him that, no, this comes from the taxpayers. This is property tax that we could give you. And prior to that, it was, I can't remember, it was very small amount. And then we increased it to, I think, 70, and then we increased it to 100. So we've been significantly increasing it while their call volume hasn't increased that much. So,
So is it in the budget at 200? So if we
Right.
cut it, we, okay.
Get a little closer to our
That'd be
bottom
great.
line. Like Trish said, I'd probably be in favor of $1.25 or something like that. Seems,
125.
I definitely think it needs to increase. I'm not gonna pick the dollar amount it needs to increase. I do think that they have increased their load tremendously in what they're doing for the district. And I also know that we're trying to negotiate with them in the future here to take on the entire county. So before I would go cut what their request is, I think that I would look to them a little bit and maybe for some justification, but I don't want to endanger our negotiations, I guess I'm saying here, by telling somebody that their request is unwarranted if it truly it isn't unwarranted. And I don't know enough about it to make that determination, but we could be sending a message here.
So I guess I looked a bunch at their fee schedule and some of the calls and trying to figure out if there was a way that we could do a quarterly invoicing based on what they're actually responding to. But it gets so complicated because we don't want to step into the place where we're saying, okay, send us your bill. Oh, now you sent 4 vehicles out. We
Right.
think that this type of incident, you only need
Sure.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
So-
hard thing.
That was the only other thing I could think of that would make it fair and equitable. I don't know.
I mean, I think increasing it and making it really clear, like, we're obviously nobody's getting everything that they want. Oh, maybe that's not true. Maybe some people are, but you know, it's just, this is an unpleasant time for all of us. Nobody's gonna get their, just make that clear, like this is a tough budgeting season.
And I
So we increased a little bit to respect, what you're doing for us, and we'll see where it goes.
And I did tell Kathy that we were getting a huge amount of requests and that there was no way we were going to be able to fund everyone what they requested. So I think they've got a heads up. Plus I told my husband who's on the commission.
I do, I'm not necessarily endorsing this, but I'm looking at the cover letter that the fire department wrote with this fundraising increase in their justification. And I think the main thing they did is they looked at their overall budget. And then they looked at what percentage of that was, out of district calls. And that worked out to either, 260,000 or 270,000, depending on how you did it. And then there's also, I don't know if the spreadsheet was attached or something separate, but there's a spreadsheet that kind of estimates that if we had done like an a la carte, fee schedule for 2022, it might have come out to 146 or something like that. I agree with what Bill said earlier, that we are engaged in talks with them, and this isn't just purely a budget request that, affects other things. And so I don't know where that leads exactly, but I just wanted to second what Bill said there. I think, you know, part of the issue though is that they're their own, you know, they can
That's
set their own
right.
tax rate. And they have recently hired a lot more employees and have, you know, upped their taxes by a pretty large percentage. And so that makes, you know, the out of district calls cost more too. So we, you know, I think a lot of the increase is just them choosing to have more firefighters available and that kind of thing.
Paid firefighters.
So, you know, paid as opposed to, you know, shifting from a more reliance on volunteers to more reliance on full-time staff. I do think we should do some kind of increase, you know, I would consider 150 also, but I'm not gonna throw a big fit if, you know, it's only 125, though I do think it will probably sour relationships with them as we continue to discuss, you know, transition, you know, them expanding the district so that we can become more financially disentangled from them in the long run, so.
Yeah, I mean, with that idea, I think that it would be nice, you know, as a citizen, I think it'd be great if some of that disentanglement happened, you know, I think that it's a bit of a shell game when all the city residents are paying for the district and their taxes, and then as county residents, we're paying again to the same organization. And so I would imagine if I was on the district, it might be nicer to not have to ask for these asks and just say, hey, this is where we respond. This is where we're going to anyway. These are our boundaries. These are our costs, you know, and it's not, you know, as a citizen, we're not paying them, you know, once through the city and once through the county. And so, that's kind of my motivation to not go big, is to kind of encourage that process that's been going on for years to have the boundaries truly reflect the boundaries that they respond in, and get that underway, because I think that would just be a cleaner budget for everyone. So.
Yeah, one more thing, and I think they're not charging San Juan County like they are charging us, which is really interesting because this is, you know, they live in Grand County. These are Grand County taxpayers, and yet they're giving San Juan County a break, and then they're coming to us and asking for a huge amount, which to me is confusing.
I don't know. I mean, I understand transitioning to a more full-time fire department because their district does stretch quite a ways. And I, for one, am not interested in a less than adequate fire department if they got to be called to my house. So I'd be real careful trying to cut costs and comparing what the San Juan County pays. I don't think that has anything or any value here. What we're trying to do is establish something in the future where they cover this entire county for us. And so I'm with Kevin. I think we want to be careful with the message. And I think that, you know, I don't want a half-rate fire department showing up at my house when there's an emergency. So.
Well, we're not cutting costs. I mean, they're asking for twice the amount. So we're just trying to come up with a number that, you know,
Right.
so.
Yeah. So the numbers that have gotten thrown out have been 125 and 150. Are we comfortable with somewhere in between those, Mike?
I'm with Kevin on the 150.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm good with it too. Let's do 150.
Okay, next. Gabe,
All
can I
right.
just keep going? USU extension this year. They did ask for a bit more. I think they have a new employee in the position. But I would recommend that we don't increase that. To me, it's.
What is the approximately 10? Is that the increase 10,000 or?
Yeah, that's for equipment that Corey asked for. It's a UTV and a trailer to go with it. It's kind of an unusual request based on the relationship we have with Extension for us to sort of buy equipment like in that way. I will say Corey is really great.
He's awesome.
We're
He's
so lucky
wonderful.
to have him.
Yeah,
brings
he
a
is.
lot of enthusiasm to
Yeah.
that role and helping with the fair.
So
But
we're deciding whether to spend 10,000 or
Yeah.
not, basically.
I would just say going through our own budgets
Yeah.
and making people cut so much.
Shouldn't be.
I
No,
That's a good point too.
have to take care of.
What is our regular contribution to them? How much?
I think it's
76, I want to say, 75.
But this is an addition.
And that's mostly towards wages.
Mostly towards salary for the staff, not even Corey's. It's staff salary and some, that's a fairly small amount for operations. But USU covers the rent for the, the facility, benefits and all that sort of stuff.
I'm good with no.
I think the equipment kind of sets a new precedent than what we've been doing in the past, so.
But you gotta ask.
That's right.
Okay, sounds like there's a consensus
You
no
gotta
on an extra
measure all the
10,000.
Okay. EMS mentioned this year when they did their Hilt Silt request that they'd like an additional 150,000 for an ambulance. My recommendation would be to deny this. I don't know that the city contributes much to anything. In the past 2 years, I think they've put that out there every year, and every year have said we need more money because we need to purchase a new ambulance and the costs go up. And again, I don't think we can afford to take care of others when they have that ability and could maybe.
Can you speak to this, Evan?
I
Probably
mean,
the best.
they'll probably rake me over the coals for doing so, but, I think that there may be other opportunities of funding sources to get a hold of an ambulance. I think one of the things to keep in mind with EMS in general, though, is they're not really able to, they don't control their rates. You know, it's not like they can just decide to charge more. That's mostly through Medicaid and Medicare and stuff. And, so they don't have a lot of opportunity to kind of, make more money, you know? I think that, you know, later on the agenda, we have an agreement where we're asking them to kind of pay the county for some of the stuff that we offer. And I think that there might be rooms for, you know, fudging some of that sort of stuff, you know, and so I'm okay with like not handing them money if we also don't hand them a bill.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
Well,
Same thing.
I think that it's also gonna be a unique one because I don't fully understand it, but they're going under DPS next year, right? Department of Public Safety.
I don't know all that's, it's for the later discussion.
Well, I think it's in a way will be part of the later discussion because I think it almost their ability to do certain things will be limited because they will be.
Yeah, I think that's kind of part of, for this particular item, as much as they would love to have it, and like I said, they'll probably rake me over the coals, I don't think they'll be flabbergasted if we don't approve it. They're not gonna be like, what the hell? Didn't see that coming.
They are looking for other funding sources.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to Bill's point too, of like, you kind of want the A team showing up when you call and you need them, you know,
Yeah.
and you don't want it like.
I don't want one to be busy when I call it, so.
Well, I mean, the whole reality, the ambulance is like sitting in a diesel shop in Colorado right now, like in Fort Collins, so. It is kind of a constant thing that comes up again and again, so.
So right now, most of their funding comes from the rural hospital tax. Cut
Yeah,
that.
so,
So-
it's through sales tax and services that are.
Okay, because, I mean, this has come up before, but most counties that charge that tax charge it 1%, you know, which is the max allowed, and Grand County elected to only charge 0.5%. So there's an extra 0.5% of, you know, healthcare money that we could collect through sales taxes if we wanted to. And I think if our places like EMS or the care center or, you know, whatever, need more money, the logical way to do it is to work on doing, and we've been saying that to them for at least a couple of years. And I think you know, it's their responsibility to kind of take the initiative and help do the publicity and paperwork we need to, if we're gonna raise that.
Where does this money come from? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Where's this request coming from, the money, Gabe? I mean, is it out of our general budget here, or?
I think that this, unless I, you know, after review of statute, potential, the TRT mitigation fund could potential fund balance could be used for that purpose. I'm not 100% sure on that. For something like equipment especially, but otherwise I think it's safe to say that it would be a general fund.
But if it was mitigation, then that would just increase our general fund by the same amount somewhere else. So I mean, mitigation money is,
Not if it was out of the savings, out of the fund balance, I guess is what I was saying.
But it's
still
kind of
disagree with
taking
even
away
that.
from the sheriff to pay EMS.
Yeah,
I think is a general one, if it was TRT.
I see.
Right. All right, ambulance, everybody. Yeah.
Gabe, can I go out of order here?
Please.
So I sent you all something just for some significant plans. Some of our employees probably never want to see an email from me again, but another round of sticker shock. So I went through and I identified some plans that I think we desperately need and a few that we don't. And I'll start with what I don't think we need. And I did inform them all that I would be saying this. So I'd say the first one will go with planning and zoning. They requested $80,000 for a general plan compilation, formatting, design, and that would include a consultant preparing renderings and illustrations for the future land use plan. I really probably drove Elisa crazy asking for clarifications because I think how I'm reading what she's saying is that we have to spend this money at least for illustrations for the future land use plan in order to approve it, in order to amend the land use code, in order to look at a density bonus increase. I do not think that that is required. I think that is maybe best practice. I think that would be great in a world where we had money like that to spend.
Yeah.
So I struggle with this one.
Didn't our whole general plan cost about 100,000?
Our whole general plan was 60,000.
Oh, so less than the ask here.
Yes, and
Right. Am I
think
gonna
there
have a
was-
chance to speak at any point?
yes,
Okay,
like soon. Sorry.
Is that who is that, Elisa? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if now's a
well,
good time.
whenever Mallory's ready, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I'll
Go
just
ahead, Elisa.
Okay, so the general plan actually was done in-house. If you're talking about the future land use analysis that we spent, I think it was around $60,000 for the consultants that were out of Washington, Seattle. The SCJ consultants, they did their future land use analysis and the deliverables were not complete. They kind of told us what we already knew. So I've been working with that. We also have a general plan that was done in-house by John mainly. It had a ton of gaps. It's not finished by any means. The future land use plan, at this point, we do need the consultants to finish it, to get it over the finish line. It is imperative. We're at a point with my staff, like me, is I'm the only one working on this. And I put in a lot of hours, many hours. We've done a lot in-house that we could do. But at this point, we need at least, I could say we could maybe cut back on the 80,000 request and go to 40. And that would cover just the future land use, the chapter 6 of the general plan, which is the land use chapter. That would cover revising the chapter 6, incorporating the future land use plan into that. And it's not just illustrations, it's like, it's more of the urban design skill set that we need the consultants to help us advise, make recommendations on, and bring a version of the future land use plan back out to the public that we can present at neighborhood workshops to finally get everybody's buy-in and adopt a plan that everybody can, I mean, not everybody, because it won't ever be everybody, but you know, for the majority that we can get consensus on these huge changes that we're proposing for future development in the valley. It's going to affect housing, transportation, water. I mean, land use chapter of the general plan is the most important and critical chapter, and it literally trickles down to everything in terms of growth and development for the next 10 to 20, 30 years. So that's what I'm advocating for. And I appreciate that there are so many other budget needs and really important things. But I'm just saying from my perspective, I won't be able to finalize this effort in a way that's like, that really is like something that could be adopted. It's just, it's just not at that point. I've done all the mapping I can do, but I don't have the drafting skills to pull off the rest of it.
So I guess, and I know Kevin's gonna say something, but my question is just, can we move forward with good enough? You know, like, can we really not make changes without hiring a consultant to create a plan that, I mean, maybe it helps with some public engagement and getting input, but is it crucial when we need to make budget cuts? But I'll
Right.
let Kevin.
Okay. Go ahead.
She said,
I had
Do
a
I-
question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so you're saying you would be comfortable with, you wouldn't be what you wanted, but 40,000 as opposed to 80,000 would work for this year to at least get chapter 6 completed?
That's correct. Yeah, and the 80,000 was gonna include more of a comprehensive revisions to the rest of the chapter to bring all of the entire document up to the level of quality that the chapter 6 land use is going to be. And fill in some of the gaps, like we have the transportation chapter, which does not align with the Unified Transportation Master Plan, which we just adopted. Those are not in alignment. The Affordable Housing Master Plan, that is getting adopted soon. That is not in alignment with the general plan. And I know these things sound a little like lofty, whatever, but it's comprehensive long-range planning. It's your general plan. It should be very important to get these things right. And I just feel like that general plan update that we had back in 2022 or early 2023 was sort of just a start to the effort. It wasn't a finished product. So the 80,000 was for the whole thing, to bring it back up, bring it up to a standard that is actually user-friendly, organized formatting that we can put up online and have it accessed, easily accessed and user-friendly. But if we,
Well, at least-
want to parse out that 40,000 for the future land use chapter or the land use chapter, that would be doable as a compromise.
At least, how does a revision of the land use code fit in with, is that included in what you're talking about, or is that some
Well,
future?
it definitely will inform major aspects of the land use code amendments. Having the consultants on to kind of advise on what the urban design, what the built form should look like for these higher density residential zoning districts that we're proposing. It will be hugely informative for when I go forward with the land use code amendments. Yes, for sure.
Okay, but the land use code amendments are gonna be done in-house then, that's not a
Yeah.
separate contract?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
for sure.
I want to, I think a lot of what we do as planning and zoning is one of the core functions. And I do think that we've squandered money in the past on general plan efforts. You know, I think some of these consultants have not always given us what I need, but I think that Elisa has pared it down to the important stuff. And so I'm in favor of the full $80,000 ask personally, so.
Okay, I want to just interject for a second. We have a bunch of citizens out here that are waiting to be heard, and I'd like to just finish talking about this plan and then take a quick recess and allow for a citizens to be heard session and then get back.
Have we gotten far enough along that we can just put a name and bring this up in the next meeting, all of this part, Gabe?
I think I think there is still some more stuff that we need
Just get
to
our
address.
regular meeting started.
Or what about
Okay.
this evening after?
Yeah, we could do it after the rest of our meeting.
It's actually that's a good idea.
Yes.
I'd be in favor of that. Okay, I would like to finish the discussion just on this general plan first. Let's wrap this up since we've already got Elise on here and we're already going, and then we can
So can I ask Kevin a question? So Kevin, you're saying you're in support of the whole 80,000. Do you have ideas of where else in the other categories that we could cut to make that up?
Yeah, I mean, we've got huge lists of, I think we're not done looking through all the possible cuts. So I'm if I have to specify $80,000 somewhere else, I will, but I think, we're in the midst, we're partway through going through a long list of possible cuts. And this, I don't, to me, this is one of the cuts we shouldn't make. I voted in favor of lots of other cuts, and we'll, before this decision, and we'll also after.
Or because of your time on the planning commission, your thoughts, I take very seriously. Thank you.
And this is currently in the budget?
The full 80 is currently in the budget.
Yeah. And what was it, what have we trimmed just today? We're getting a lot closer to the mark already, huh?
We were within 300,000 about an hour ago, but then I think we increased it by giving money to EMS and things like that. So-
I can put together just a little sheet to share my screen, because I've got a few plans that we really need to add, and so then we can have the holistic view.
Yeah.
More information.
Okay, so do you want to, let's see, we talked about continuing the workshop after our regular meeting, tabling it until after our meeting, and we can start with the plan when we come back to it. Okay, we still have, we have a Thompson and a Board of Equalization. So what I'm proposing is taking a 5-minute recess, doing a citizens to be heard session, and then getting going with our regular agenda.
Okay.
Does that sound okay to everybody? It's great. Okay, I'm going to recess the workshop until after our regular meeting. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll come back to a citizens to be heard session starting at 4:40. Gotcha. All right, I haven't started the regular meeting yet, but we are due for citizens to be heard, and we have a number of citizens who it looks like want to be heard today. So we're going to change it up a little bit and offer a citizens to be heard session right now. Before we get going, we have two meetings before a regular meeting, a Board of Equalization meeting and a Thompson Springs Special Service District meeting. So to expedite citizens to be heard, I'll do that now. I'll also entertain our standard 6 o'clock citizens to be heard session as well. So if you don't get a chance to speak now, or if you tune in at 6 o'clock, you'll still have a chance to be heard. So with that said, I'll take just rate with citizens to be heard. If you're in the audience, raise your hand and I'll invite you forward. I'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Please start by introducing yourself. And then we'll also go to citizens to be heard on Zoom. And on Zoom, just raise your hand or unmute, and I'll kind of go back and forth, but I'll start with a couple of people in the chambers right now. I have a gentleman in red coming forward.
That's a fine looking hat.
My name is Kent Dalton. I am a fifth generation person here. My family was actually at the seventh home in Moab. We've had land on the mountain since then. I own a home there right now. The elevation on my porch is at 10,000 feet. So everything you propose is going to affect me drastically. We use that mountain, the cabin that we have, the home that we have up there year round. I just got off the mountain from 3 days up there yesterday. I don't understand how you guys can make choices and decisions that will affect everybody in this county without talking to the landowners. I've never been contacted. I found out about this just this morning. And so we come in a fighting mode to kind of protect what we have. But if you call us in and we could talk one-to-one and discuss this thing, maybe we could come up with a reasonable thing. If you cut off the mountain, it's the only recreation that we have in this area that's at those elevations, and everybody that snowmobiles will be cut off. Hunters will be cut off because you're going to cut them out in the summertime stuff if you cut off the whole thing. There's a lot of land on that mountain that never gets used, but it seems like when people get in some kind of authority position, you want to take things away from the public, and that mountain's not big enough to take any land away. Red Ranches owns most of the land up there, and everybody else recreates around them. We built a nice road up this side of the mountain so the bikes can take, the tours and stuff like that up there. But it seems like anybody with a motorized vehicle gets cut back. I've seen it where we have used trucks and Jeeps, and then the roads got cut back. So we went to side-by-sides, and the trails got cut back, and the trails were just the roads that were there before. And now that's not good enough. We want to take and cut off everything motorized. I don't understand how this can work. And I don't understand how, when the public has a deadline for comment period, but the county council can ignore that and still comment on what's happening. I don't understand how that works. It seems like there's a set of standards for everybody in this world today, and I don't believe that could happen. Grand County is not that big. It's Moab, Thompson Springs. And we've all got to live in this area together, and you're whittling it down over and over and over. The BLM just cut out land to where we can't access some of the canyons. And you're wanting to cut the mountain out. We don't have anywhere to go. This is all we have.
And I strongly advise you not to do that, to look at it instead of just across the board say, we're gonna close the mountain off. The motorized vehicle from this elevation up. I don't think that's a good plan. I think you need to step back, look at what you're outlining here, talk to people. Not under these circumstances, but maybe in some kind of a planning meeting. And come up with something. I understand how people have come to this area and ruined part of it. I'll admit that. It was, come look at us, come in, enjoy the country, and then all of a sudden we got all these problems. My family, when we started in the 1920s, we timbered, we ran cattle, we ran horses, we lived up there all summer long. I remember when I was a youth, we went up 1 week after school got out, and we come home 1 week before school started. We lived up there. We hunted, we fished, we recreated. I believe we took care of that land very well. I just don't see the need that we need to keep downsizing everything we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers like to come forward? Just raise your hand. Jason?
I like to lock chairs.
Thanks.
Okay.
Cool, Bill.
So I'd like to comment on alternative D that you guys are proposing from the winter standpoint. I like to snowmobile in the winter in LaSalle. And it's a great place to snowmobile, but there's not a lot of area up there. Alternative D, if you look at the DEIS, it limits drastically the area that you can snowmobile in LaSalle. Most snowmobile in LaSalle happens between above 9,000 foot, about the 9,000 foot level above is about where you can do it. And everything kind of below about the 7,500 foot level is open for winter recreation, but that top area where it gets the snow is closed according to alternative D with the winter management plan. And so by favoring alternative D, you're basically shutting off that form of recreation in the south, and it's just not possible to do it at lower elevations, because of the topography, the scrub oak and vegetation that's down there. So I would like, that if you guys are, shooting for having a supplemental DEIS, that things like winter recreation, are open and are part of that, that it takes into account, those that live in this area that recreate up there. And then as far as summer recreation and the dispersed camping, I hope that you guys look at that alternative D. Because a lot of locals do use dispersed camping during the fall seasons, during hunting seasons, stuff there. And I think when the Forest Service came up with trying to limit dispersed camping, it had to do with, with the people who were camping long term in these areas and the impact that it had on it. Whereas, the dispersed camping is a very critical to locals who live in this area during the spring and fall months, especially during hunting seasons and stuff like that. So I hope you take into account that, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jason. All right, someone else in the chambers? Yes, sir.
I'm Louis Bale from Madboro Power Sports. We're the only licensed power sports dealer service shop in basically the Moab Grand County area. So we were looking at the proposal and we see another issue that we didn't see addressed, which is the economic concern. And then also basically what we do is we actually help service all the government vehicles. So the Rangers, BLM Fire Department, search and rescue, all which have specialized vehicles which are used to help, in like emergency situations such as the fire that broke out a couple of years ago, search and rescue with the 6-wheeled Ranger that can only get into certain areas. If these trails are limited and access is limited, it'll limit our income, which will limit our ability to help maintain these services. The majority of our income isn't actually from maintaining that specialized equipment. It's from out-of-state commerce and locals. If the trail access is limited, there'll be less of that use of vehicles, which will limit our business. So from our perspective, we'd like to see what the county feels would be the economic impact. You know, if we limit these trails, is it gonna run the only place that's able to maintain essential equipment out of town? Because for us right now, we actually employ people, we offer competitive wages, we have benefits, vacation, healthcare. We try to get back to the community. We're actually part of the Grand County, I'm trying to think of the name, but for the high school, we bring in interns to help them introduce into business, to try to teach them a little bit of mechanics if that's what they're interested in. So we're trying to serve the community in our own right, but this move to maybe limit access or limit the amount of trails or opening new trails will negatively impact us, we feel 100%. So we'd like to see some kind of a study or some kind of information on what that effect could be. Considering LaSalle's are right on the Colorado border, we have so many people that come over from Colorado to us, which brings in money, which a lot of is hunting, which is UTV, ATV, motorcycle access, recreational trail use. So to us, we completely understand all of the recreational aspect, but we see another economic and then civil service side of this, where if there's no one to maintain search and rescue specialized ambulances, what impact does that have on the community for hiking, rafting, climbing, boating, whatever else is going on? Because even though we seem like a power sports place, there's a lot more that encompasses our scope than just riding on trails. So we really would like to see the council kind of pursue that aspect and maybe come up with other options, and try to see what we can possibly work out to see if there's a way that we can still survive here economically. Because considering that you'd have to basically go to Grand Junction to get parts, service, basic things like oil filters, it would really put a stress and strain on the community. As it is, we struggle to put most of the government and county equipment first. And like I said, for us, it's, you know, the winter aspect. If there was more winter recreation like snowmobiling, it would give us more income, which would give us more ability to create jobs. We can give back to the community more. We're always involved with fundraisers. You know, we sponsor Red Devil Sports. And like I said, working with the high schoolers, trying to bring them in and give them exposure to jobs and the outdoors and power sports recreation. And then on top of that, we also like to consider the, you know, the physical aspect that a lot of these things that are motorized are sports. You know, maybe not a UTV just going the loop road, but closing single track trails or snowmobiling, they're very physical activities that some people, instead of going to yoga or the gym, use as their recreation to stay healthy. So we'd like to see some more of those aspects considered in all of this, because I think it's more than just limiting trail use or expansion from a recreational conservation standpoint. There's a lot of economic impact and service impact that will be had on Grand County. I mean, our reach goes all the way to Price, to Cortez, to people from Grand Junction, because of the specialized work we're able to do and provide the community with. So,
Thank you.
thanks.
Let's get, is there anyone online? If you're online, raise a hand. Is anybody? Is there a McCray Ellis online that wanted to be heard? If so, unmute and you can speak. I'll go back to the chambers then. If there's anyone online, just when the next person is finished, just raise your hand. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lexi Dalton. I'm actually Kent Dalton's daughter-in-law. As he spoke to you earlier and explained, this mountain is very important to our family. Our family has property up near Dark Canyon Lake. If you've ever been there during the summer, it's our solace. It is our home. But additionally, we utilize this property significantly in the winter. And if you love Dark Canyon during the summer, you should see it in the winter, because it really is a special place for us. There's been a few comments about various things, but I'd like to just maybe provide a different perspective on how our family utilizes this property during the winter, especially. We access our property using Geyser Pass and also LaSalle Pass. So if any motorized access is limited to those areas, it completely impacts the way that we access our family home on the mountain. It is a cabin, and I know that that sounds like a recreational space and that we're using the mountain for recreational purposes, but it's really so much more than that. It really is our home. We spend many holidays up there, snowmobile and pack in everybody, dogs and kids and everything you can think of to spend Christmas together as a family up at that cabin. We go and get our Christmas trees and drag them out. We hunt. We do all those things year round. It's not just in the summertime when we can access it easily. We utilize every chance we get to be able to access that space in the winter as well. So I just want to provide that alternative perspective. And I would really urge you, I know you've got this letter drafted to the Forest Service, but I would really urge you to reach out to property owners in that area and maybe get that perspective, because I think there's so much focus on recreation and we automatically think of tourism along with that. But again, this is our home. It has been for generations, and to limit our access to that during the winter would significantly impact our family. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Evening, my name is Tyler Welch. I was born and raised here in Moab, and my family's been here forever. They own a cabin up in Willow Basin as well. It's at like 9,200 feet. I recreate up there regularly, summer, winter. I take my family up there. We do sledding, and like, I'm just coming at this from a personal perspective as well. So I'm just a huge fan of maintaining access. I'm a combat veteran. Like, we all pay taxes, and we'd all like to enjoy access as much as we can within a reasonable mind space. But I'm not super familiar with what your proposals are, but I've kind of gathered a little bit thus far. And 9,000 feet definitely is kind of silly for snowmobiling access for sure. I backcountry ski, I telemark, I put skins on. I'll snowmobile into a place and I'll find a peak that I want to go to that I deem to be safe and skin up it and then custom turns back down it. For me to just do that on skins from, you know, a parking lot would be massively different. It'd take me multiple days. You know how it is. We all work a job, and it's difficult to take a week to go play out in the snow. And if you can snowmobile half the way and go up, rest, and same with the summer aspect. So my wife and I own a motorcycle dirt bike tour company as well. And I spend most of my summer up there. I'm actually like really stressed financially throughout the summer because I hardly have any income. And I use those mountains regularly to go up and access on the Sitla tracks. And I use the Forest Service roads for access as well. And we pay a permit to Forest Service and Sitla. And I think any type of reduction on that would negatively impact, you know, our business for sure. And we also have like a really limited source of income in this valley. It's all pretty much tourism based. You know, there's not a whole lot of money coming in through other sources. So it's great to be able to have options for mountain bikers, climbers, hunters, fishers, motorcycle tour companies, you know, all the hut-to-hut mountain bike companies running those trails all the time. And any type of reduction would negatively impact us for sure. And also, like, I know Moab was stressed this summer. There wasn't a whole lot of money coming in. So any type of further reduction makes it harder and harder for us. So, I also fully like respect Cliff with respect, and like whatever he's suggesting, you know, is probably a good thing to lean on from the motorized community. So,
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you.
Anyone back online that had their hand raised? Checking back in with that. All right, I'll go back to Cliff. You had your hand up.
I'm Cliff Kuntz, Chair of the Motorized Trails Committee in Grand County. And also, you probably know that I direct right with respect to nonprofit. I'm gonna talk about the land management plan, as you might guess. And first, I want to thank you for delaying the agenda item on this. You can blame me for being after the public deadline, but my understanding is that cooperating agencies can do so. In terms of the recreation opportunity spectrum, I think it's largely misunderstood. I want to point out that since 1986, current plan, 90% of the national forest has been zoned motorized, yet all the single tract and cells and half the roads roughly have been closed to motorized use since then. So motorized zones are obviously friendly to non-motorized recreation. In fact, motorized zones in terms of the footprint on the ground of these routes are 99% non-motorized. I realize that the sound can carry. Also, the non-motorized zones would now be 100% non-motorized, thanks to new standards and guidelines in the draft LNP. So quote balance doesn't require that half or anything like half the forest be in a non-motorized zone. All the draft's action alternatives, B, C, and D, zone as non-motorized almost all of the mountainous part of the Moab Ranger District. You know, the part lower down with the Indian juniper woodland, it's just not a densely forested and mountainous experience that people are looking for to beat the heat and everything else. Steeper slopes are not a problem for a well-designed motorized trail. In fact, they help when we have a rolling condor and side hill, make it easier to drain water. The denser forest at those higher elevations also helps dissipate noise. And of course, we have electric vehicles coming online, certainly over the course of this LMP, which might last 20 years, but it might last more like 40, which is how long the current one is going to last by the time this is all said and done. Ride with Respect's reroutes in the Abajo Mountains have proven that motorized single track can be enjoyable for non-motorized uses, it can be sustainable, it can be of no significant cost needed for maintenance, and the upfront costs of construction can be covered by the state OHP grants. When it comes to trails specifically, the last 37 years have proven that our whole community doesn't need any more restrictions in LaSalle's by and large. We need more trails in terms of the quantity, the quality, and the variety of trails. The boundaries of these non-motorized ROS zones, as well as the recommended wilderness areas or RWAs, needs to be far enough away from the routes to facilitate properly designed reroutes, as expressed by your staff people. Remedies to major washouts oftentimes require some lateral space. Fire breaks, which need to be much wider than the roads themselves. Parallel trails, which need to have a little strip of trees in between them to provide any kind of trail experience. So I'm more than halfway done here. When it comes to wilderness, smaller parts of the forest, like the Mount Gill RNA, can certainly be set aside for preservation-oriented management, but recommending wilderness areas and managing areas like wilderness in the meantime is simply not needed for the sake of non-mechanized recreation or natural resources. The wilderness-like management not only prevents consideration of motorized and mountain bike trails in the future, which of course have to be fully vetted through their own environmental assessments, but it prevents the management of more developed hiking trails. It prevents logging as a tool that's cost-effective and lower carbon footprint than fire for reducing fuels, preventing those most catastrophic high burning fires that scorch the soil, promoting understory growth for wildlife, reducing the tree density to increase the water to the aquifer. So back to recreation, and my last point here is that in terms of the range of alternatives, all the action alternatives are dramatically more restricted than the current LNP. And so there already is a wide range of alternatives. And in fact, all of these alternatives, the action alternatives, are more restrictive than recent LMPs I've seen in other national forests, such as the Ashland. What the current LMP needs in terms of recreation is not a drastic overhaul. It just needs refinement. Thank you.
Thanks, Cliff. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Brittany Ellis. Thanks for letting us
come to you and give you our concerns. I too have property on the mountain that my ancestors so sacrificed so that we could do that, in which our cabin sits at the higher elevation as well. My family are avid snowmobilers, and I've been really grateful to have a place near our home, so we don't have to travel so far away, to give them an opportunity to learn to ride and then to also become, better. And the higher elevation is what we need. I have to agree with Jason that you can't really do snowmobiling on the mountain as a recreation at the lower elevations. It's very difficult. The machines aren't able to cross those paths unless they're on a very specific area. The vegetation and those areas do not meet the needs of snowmobiles. I would just, I think a lot of points have been already brought up. I'm sure you guys can go through and see all the things. I think it's really important that you understand that maybe you don't snowmobile, or maybe you don't access the mountain the same way that all of us do. You need to keep in mind all the other people who do and recreate. It's really important to us in our livelihood here. We sacrifice a lot to live in Moab, our jobs, our families, all of those sorts of things. And it's really important that we have an area where we feel like we can go and we can also enjoy our time in our area. And I think it's important that we also know where our responsibilities are as a council, how much input you have may make a difference in the Forest Service, and hopefully all of our individual opinions also do. But I think you need to also look at all of the people who actually use that. I mean, you may not ever be on a snowmobile, you may never go that high of elevation and not feel like it's really important. But when you do those things, it is important actually. So I would hope that you would consider not considering alternative D, especially because it really is not the best plan for the rest of us. Karen, I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Brittany. Back to Zoom, anybody, or? Okay, anyone else here? Last call for Zoom public comment, and I'll also say that we will have another public comment period in an hour at 6 o'clock. Anyone else here in the chamber who's like to come forward? All right, it looks like that's going to end our public comment period. Again, that was outside of our regular meeting. So we have a couple of meetings before our regular meeting, and the first one of those is a Board of Equalization meeting. So it is, what time is it? It's 5:06. I'll convene Grant County Board of Equalization meeting. Present are Board of Equalization members Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Tricia Dean, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jack Hadler, as well as County Attorney Stocks, County Clerk Waytek, County Administrator Mallory Nassau, and Associate Administrator Quinn Hall. And sorry. Let's see, the first item on our Board of Equalization agenda is approval of minutes from the November 9th, 2023 Board of Equalization meeting. Yes,
I make a motion to approve the minutes for the Board of Equalization meeting held on November 9th, 2020.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve minutes from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of said minutes? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approval of minutes from the November 9th meeting, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, our next BOE agenda item is the approval of updated 2023 Board of Equalization determination list. And I believe, let's see, our presenter here is Clerk Wojtek.
So I'll have to apologize for bringing this back up. I know it's been a touchy thing that I know that we all, wanted to put behind us, but I think this is being done right now in the interest of what you all had discussed in this last meeting, which is making sure that members of the public are have full access to their rights to appeal to the Utah State Tax Commission.
Basically what came to light is that there were a couple of errors and some omissions from the full list that you all approved at the last Board of Equalization. And so in order to ensure that we are maintaining those people's rights to appeal, I'm presenting this updated list to make sure that it's right. Treasurer Kaufman has assured me that this won't affect anyone's ability to pay their property tax bill. They'll be given the appropriate amount of extension in addition to the full 30 days from determination to submit their appeal to the state. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabe. Yes, Kevin.
I move to approve the proposed Board of Equalization hearing officer recommendations resulting from taxpayer valuation appeals during the 2023 BOE as updated.
Thanks. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner Winfield. Any discussion on this item? I think this cleans everything up. Should be the last Board of Equalization meeting for a while. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to the end of our Board of Equalization agenda. I will close our Board of Equalization meeting 5:09. I will now open our Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Board meeting. Present or everyone here who was here at the Board of Equalization meeting, and it looks like we have Chief Markham on the line as well. And I'm just pulling up our Thompson agenda. I'm all over the place here. Thompson. And let's see on the.
So I've
Sorry,
got one.
Yeah, I got it. So on our Thompson agenda, first, we have a consent agenda with approval of meeting minutes from the October 17th meeting. And the second item on our Thompson consent agenda is approval of bills. Total bills in the amount of $371.62. Total payroll in the amount of $1,791.92 for total bills and payroll in the amount of $2,163.54.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented by the chair.
Thanks, Kevin. I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of the consent agenda, raise your hands, and the motion passes unanimously. We are now to our general business action items. And the only action item we have is a presentation and adoption of our tentative 2024 Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District budget. And for that, we are Gabe, are you presenting that?
Well, Chief Markham will be able to speak more specifically to any details regarding it.
Okay, Mark, are you ready to present your budget?
Yeah, I'm here. I think Gabe has a better overall picture of the entire budget, but I do have the line items to be spending money on. Besides my salary, there's no increases to my salary for the year, besides what may be coming in a COLA. Gabe, I believe that's correct.
Correct.
If there are any questions about any of the items that will be budgeted for money to be spent, I'd be happy to answer any questions there. Nothing's gone up significantly other than, some fuel costs. Maintenance for the building has gone up just because of older heaters. And a bill we had last year that, prices of everything are going up, but nothing's gone up really that significantly in my budget. But if you all have my budget in front of you, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them though.
All right, and the budget was included in our packet on the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. Does anyone have any questions on that for Mark? Mary?
I move to approve the proposed 2024 budget for the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District.
Is that the order of operations, or I think
That's so.
Oh.
So you can approve it on that same day. That's a special district.
It looks like there's on the motion, it says there's a public hearing is going to be held on this December 5th. And then the budget is scheduled for approval on December 9th. Correct?
Okay, so we're just presenting it now and no action? Is that...
adopting the tentative.
I think you guys are required to adopt it.
Yeah,
Okay,
To adopt that tentative, okay.
okay, is that the motion that Mary just made or?
Oh, to adopt the tentative, oh, proposed, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Proposed to tentative.
All right,
I guess
so,
that's same
so there's a.
synonym.
Sorry, Mary, I totally blew that. Okay, so there's a motion on the table to adopt the proposed budget, and then this will come back to us for a public hearing in a week. And then on the 19th is when we would do the final approval of the budget. Okay, so I have a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Got that straight. Any further discussion about the budget? All those in favor of adopting the proposed budget? And that passes unanimously. All right. Back to our next item is the fire chief's report. And you're on, Mark.
Okay, I'll make this quick. Within the last month, we've had 3 incidents out on I-70, 2 rollovers and a vehicle fire. As far as our equipment goes in the building, everything's in good working order and has been winterized. So I hope for the best there. And then just one other thing, I don't know if anyone else was aware of this, but a couple of weeks ago, we had basically a crop duster flying really low to the ground around Thompson Springs. And I did some digging, and I guess I think it's the BLM or the state was dropping chemical to eliminate cheatgrass, which residents just saw a plane flying about 10, 15 feet off the ground spraying something for quite a period of time, and it caused quite a bit of alarm. So I was able to explain to those folks what was happening after a little bit of digging. I know there are some issues in the Moab area too. It's just a shame that, I mean, I'm all for getting rid of cheatgrass because it burns quite readily, but you know, some kind of notice to residents that this is going on instead of alarming people would have been nice. And I'm not exactly sure who's responsible for that, but in the future, if they were to do that, that'd be great to get a little bit of heads up. And
All
that's
right.
all I have.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it looks like we have come to the end of our Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. So I will adjourn that meeting and we will move on to our regular Grand County Commission meeting. All present are the same as who were here for each of our other meetings. So I won't go through that again. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And generally we'd have our citizens to be heard session following that, but we've already had our first session, and a reminder that we'll have our second session here in 45 minutes at 6 o'clock. We are, let's see, we are on to our regular meeting, and the first item on our regular meeting is our presentation. The presentation today is from BLM on lithium mining in Grand County, and Dave, I welcome Dave Powell's here. I see Dave in the back of the room. So Dave, please come forward at the table, and thanks for doing the presentation.
Sure, I'm gonna, you can join this Zoom meeting. Make it feel nice.
You already have the link for the Zoom meeting? Or you? Okay. So what are we waiting for? I think he wants to share his screen. You can share. Sure. On the sound, I'm not in. Oh. I got an email with that presentation. Somebody wants to return. I can make sure.
go to the, menu, you'll- if you go to the view, it's in the upper left. And full screen mode. All right, there's been a kind of an uptick in lithium exploration in Grand County, Utah. The first proposal we received were in 2017. I was actually the field office geologist at the time, so we had to kind of walk our way through these. The explorations for lithium is primarily based off of re-entry of old oil and gas wells. The current wells proposals are wells that are plugged and abandoned. So what they do is they'll go in and rehabilitate the well, insert a new casing, sample the intervals that they want for the salt brines that are associated with the oil and gas fields. The next slide, please. This is a list of the exploration projects we had. The first one was in Gold Bars, that's off Gemini Ridges Road, Gold Bars #2. And they did the well re-entry. We had to kind of walk our way through the process. We had oil and gas engineers review the proposals to ensure there wouldn't be undue or unnecessary degradations of oil and gas fields. It's active, that area is an active oil and gas leasing area in the Big Flood area. The second wells were along Long Canyon number 2 and Skyline wells. Those are the ones that would go out there in the south edge of Big Canyon. You can see them most of them from Long Canyon Road. And those 2 wells were explored under a notice level proposals, and those are not a federal action, but we go out and review the proposal, have it reviewed by oil and gas specialists, and then inspections during those times. Notice level proposals can last up to 2 years, and then can be renewed by the proponent for 2 years as well. The next, we can go back to one more time. The next proposal that we had was from American Potash. American Potash was bought out by another Canadian company that renamed itself New Tech Lithium. They were had a reverse takeover. American Potash is again the proponent. They proposed 8 new wells in the Big Flat area. These were 4 would be on federal land and 4 on Silva. And these would be new wells that we did. We are currently out for public comment for environmental assessment. The next proposals that we received were from Pan American. They're formerly Voltaic Minerals. This is for a proposal that was in the intersection of Highway 313, right where it turns off to Edwards State Park. It is well, it's just down from resources. It's also a well re-entry. It requires an environmental assessment because it's a large archaeological site. Could also potentially have water resource. The next one that we have, so back in the Blackstone Minerals, and this is the one that's made the news recently. This is the proposal that's up towards Green River. It's just off of Crystal Geyser Road, and it's originally had 2 wells that they wanted to re-enter, as well as they proposed some injection wells. So they've applied with the state of Utah for water withdrawals and water injection wells. They've also tied this portion to their private buildings. This one is a little bit different. They've broken off to a different company. They tried to do it under non-federal action, under 5 acres, but it's within 25 miles of the previous holdings. It's also would have surface occupancy within 90 days in a 21, which constitutes use of occupancy.
So before you go to the next slide, I noticed that a lot of those said Anson Resources in addition to another company name. Is that because they've got subsidiaries and they're trying to exploit some exceptions in the mining law or something?
Yeah, there are some split off companies. They worked at initially different blocks of mining things. They are. So looking at these, we do believe it's connected action. On their own claim is they're increasing their resource by 8%. This slide just kind of shows Moab, center of the map. You can see Green River, then you can see, if you're looking at the topography, there's a large valley. Next slide. This is roughly the outline in red of the Paradox Basin. Paradox Basin is a mineral rich area. It's downdropped in the Moab area. And basically goes from just north of Green River down to the Paradox Mountain, Colorado. Major mineral deposits that are associated with this are a lot of the uranium mines in this area. Elizabeth Valley copper mine, historic manganese mining up towards Green River. And the lithium mining are associated with brines with gas. The Moab field office has 900 oil and gas wells. Moab is tourist destination number 2, are mineral rich. 900 oil and gas wells with 750 approximately. So we have copper, oil and gas, uranium, lithium, as well as other salts that are associated with Paradox Basin. Those economic assets, enhanced resources that you can also. Next slide. The lithium proposals that we have off the left is Long Canyon number 2 well. That's after some of their exploration work over there. Well range. We have a pit started with install T so you can see the map on the right is a really busy map. Looking at proposals in the Big Flat area, so this is the area that's just north of Canyon Lake South Sky District, associated with entrance to Denver's Point State Park, as well as lots of dispersed canyon locations. Green squares in the upper left-hand corner are 4 wells that are proposed on federal for potash. And then the triangles that we see are most enhanced resources. That purple dot is Pan American Energy, which is just recently, excuse me, been acquired by resources.
Is that right at the intersection of 313 and out to, okay.
And you can see the staking. The companies put a hold on that proposal until we moves forward. Johnson currently has 2 expired notice, and that's Long Canyon and Skyline wells. So they need to be plugged in. Their 2-year initial notice of exploration, then extended it for 2 years that have expired. Mineral Canyon Federal 1-3 is the one that we had a decision on that. Environmental assessment, so it's December as well. There was an appeal requiring us to do more depth analysis on groundwater resources. Generally, in the past, the guidance has been state of Utah has privacy over groundwater, or this sort of withdrawal. There's some criteria where we required to analyze groundwater resources. Next slide, please. The last proposal that we received is this fuel styling geyser, which is just generally abandoned wells that like this, they can be plugged without some sort of marking to indicate a previous operator. Township section. This particular one is the one that they're so they're trying to tie into their Great River production facility. Those would be the closest one. It also means that they're also, this would be the northern extension of the resource. From the drill line management perspective, we have to be in concurrence with our resource management. These are just general guidance that we have in resource management planning. We have to be in concurrence with the regulation or in accordance with the regulations. Stipulations are generally followed to the extent practical for master basin plan, which we use those stipulations for oil fields. So they're consistent throughout. We do have mineral withdrawals in areas. So, Blackwater wilderness areas, except in Colorado. We continue. We have 3 rivers of which are Colorado. Those were still have pre-existing mineral extraction with their activities in those areas. Most of the areas. That's last reminder. Relationship to other statutes and regulations, obviously. Lithium is located in the federal side, so you could even locate it in the copper, uranium, sorts of lights. This is a little bit different. It's there. This is associated with the mineral salt. It's a process, kind of process. We also look at the mineral risk after the initial potash exploration. Potash is it's 2 different regions. Also, our process when it's when there's proposal for 5 acres or less that doesn't have any indication of undue unnecessary degradation to other resources in the area. We process that as a notice level proposal. That means that once we have their disciplinary to look at it, proposal. We look at things on the ground, do initial surveys, and couple of screening boards these days. Some of our outside inspections site initially describe the proposal. Resource specialists look at those. If there is no after the actions of those, resource specialists go out Sure. Regulations stay in place. That's generally stated. Has higher reclamation standards. Requires approximately 70% vegetation. Vegetative cover. 40% vegetation. So generally, reclamation is requirement satisfied state of Utah science. It's generally with 3 years. Request from South. But a picture on the right is done on 20 parking lot, just ensuring that archaeological resources adjacent to this road. This cleared that, we cleared our portion of it. See. The plan of operations, which we have to do for any of the projects, project which is environmental analysis. We have given you it's fairly high for most projects. Entire undertaking of that project is just under 4 years. So for that level of the project, source specialists.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, open it up for questions.
So, is it, I guess the lithium has to be extracted from the brine. What techniques are the companies proposing to use for that?
They've shipped their test samples off to different countries. My understanding is it's generally associated with renewables. It's different techniques. Electrolysis or processes. Take quite a bit of right to obtain the resource for it to be active.
But are they proposing like evaporation ponds, like a potash, or some kind of chemical process that has a smaller footprint? Or?
We haven't seen it as far as we would analyze that.
Looks like, I mean, just a little bit of, yeah, like if they take the slurry and then evaporate it. Are any of these companies, are they based in the United States or are they?
Generally, in general, junior mining companies do not do business as themselves in the United States because of the speculation that's done. Okay. So the stock markets are generally in Australia or Canadian. Hanson Resources is a junior mining company out of Perth, Australia. American Potash is junior. Okay.
Was curious, David, I know oil and gas works to our benefit in the fact that we can then apply for CIB funding. Where is the benefit to the county financially for lithium mining? Because I know that there is a slight move trying to move lithium mining to where it also can be taxed similar and CIB will benefit from it, but where is it currently?
Right now, it is a locatable mineral, so it's, the federal government doesn't tax it that way. The state of Utah would, similar to what they do with potash, and other salts in the West Desert area. Right now, it's still considered to be a locatable mineral. Now, there is a move in other areas to have it as a leasable mineral. And that's probably going to take an act of Congress to do this, but we don't. Right now, we are processing all the applications with under the 1872.
So are there water issue, either water disposal or water supply with these projects? I guess, is it gonna require a lot of water to get the lithium out?
It does, but the major source of the water is the lithium brine, which they would extract the salts. You need to dispose of the wastewater. I should backtrack just a little bit. They did apply for water rights with the state of Utah. There were some shortcomings in that proposal. The state of Utah declined to issue the water right, and the company then rescinded their request.
You talked about the evaluation of the impacts on other resources like the paleontology and the archaeology. Does recreation play into that anymore?
Absolutely. It's so the major recreation thing would be visual resource management. Visual resource management would be the major initial thing that we look at, and this is specifically for exploration. Once the teaser installed, it ends up playing like it ends up looking like a oil and gas drill pad without the pump jet. So it's a team. If it changes the economics if they have to actually pump. So these are high pressure zones that they're looking at. They're looking at natural flows up to 5,500 pounds per square inch, which are generally considered offshore pressures for oil and gas. So they're looking at controlling those pressures so that they can continuously recover the products from the subsurface.
And so there's no injection. It's just
at this point, there has been no injection. There have been, according to our conversation, our conversations with them, it would not be economically viable if they had to inject or.
And I know this is probably an unfair question, but do you have any idea of whether, the likelihood of this actually proceeding to reduction? I mean, would like the price of lithium have to double for this to be economical, or is it economical right now, or?
We haven't seen the recovery numbers yet. They haven't paid the state of Utah a royalty on anything they produce. Our knowledge is they produce 2 kilograms of the same gold. So I think they're still working on the economics to look at what they can recover, what depths, and what volumes. So I don't think they're that far into the process yet.
Any other comments or questions for David? All right. Thank you very much for that, David.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thanks, David.
All right, looks like we have no department or agency reports today, so we will move on to our general reports. And we start that with, as always, with commission member disclosures. Any commissioner here have anything they need to disclose concerning our agenda? All right, we'll move on to general commission reports and future considerations. Are you ready, Kevin?
No.
Okay. Evan,
Let's see, mine are pretty easy. It's budget season, so but most of the meetings that I attended revolved around proposed budgets and public hearings, etc. Those being for the healthcare district, the cemetery district, EMS. I think that everyone is kind of in a similar boat as ourselves, where there's kind of lots of hand wringing, but got something to put forward for hearings, and those will be happening over the next couple weeks. And everyone seems on par for adoption of their annual budgets.
all right, thanks, Mr. Winfield.
Yeah, I've got a few things. I honestly wish Ben had hung around one more.
Oh.
One of them just came in an email regarding his department a little bit, but I'll still go over it later on here. But, you know, first I've been part with all of you, the BOE meetings that have been going on here, and though we voted to send those to the state, I again want to reiterate that was with extreme duress, I think, for many of us. So that certainly took up some time of all of us, and I appreciate everybody going to the lengths that we could go to get educated on that. I was also part of the UAC board meeting, which took place on the 14th, I believe, just before the start of the convention. I mentioned the NACO letter, or I mentioned the fact that we paid 1% back out of the LACTEV funds, and that went to a fund which is supposed to help build a center for NACO. And there's discussions, both Montana and Utah would like to have that headquarters in their state. Currently, though, many of the other states are lacking in their 1% coming back. So UAC has held on to our 1%, not just Grand Counties, but every county actually in Utah has signed on and paid their 1%. So Montana and Utah are the only two states that have done that. Probably why the two of them want to see the headquarters, maybe.
Right.
But at any rate, they've held on to that money because if there isn't enough buy-in from other states, there's no point giving that. It amounts to about $850,000 for the state of Utah. There's no point giving it to NACO to never see a return for it. So we're holding on to it with a letter that will support it when they get further buy-in from the rest of the states. I think there's a curve when they get somewhere in the $12 to $15 million from states that they feel they could build this, and then we would disperse our funds. So that it's being held in an account right now because we're concerned that the other states aren't ponying up their money, so to speak.
Do you know where it is currently?
It's where they don't have headquarters, I don't believe. But if they do, I'm unaware of it.
Yeah.
So they're trying to build something. I think they're dispersed in a bunch of satellite spots. Gotcha. So that was discussed there. Again, we went over some centrally assessed legislation for this coming year, and we're working with Senator Bramble on that. And that's to try and, again, get some rein in on the fact that centrally assessed properties can appeal, and we cannot appeal the assessment. So I don't know totally where it'll end up, but Bramble was open to putting a bill forth on that. Again, and I've mentioned this with the county attorney, SB 174 compliance. There's free legal help that UAC is providing. They hired a lawyer on staff, and Stephen could speak more to what that all entails, but it's a land use codes. And I know that he's working, or at least I've connected him and the UAC lawyer. Where it goes from there, I'm kind of out of it, but it was discussed again in this last meeting. And then the Utah Film Alliance meeting, again, the 100-year gala was brought up. There was a bill started, and that was by Senator Winterton and Representative Stenquist, who feel that they've got enough support to extend the tax credit program and remove the sunset. So currently that sunset ends, I believe, at the end of 24. And there would be no further tax credits for the large film developments, and that's strictly rural. That's a rural Utah incentive. So that was discussed, and then the email that just came in, the Utah Film Commissioner asked if Grand County had any interest in sponsoring 100-year gala, and I believe we've all been invited to that. I know I received an email, I think the rest of you did as well, from Virginia as far as the invitation. There's several other rural counties have sponsored that as well, and then there's the options are $2,500, $5,000, or $10,000 are what other counties have done. So we can fill in wherever we wanted, and we can fit that into the budget if we.
I was gonna say that you're going the wrong way.
I'm just putting it out there. Virginia was concerned that she didn't want to hear that why wasn't Grand County invited?
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
what that's all about.
Okay.
What else? We've had multiple audit committee discussions. We haven't had an actual audit committee meeting yet. And McGann and Walker are both part of those discussions with me, and a lot of that's email, and then some, we met one time on it. And then I just made a note when Chief Markham was speaking, but is that something we could ask our weed control, and I forgot her name, I apologize, to look into?
Izzy.
Who authorized spraying in Thompson? I know that she didn't clearly, but she might be able to find out where did that come from?
Go ahead.
I've spoken to Izzy about it, and it was the BLM that did the spraying, and it was on federal lands.
Right.
Here's
We
Ben.
probably should investigate it.
Oh, yeah, no biggie. I just thought that it was something that clearly I don't think Chief Markham knew where that came from, and that the residents out there might appreciate. For sure.
And there's-
At least a heads up next time.
There's some stuff scheduled in the valley here coming up too.
Yeah, because in my decision, Izzy this morning, she wasn't aware of it either. She had heard that it happened. Right.
Has the Hidden Valley project happened?
Yeah.
It already happened.
And so that's all of my report, all I've got.
Great. All right. Thanks, Bill. Trish.
Just really quick, because I was MIA for a while. I just had a planning commission on Monday, and they're gonna be sending a recommendation for a new planning commissioner. It was a really two great applicants, so it was really tough decision. And then today I met with Arnie and a whole Mark Stilson, et cetera, and so on to talk about Grand County groundwater monitoring and what our priorities will be for the upcoming grant. And that's it.
Wow. That's a record short report for you, Trish. Mike?
As with several of us, I attended the UAC conference with Jacques, Ben Frigerill, Stephen Stocks. We all went down. Just brief points. There was a lot of points to talk about, but just in Wednesday, attending down there, I spoke with several of the vendors that were at and on display. GovOS is actually one of our vendors now. And spoke to them about building relationships and providing proper taxation for our county on short-term rentals. They wanted to build out relationships a lot more and try to bridge those gaps with a lot of property management in town and locals that actually own short-term rentals and legal short-term rentals. Spoke briefly with our lobbyist, and I like what he's doing and where we're going with that. I would like to future consideration on combining our efforts with the lobbyist in our positions as county commissioners. We should be at all points able to lobby for Grand County as a whole, along with decisions as a group. We should be lobbying at every point we get, and in that travel talking, we should always be lobbying towards our combined goals. There was a guided growth survey that was sponsored by the legislature. One of the points that I took was in the survey, Utah residents said that highway improvements could be seen as a huge gain to the ability of continued Utah growth in transportation in general. Could see a very large boost in the ability of guided growth. There was talk of a digital citizen portal. There was another meeting on a digital citizen portal. Many points of interest on this. I'd like to see continued growth through that. And the digital citizen portal there was so many points, but think of it as an app. When that app notifies you that you have, or that your information goes out that you have a hunter's safety card, on that same page, it'll say, hey, your razor's not legal this year. And yeah, just a lot of intercommunication between a lot of different state level departments. And I really like that because I forget all of those registrations all the time. In that meeting on Wednesday, or in walking in between meetings on Wednesday, made a relationship and was introduced to actually the Attorney General's office as they were going to announce a lawsuit that they were filing on Thursday. And that's my segue into Thursday. On Thursday, I went with the AG's office and actually our counterparts, San Juan commissioners, to announce a lawsuit against insulin manufacturers for price gouging. And as a diabetic, I was asked to speak at that and gave my story. So it was on the news quite a bit. But after saying my piece and speaking with the AG's office, I mean, we did the press conference and it went over, but it was also taken over by the public, by by media on other topics. But I was happy to get asked and present as a diabetic and as a county commissioner. So discussion again, Thursday there was a discussion on the importance of they still don't have a proper name for it, but school resource officers or guardians or anything that we've already went over. As a father, I took great importance to that speech as they told story after story. If someone had been there, someone armed had been there, it would have been stopped. And they told story after story of where they could have had people, they should have had people, and they just weren't there. So they spoke over and over again of the loss of life that could have been taken care of or could have been lessened had a school resource officer or guardian had been there. Hit me very hard because my dad. I cannot begin to say thank you enough to Melissa Stocks. She wasn't here. Ben Frederick, Jacques, and myself are several locals and our local businesses for putting together I know it sounds trivial, but they put together a gift basket to represent Grant County and what we do in Grant County. That gift basket was given away along with 28 other counties at the end of UAC, and it was great to have representation there. Everyone spoke highly of us. It for just being a basket, it bridged a lot of relationships that didn't exist. It made a lot of, and it brings brings other county officials to our county. In some of the giveaways, we were emphasizing a lot of things that go with Grand County, and I was glad this year to have a basket and to show some of our local support for that. The end of Thursday, there was UAC, the dinner and UAC leadership vote announcements. That was the end of UAC, other than travel home. There was a Grand County Recreation Special Service District meeting. During the UAC, I actually attended over the phone. We went over budget requests along with our interlocal budget request and budgeting for 2024, along with, I didn't have the knowledge, but Recreation Special Service District actually gives Moab City Rec $75,000 a year as our interlocal agreement contribution to them.
So is that for the rec center?
Yeah,
You're right, that we help pay for the aquatic center.
no, that one.
That's what we do too.
75,000 goes to City Rec for combined sports activities for youth. And our MRAC contribution is 25,000, just as our support for MRAC. We also give OSTA, which is our facility, a operation, what is it, a management and operation budget of 70,000. And their Recreation Special Service District, their concern is they used to, as in me too, on that board, used to receive 100% of mineral release funding. Now it's a much lower percentage, and that percentage and funding is still going out, or that funding is still going out, and it's funded through a lot of the TRT revenues, and they ask that we don't lower their portion anymore. We're stretching that budget thinner and thinner every year to keep up our continued contributions, which are set contributions on a lot of things. Right after that, immediately the hour after that, we had an OSTA meeting. We updated on current projects in the OSTA meeting. We updated that. No one has OSTA. Events at OSTA within OSTA grounds, AKA this is like barrel races. Like a big barrel race is no longer bound to going through a special events permit, as long as it's located out on the OSTA grounds. That OSTA can approve that. I mean, obviously, OSTA, we'd be hosting a barrel race. It's our equestrian facility, but they had a lot of questions that they can't decide just to host that outside of special event permits, and that was clarified in that meeting. Try to see what else. Sorry, I think that's it for my updates.
Mike took over.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys.
Say,
I did a lot. Yeah, normally it's no, but no, did a lot this last couple of weeks.
Hey, Mary.
Yeah, I'll give a brief summary of the meetings and the activities I went to. Went to the Veterans Day activity. It was lovely and very nice. Went Tuesday, 14th. I went to the Travel Council Advisory Board. There was Love's Communication gave a report on the dashboard that will be presented and made live in January, which will allow the public to get a lot more information on the finances of transient room tax and TRCC. Natalie Randall from the Utah Tourism Industry Association, the executive director, gave a presentation on the overall health of tourism in Utah, and like Moab, it's flat. The whole state is, and then we reviewed the budget. On Wednesday, went to Solid Waste Special Service District. We reviewed the amended budget and worked on the 2024 budget and the fee schedule, and discussed needs and paths forwards for next year. Attended a HASU meeting on the 16th. They're redesigning their office to make it bigger and more effective than it is presently. Currently, there are 67 vouchers given out, with 6 on the street still looking. There are 30 families on the waiting list. There are 9 new applicants. Applications are in. Okay. In addition to the, they are also the veterans vouchers. There are 2 that have been given out, but they are currently looking for a unit. Cinema Court has 55 on the waiting list for 1 bedroom, 52 for 2 bedrooms, 44 for 3. Maps has a waiting list of 122 for a 3 bedroom, and whoops, that's not right. And no, there are no vacancies at Wingate Village. I went to the open house at Arroyo Crossing on Monday. It was very exciting to see the duplexes up and running, or townhouses as you want to call it. and they're beautiful. We had an audit gathering with Bill and Kevin and I, and at that gathering or meeting, we decided that all future meetings will be posted, open and public. Kevin is going to contact the state auditors to get a written opinion on if internal auditor can also be financial advisor. The findings will be brought to the whole commission for discussion and possible action item. In 2024, the audit committee will review and edit the resolution that created the audit committee, so it won't be so ambiguous. On last night, I attended the Department of Water Quality meeting concerning the Cane Creek development, and that they're going to begin grading that area in December, and concerns around the water quality and what's happening there. Very informative meeting. And this morning I took a field trip out towards the area to see where the floods have risen to. And it's pretty amazing how far, how intense the flooding can be in that area, and how close it will come to any kind of development on the Cane Creek area.
You're talking about the Cane Springs.
Cane Springs, yeah, excuse me, Cane Springs, excuse me. Trying to go fast,
Right.
just making a lot of mistakes. Went on a field trip this morning. And it was very interesting. And there's going to be some furthers for other people who want to go and learn more about how floods help, impact us. In 2011, the floods came up to the tailings pile and almost went into the tailings pile, which was very nervous and scary. So we are prone to floods in that area. So that was a very quick for how many meetings I went to. Thank you.
All right, Kevin.
Yeah, I think some of the meetings I've been to have been mentioned by others. I did go to the open house at Arroyo Crossing. It was interesting to see the duplexes that are, I'm about ready to be moved into. I think they've gotten the price down to, I think, roughly 350,000. So, I guess a few years ago that would have been a startlingly high price, but now it's impressively low. I think the only other thing I had to say, I think the last meeting I mentioned that I had gotten a preview of the draft Bears Ears plan, and we were asked not to talk about details, but I think it did seem kind of different from other plans that I've seen. And I said it was going to be scheduled to be released on the 17th. Well, that strangely enough, that didn't happen, and apparently people in DC are reviewing it, and there's no predicted date for when it's going to be released. But I do think it's gonna, it has the potential to impact a lot of people in the Moab area. This monument isn't so far from us, and it's last I heard, it would be managed in ways somewhat different from any other national monument that I'm aware of, in terms of things like climbing and hiking and just about any activity. So I think we should be prepared to win on that.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, and let's see, I attended a Chamber of Commerce meeting. Most of that discussion involved the Black and White banquet planning, which happened the following weekend after that. Also talked about, like we've talked about in the county, recruiting for board members. The Chamber is also looking to recruit for their board. If anyone is a member of the Chamber and interested, they are looking for new board members for next year. Also talked about business summit planning. As you guys know, the Chamber will be hosting the Grand County Business Summit this year and planning it. So we talked about preliminary work on that. And then also a reminder that the Chamber puts on the Christmas tree lighting and the light parade, and that's going on this Friday and Saturday at Old City or at Swanee Park in downtown. So that's always a fun time of year. Same day I attended the Thompson Springs Water District. Had a presentation from Tamara Dockstader at CLUG on the grant application process. Thompson Springs is applying for 2 of those, one for fund studies and otherwise help acquire more water. Another one is for improvements to the old schoolhouse in Thompson for community benefit. The TSSD is also looking for board members. We're down to 3 board members. We had a resignation. Corey's moving to Old LaSalle. So he resigned, and Shelley had previously resigned to become the secretary. So it's down to myself, Ron, and JR. So anything that gets done there, all 3 of us have to be present. So that's anyway. Hopefully we'll get those board seats filled soon. The next day I attended the Motorized Trail Committee meeting, and that meeting involved comments on the forest plan. We've already heard a lot of the comments today. Also in our packet was the result of our MTC meeting, and that was a letter from the MTC with which the chair Cliff Kuntz sent along, and that's in our packet. You guys have all had a chance to read it. That was a lengthy meeting with a lot of discussion. And also with these guys, I attended UAC. Mike spoke to that quite a bit, so I won't speak too much more. I definitely enjoyed the featured speaker, Jason Redmond. He was great speaker, excellent. And it was also a fantastic opportunity to connect with other people across the state of Utah. I really enjoyed that aspect of it, just meeting folks, shaking hands, and yeah, putting one of the faces of Grand County out in front of people. Yes, and had a good time connecting with Stephen and Mike and Ben, who also attended. We had a good Grand County contingent. That was fun. And let's see, that's it. During UAC, I did miss a few meetings. Unfortunately, I did miss a trail mix meeting, HPC meeting, as well as a museum meeting. So it would have been a busy week for me otherwise. Future consideration I have, this is interesting. So our first meeting in 2024 is on January 2nd. A few of you guys have kids in school, and the school is actually out until January 7th this year because of a quirk of the calendar. And I am interested in gauging opinion from you guys as to potentially changing the date of that meeting on the 2nd. If there's appetite for that, I will certainly be out of town. I could most likely Zoom in, but with the kids not coming back until that Sunday, which is the 7th, the next Monday is the 8th. Something like that might work, but we don't have to decide right now, but just to put that in everyone's head. I don't know if other folks have travel plans. Yeah. So we can further discuss that, maybe nail that down at the next meeting. And again, I'm not, if everyone prefers to keep that January 2nd date, then that's fine. And I'd have to Zoom in if possible.
I'll probably travel too, because I think I'm actually I usually don't stick to the school calendar, but I could Zoom in also.
Yeah. The second is it's
whatever you guys.
Yeah, and it's super early this year. So, and with the school calendar getting pushed out, we usually travel with the kids. So, just putting out that out there as a future consideration. And that is all that I have. So we'll move on to elected official reports. I'll start with our attorney, Stephen.
I also attended UAC. I want to give a shout out to Matt Siniceros, who won an award.
Oh, great. Yeah, absolutely.
Dinner, I think he was recognized for one of the best IT in the entire state. And so that was really wonderful. They really appreciate his hard work up there. I really enjoyed UAC. Legislative session's coming up. So if there are bills that have interest, now is the time to start moving and watching. There are some bills that the attorneys generally dislike. There's a bill that would restrict the ability for law enforcement to utilize video. So if City Market had a video of somebody like robbing them, they wouldn't be able to give it to law enforcement. Instead, law enforcement would have to obtain a warrant, even though they were the victim. And so they've got some really interesting bills that are being proposed, drug court reform, justice court reform, which should be of interest to both the city and the county because it would change how justice court would be structured. So if there are bills that we want to follow or track, I'd really encourage you to do that or to reach out to the lobbyist, because now is when they start shaping up. I had the opportunity to also attend the same meeting with Mary as well regarding the audit committee, and they'll be doing those with OPMA compliance and doing open public meetings with agendas. I also had the opportunity to attend a violent crime and homicide training where they looked at cold cases and how we can get funding for cases when we do DNA profiling and other information that was very interesting. Both myself and Deputy County Attorney Eddie Cervantes went to that meeting. And that's everything I'll share tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Gabe.
I'll just say that the municipal election went very smoothly and yeah, kind of one of those no news is good news situations. We just finished up the post-election audit today. And forwarded all the necessary information to the Board of Canvassers, which in this case is the City Council, and they're meeting for a special meeting tomorrow to certify those results.
Awesome. Thanks, Gabe, and congrats on getting that in the rearview mirror with everything else going on. Is Sheriff Wiggins joining us today, or did he have anything to report?
He does not today. He will be back later though.
All right, we'll move on to Commission Administrator report, Mallory.
Right, I have been gone quite a bit, so it will be very fast. Public engagement, I meant to put something on the agenda or to propose something to discuss. We had a citizen share some ideas for kind of an open house or office hours for commissioners that I think is worth exploring, even if it's a pilot for a month or two where commissioners could rotate and be available at a set time to come chat with any citizens that might show up and just want to have more dialogue than the 3 minutes that they're provided for citizens to be heard. Other public engagement matter is months ago, there was the raise grant conversation and public engagement around it came up. And so planning and zoning is going to work on that, but I think there's some rumblings about the intent of that. So I was hoping, Trish, wait, please, sorry, to get a straw poll, if I'm allowed to do that.
Sure.
About if you all are supportive of some public engagement before they go through the grant process.
And that's specifically speaking to the raise grant?
Yes.
Okay, and just the raise grant, right?
Would it also be about the Cane Springs Road project?
Yes, yeah, sorry.
Is that also a raise grant, or is it?
That is not.
I think so.
Okay.
No, that's not the raise grant.
Okay. Okay, and the raise grant is the grant that was applied for last year to pay for the paving of sand flats up to the Porcupine Trail. Yeah.
And I'll speak to this as well. This came up in a leadership meeting. And there was a little bit of confusion with the department heads at that meeting. Where I think when we talked about the raise grant, it was a slightly vigorous discussion, which ultimately resulted in a 5-2 decision with the chair and the vice chair voting in the minority. Shortly after that, there was one of the department heads received information that potentially a commissioner wanted to reach out and have engagement on that particular issue. I flagged that issue because if there's ever a decision by the majority of the commission for staff or for individual commissioners to change that, that should be done by a majority of the commission. So at that meeting, I flagged that and said, look, I brought it to the attention of Quinn Hall, and I said, look, if there are things that are really close to those decisions, department heads might be confused about wait a second, I went and that was approved by the majority and they kind of may feel some confusion. So if those issues come up, I'm always going to flag those and I'm going to let the commission know that if there's a topic like that, that's close, it would be best practice to bring it back up before the commission majority so they can say, hey, look, we want to explore this further or kind of get more input. So if there is something like that. And so I raised that issue and I think it is really good practice and it's important that if we have a desire to bring in more engagement about a particular topic that you guys decide favorably. Like, for example, tonight, if you guys vote to, say, for example, not have a particular position, if an individual commissioner wants to bring up and do a survey or bring kind of an opposition to that, I think it'd be best to be done in front of the commission and have that conversation be open. So I just want, full disclosure that that was brought up. And so if there are decisions like that, I think that's important. The commission majority decides.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion between two, closely related topics. The vote that you're referring to was about applying for the grant that year. But I did think there seemed to be general agreement, both at that meeting and in subsequent conversations, that it'd be nice to have more public input since we got so many complaints. And so I think what these open houses are about are just, going the extra mile to get some more public input. It's not a direct decision about, either that vote or similar votes in the future. So my impression was that this idea of getting more public input had majority support, at that meeting and continued to have it after. But I think what Mallory's asking is just to double check and make sure that that's actually true.
And the difficulty was that, and I don't want to put any, some of the department heads didn't feel, they kind of had mixed messages to the point where they sent myself and Quinn an email about it and said, wait a second, was there a new vote taken on this? So I just want it to be as clear and transparent. If I get things flagged like that, I want to bring it back to the commission to make the decision. So there's no question of what it is that the majority wants, because that's how the commission works. It runs by a majority. And, I just want full transparency on that.
And I can remind, department heads to talk to me. And I think it's an important conversation we're gonna have if there's concerns about us limiting our public engagement unless the commission votes a certain way, because I think that that's a big plan for 2024. There's a position reclassification proposed, and it's a plan for across the board, more public engagement. And so that's something we can do, is put forth some very minimal process or policy for all of you to approve for how we're going to do public engagement, if that's helpful going forward.
It catches me a little bit by surprise. I mean, this topic that we're discussing right here, it almost feels like a lack of professionalism on anybody going around the majority vote of the commission to then direct staff to do a study. So if it's brought back to the commission and we vote for that study, I'd be in favor of it. But I think that that's a huge problem when somebody's on the negative or the losing side of a vote. And I'm on the losing side in this chamber more than anybody is. And if I was doing that behind backs of other commissioners, I'd be a little bit embarrassed. It's a lack of professionalism, and we've got to raise that level for the public more than we've got to lower it. That's just my input on it.
So I think you're completely misdescribing the issue. I think
so.
Let me explain why I think it is.
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
I think, the discussion that the meeting, 9 months ago or whatever it was, the issue on the table was, do we apply for this grant right now? And that happened. And so no one was trying to go around the majority and say, no, we're going to withdraw the grant application or anything like that. The adjacent issue is, have we done enough public input on this? If we don't get the grant this year and it comes up again next year, we'd like to be in exactly the same boat, or would we like to have had a workhouse and had some more meeting, another public engagement meeting? That's what's being proposed. So I guess I'm a little bit confused why Stephen and also you keep bringing up this, going against what the majority said. I don't think it's that way at all. I agree with you. We shouldn't do that, but I think you're getting confused about that's what's going on here. So
I'm not confused. Evidently somebody did it. That's the problem.
I think the point was,
People need to go through the chair
Yeah.
to ask
Good
permission.
idea, Mayor.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone went around anybody's back. I think it was just suggested that more public engagement come up. That particular issue, I remember also kind of caught a lot of people by surprise, and we had a ton of comment that there wasn't any engagement on that. That was that raise grant. So I don't see it as anybody going behind anyone's back at all. I think that's just something that I don't know where that perception comes from. It doesn't strike me that way. Mike.
We definitely don't do it in the future. I mean, okay, thanks for the discussion. There was questions had, we're past that point. It doesn't happen in the future unless it comes back to the commission. I mean, that's
I think the point is,
end of discussion point.
Go ahead.
it's not about overturning a past vote. It's about heading it off in the future so that if a similar thing comes up, that we're ready for it. I mean, that plan has a whole lot of projects lined out in it. And obviously this body and the public is not familiar with all the plans that are outlined in it. And so it's very safe to assume that we have a big packet of plans that they're going to come before us again. And so how do we handle that in the future, I think is the question. I don't hear anything about turning over any vote that happened. Right. So
I'm gonna end the discussion, I think. Yeah, well, but I think Mallory's originally question is there a majority of people here who think we should hold some open houses on those two high profile road projects? Yeah, I'll give the floor back to Mallory.
Yes, that was my question. It sounds like there is support for that, and that we'll make sure that we are vetting stuff before any public engagement and go from there.
Okay. May I go to the restroom now?
Of course, I'm really sorry. The other quick thing that I think has come up in a few places that probably, they've certainly caught me off guard, is some of the grants, not the race grant, that are brought before you guys, and that it seems like some are in different orders and people don't know kind of what comes first. Do they get approval for an application? Do they get approval for the award? And so I just want to share that we're going to implement a simple form so that when any grant is coming to you guys, it very clearly outlines all of the details. And I think that will help with budgeting as well. So not surprise us. That's all. Sorry for my contentious report.
Thanks, Mallory. Did you have something you wanted to add, Gabe?
No.
Okay. Okay. And it looks like Quinn's not here, so that finishes our general reports, and it is well past 6 o'clock. We had a citizens to be heard session at 6. So I will open that up. Citizens to be heard, rules apply. I'll give you a call out in the chamber, raise your hand, come forward and introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your statement. So is there anyone who would like to come forward as a citizen to be heard currently? Yes, sir.
Hey, Chair, Wes. I think it's preposterous. I don't get the benefits of it. I don't see the winnings of it. A local, several generations back, our family, our heritage come from this mountain using it. The rules that don't apply to us, I don't see the benefits. That's all I got.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber like to come forward and be heard? Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is William Feinberg, this St. Jared. My family's been here for over 200 years on the mountain. And what's the benefit of closing the mountain down? Can you guys answer that? No comment?
No, we generally don't engage during citizens to be heard sessions. It's not a back and forth. You just have a chance to be heard. So if you'd like to continue your statement.
What's the benefit of closing the mountain down? There's mountain bikers, hippies, and all that stuff that goes on the mountain because somebody's packing a gun. The rules should apply for everybody. if they go on the mountain, they should have to wear blaze orange too. Not their little spandex tee, or they should wear blaze orange, 400 square inches of blaze orange when it comes hunting season. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. There's another gentleman in the back who had his hand raised. Yes, sir.
Kanan Mason. I just want to say that I've been I've lived here my whole life, and going up to the mountain is like a religion to me, to get away from all the people and get closer to nature and live my life. And I spend most of my winters up there snowmobiling, and I absolutely love the hell out of it. And I go up there and I collect firewood for myself and my mom and a couple other friends, and running the chainsaw at about 10,000 feet, up above 9,000 feet. And I go up there in the summertime to get out of the heat, and it's riding a dirt bike, and just to get away from all the people and get my sanity back. Because our little town that I grew up in, it was always a beautiful little place, has turned into industrialized tourism. And it's just sad. And the only place you can go to get away from that is our mountain. They're trying to shut down our mountain. I think it's bullshit.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers like to come forward and make a Brian?
I'm Brian Martinez. And, I spend probably about 30 days a year up in the mountain, up there sledding and skiing. And, I'm someone who kind of I deal with a lot of user conflicts. I have a rafting company that also has 4-wheel drives, hiking trips. So I'm used to those user conflicts. I ride dirt bikes out here. So I see a lot of that. The mountain is one place that I actually don't see a big user conflict. I think it's a spot where people actually do get along fairly well. I think that the biggest conflict that we've had up there has been the parking lot. And that seems like that's been solved by the new lower parking lot they put in. As of last year, I think the biggest problem that we saw was people just parking right there on the sled hill. A lot of the sledders that are out there, we're not going up there on the weekends onto the Geyser Pass side, right? It's too busy over there. So most of us are riding over to the South Pass side. And I can tell you, the years I've been, I've never seen anybody skiing over on the South Pass side. The only people I've actually ever seen, I think I was towing out there to go ski along. So I don't see much user conflict out there. And then the second thing is just the access. The road crews out there and actually getting access to the mountain as a skier. It's pretty hard to get access, throughout the season. When we get a good snow, it can be 2-3 days before they're actually going to plow. So, a lot of times when I'm going up skiing, I'm taking my sled to get up and get access. Whether that's coming from the LaSalle side because there's no way I'm coming up the Geyser Pass road, or it's parking down there and waiting for the road crews to let me up to go ski. So those are my 2 big points I think you guys should consider. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to the zoo. All right. Yeah, come forward and introduce yourself.
My name's Matt Hancock. This year, the county had to restate and refile its 2022 financial statements because of several large mistakes identified by me. I doubt the people at home know much about this because largely you've not told them. But to give some idea, the county understated transient room tax revenue by 5.6 million, property tax revenue by 1.9 million, and its cash balance by 7 million. As you know, there's plenty more, but I've only got 5 minutes. Over the last 9 weeks, I've written more than 10 emails to the county. I still don't know how all this happened because I've not received a full explanation, which is why I've decided to speak tonight because of my frustration with the lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and a lack of action. It shouldn't be my job or the public's job to make sure your financial statements are correct and free of material errors. That's the county's job. And your external auditor is supposed to check your work, and your audit committee is supposed to check their work. That didn't happen, and not just this year, but last year as well. In 2018, the state auditor provided the county with a list of best practice recommendations for reducing the likelihood of fraud, abuse, and non-compliance. They recommended the county set up an audit committee. We did that in 2019, but it hasn't functioned properly for years. It's supposed to keep minutes. There are none. It's supposed to have office holders. There aren't any. It's supposed to meet at least 4 times a year. It hasn't. In September, your external auditor sat in this chair and presented his audit findings. I don't know how he missed these errors because they're big and glaringly obvious, but I do know he was supposed to present his reports first to your audit committee, where a financial expert could have had an opportunity to ask incisive questions of him, including perhaps questions concerning independence, conflicts of interest, and self-review threats, as discussed in generally accepted government auditing standards. In 2018, the state also recommended you employ someone with accounting qualifications to oversee the county's 135 million in public assets and 36 million in annual revenue. 5 years later, that still hasn't happened. Instead, the county has long chosen to do without and is now faced with predictable results. On the positive side, at the November 7 budget workshop, I was pleased to see Clerk Auditor Wotek finally request a much needed qualified financial director for his office. But then I was dumbfounded when Commissioner Walker pushed back on this request by asking Mr. Wotek, quote, "So what does it leave for you to do if you get this position?" It is unbelievable to me that after everything I've written over the last 9 weeks, after finding and reporting millions and millions of dollars of errors in the county's financial statements, there would be any resistance to fixing this mess and setting things right, which is why finally tonight I've decided to blow the whistle and speak publicly. In an RFP for accounting services sent out at the end of 2021, the county wrote, quote, "Completion and passing of a single point audit without material defects is essential for continued operation and control of finances," end quote. To which I might add, passing a single point audit is also essential for receiving federal grant funding. It's no joke. I ask you to take it seriously. It needs to be fixed. Why? Proper process, public accountability, and compliance with the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Zoom. If you want to speak, raise your hand on Zoom. Is that Reed? Go ahead, Reed, you have the floor.
Hello, thanks for taking my Zoom here. I am here to make comment on the letter regarding the forest plan here. I am the manager, hopefully very soon here, future owner of Rim Tours Mountain Bike Adventures. Also have been attending the Motorized Trails Committee basically since its inception, and am the e-bike rep for the committee, and saw that the letter recommends especially support for option D. What we see is that some of the wilderness boundaries in option D are really not considered like specifically regarding recent work in the system. So trails, South Mountain Trail, Burl Friends Trail. These trails are like brand new mountain bike trails built by the county and trail mix teams that are inside of recommended wilderness boundaries. Also popular and established trails that are important to the mountain bike system, Hell's Mountain or Hell's Canyon Trail. On the front side of South Mountain, these trails are within recommended wilderness boundaries. I think what we would like to shorten the message from the Motorized Trails Committee at times that says, we understand that there is a need for compromise, that already the plans have drastically reduced motorized use in the mountains, and that Plan B even itself would represent continued restriction on motorized use in the mountains. So there's no need to be calling out support for option D or even a conservation alternative, which is going to reflect less expertise on these specific areas and more just a blanket wilderness recommendations from special interest groups. And then the last thing that I want to say as the as the e-bike representative for the committee and maybe even the county here. I think that that's going to be something large and important to be considering. One thing that you guys might not know, we're already seeing like class 2 e-bikes with throttles on the bike path. That's still illegal, you know. So all this just means that the new future coming soon is very different, and a conservation alternative or a vastly more restrictive alternative in this Forest Service plan, especially as Commissioner Walker just said, Bears Ears plan coming out. There's might not be any hiking allowed. We need this to be a give and take between motorized, non-motorized, and see that there's going to be some fluctuation in the near future with the electrification of some of these other sports. And there's going to be like a big spectrum of motorized and quasi-motorized, and there's going to be a lot of people wanting to share space on the mountains. So even option B is more restriction, and that's something we could be happy to support. Specifically in the letter, do support the call out for protection of springs from trampling of wildlife. That's a really great concern to be bringing up across the board, I think. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reed. Anyone else on Zoom who is here to make a comment? So anyone on Zoom? No, I can't see everybody. Okay. Anyone else in the chambers who'd like to comment? Anyone here to make public comment? All right, looks like that will end our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard, which brings us to general business action items. Our first item is for tax forgiveness for parcel 01-0MWA-0115. And there was a little bit of confusion about this. It looked like Chris Kaufman was going to present, but he's not going to. Is that correct?
Yes, well, we don't know. We have
Okay.
not heard back from him, but it sounds like Debbie is on board.
I'm just trying to get on. Should we move to the next item? Or
Looks like she
okay. Okay. Can you hear us, Debbie? Oh, okay. So we're waiting for Assessor Swayze to present this item. All right, let's I'm gonna move on to the second action item, and then we'll come back to the first one if we can get Debbie online. So the second one is the BRIC FMA Grant Fund Commitment Letter for Pat Creek Flood Control Basin and Channel Improvements. And this is the action item that our 1 o'clock workshop we discussed in presenting. We have Floodplain Director Bill Hulse as well as County Engineer Dan Stenta. And are they available to present this, or we said they didn't need to come back? I think we got all of our information from them. So what we are doing is discussing whether we want to, I guess, move forward with a commitment letter for this large project. As we discussed at the workshop, it sounds like we can, we can write a letter in support, and then if we get the money and we decide not to go forward, that's a possibility, but it sounds like that would be a pretty poor showing for the county to decline the grant money if we received it and didn't take it. We are under a deadline for this. I think Bill said December 15th is when they would like to have the letter by. So we have one more meeting before then to decide. I'll open it up for comment.
I guess, one of the discussions in the earlier numbers was 8.7 million-ish, right? Would be our 25%. And then I noticed this other letter said basically the match would be 6.2. Yeah, when you look at our general, it's it's a big chunk of money. So
Yeah,
it
and-
is, yeah, I think it's absolutely necessary, but it's just something, just the match portion of it's, it would put us in a place where we don't have many reserves.
Yeah.
If it came to fruition.
It looked like in the materials that they provided for the workshop, it looked like it was, the total was a little over 33 million, and then so.
Right,
So
I know, and
a
then I'm looking at.
quarter of
different
that,
ones,
like
it
Kevin
says
said,
25 million and,
is about-
so.
Yeah.
We know it's big.
Between 6 and 8
Right,
or 6 and 9.
right. And then, Evan kind of voiced this, and I'll just say it again, and I guess it's somewhat of my conspiracy theory, but a long time ago, Mark Stilson said that, Grand County did have, once you've set aside those Pack Creek water rights holders, what's remaining, in theory, we could capture, and we've talked about that, and state that we're recharging the aquifer, and so I'm just, again, concerned that, I don't want to be building infrastructure for San Juan County to, state that they're recharging our aquifer and then be able to, I don't know. It's just I have concerns about that, and then state that, they then have the ability to, gain more water rights. They have other avenues to that. So it's just a concern to me. I've stated it again. I've talked to Bill Hulse, and then I do think that was brought up tonight, that, yeah, that is feasible. So just so you know, that's, a concern to me.
Okay.
I want it to be flood mitigation. I don't want it to be a way to develop the South Valley further.
Bill, it looked like you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Jacques. I think that San Juan County is going to continue with their own application, clearly, whether we're involved or not, and to have a joint collaboration with them on this, which has a lot greater impact for our county than it does for theirs, makes a lot of sense. I'm a little less concerned about I'm not concerned about San Juan County building out or asking for more water rights as my fellow commissioner here, because I don't feel that's any of my business. I think that San Juan County has enough on their hands, and that they'll figure out how to get that water there to build out the south end of the valley as they have the right to do. And so I don't really think that should be in the equation. If this moves forward only with San Juan County's portion of it, all of the drainage work that Bill Hulse talked about will not happen. San Juan County's not going to come over here and take care of the mitigation work that needs to take place all the way down, as he was saying here, past the old USU complex. And so the reservoir will still go in, and whatever water appropriations that they gain from it are going to happen, whether we proceed with being a participant or not, is still going to take place with San Juan County. So to stop this on that makes no sense. I think that we should be collaborating and moving forward and taking care of our own property owners here and removing them from the floodplain, not concerned about growth in the south end of this valley.
Well, just one quick, we should be concerned because we're all using the same water. We should all be concerned about, what other municipalities or entities are doing within this valley, because we're all drinking from the same straw.
Mary.
Yes, I really support this project, but the sticker price has me very concerned. I mean, how are we going to pay for it? That it's a big, 6.2 to $8.7 million. That's huge. It's a big portion of our tax base. So I guess if we decided to move forward with this, I think one of the things we should do in the time period, find to find out whether or not we get the grant. Cause Dan said it's a slim chance, so we might not even get it. But we should be looking at ways to, like, I think it would be appropriate to go to the homeowners that this project would be helping a great deal. Would get them probably lower their flood insurance tremendously and see if we can get some help there. Start looking at other grant opportunities, other ways to find, talk to the city, talk to, if we choose to move forward, I think we also have to commit to make this, to shorten this up. We have to commit to finding the funds in case we get the grant. We have to commit and start working on it right away.
So something we didn't discuss is when we'd be on the hook for that money, like if the project, if we are granted it.
I think Dan did mention that.
Or say it would be fiscal year
2025.
25. You're right. Okay, so we'd have to come up with the 8 million or whatever in the next year, basically. Year and a half.
I believe it'd be an opportunity if we were to move that direction to put something before the CIB as well, because there's funds available, and I know sometimes they're a loan, sometimes they're a grant, but again,
we don't know with this particular grant whether grant money can be used as a match to grants, because there are a lot of grants that you can't do that. But yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, I think like Mary, I just think the price is, gives me a great deal of pause if this were 100% grant funded. I initially, I don't have objections. I'd want to look at it a little bit more closely, but it doesn't raise red flags, but the price definitely does. And I was struck by the fact that there isn't a project like this on this scale anywhere else in the state. I think that's probably because it's, these things are very expensive and they don't pass a cost benefit analysis. I think there's, if we look at, capital projects in this price range, we have things like, public safety buildings and county offices and flood control in Mill Creek. There's just lots of other things. And I don't think we should just jump on this one because this one, got presented to us. I think, turning the logic around, if we had asked ourselves, okay, what kinds of things should we, pretend we had $8 million, what would we spend it on? I don't think this would be the top of the list. So it did seem to me that there are other options in Pat Creek that are less expensive, and some of the other things they mentioned, might take a few more years, but would, have a much smaller match. So I think there are other alternatives, and I'm very disinclined to sort of jump at this one. Because of the price. I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree. The price is definitely the sticking point, and there's a lot you could buy for $8 million, including a new public safety building, probably, and various other things that we're going to be needing in the not too distant future. Did they talk about potential to reapply in a year? This is kind of a long-term project.
He did speak to that, and that the awards were almost another year out, even if you did apply with.
Yeah, right. So it's, you're looking at the long term.
The timeline is.
Just kicks it out.
Yeah,
just kicks it out. Great.
I did want to say one other thing, which is, people mentioned using CIB money to try to make up some of the gap, but that's definitely not for free. We only get a certain amount of CIB loans or grants, and if we get something very large, it's going to displace, another large CIB project that we might have gotten instead. So,
right.
Yeah, I think if we were to put this on a prioritization list, it wouldn't be at the top of my priority list. So, I think that, especially with Dan mentioning that there was other opportunities for other grants that would cover a lot of it. I'd like to see some of those options explored. I kind of got the gist that the city wasn't real interested in contributing towards it. And we haven't heard anything from San Juan County, or not to my knowledge, besides the maintenance on it. And so,
And from what you said, I took it as San Juan side of it would be them pursuing the grant to work on their project further upstream to reduce the debris flows.
the same pond, or that was what, 3 times the size of Ken's Lake or something, that they would they had the potential to apply for that piece as well. I think Bill's right that they, I don't see them looking at doing the drainage stuff further down the channel. But if they had a project together, and they really wanted to cooperate on something like that, I think that there might be an opportunity there. But I think coming back to that idea of the best way to spend $8 million, it's not high for me at this point. It's tough because I do like the idea of it, but
yeah, definitely
it
worthy.
doesn't seem like the timing is just right when there's other options for other grants that they could put, that other entities could put in for that pond.
Yeah. Bill?
Yeah, $8 million is not gonna build a public safety building. $25 million might build a public safety building now. As far as being very high on our priority list, I think that we should check in with every property owner that received flood damage that came down through the Pack Creek in the last couple of years, because there were a lot of them, and they were in here, and some of them voiced pretty heavy concerns and had huge loss to their property out there in some of those communities. So sure, my neighborhood wasn't damaged, yours wasn't, but I think the priority is and should be the constituents that would receive the benefit from it, not whether or not 8 million will build a public safety building, because it won't.
Yeah, I just meant it would go some way towards that. Good way towards it. Yeah, Mike.
Speak on Bill's point, we sure wish we had it last flood. Would have solved some problems. Simple as that. There's no saying that another flood of that magnitude is even going to happen. But odds are it's going to happen again. And I'd rather not push a project out 6, 8 years and miss the next flood.
Yeah, Mary.
I don't think anyone that is questioning the cost of this grant is saying that we shouldn't be looking seriously at ways to prevent some flooding on Pack Creek. What I'm hearing people say is we maybe can look at ways we can start working on mitigating the flooding issues on Pack Creek in a way that is not going to put the county in a fiscally very tight space where we would not have any room for a disaster or a big downturn, and it would wipe us out. And I do think we need to look at ways to mitigate the flooding on Pack Creek. But this has been the only proposal brought to us. And yet they mentioned other ideas. So I think that it's not like if we said we're not ready to commit to $6 to $9 million, we could say, but we are committed to looking at ways that maybe we have to do it in phases. Maybe we have to do it in a different way, but I don't think anyone here is saying that it's not a big priority. It's just a big sticker price.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that was brought up that San Juan County's detention pond was 100% funded by NRCS. So I think we do have other avenues, and I like your idea, Mary. Even if we have to do it in small little pieces, that there is ways to go about it another way. I think, yeah, that price really is scary. Really drain all of our resources.
Yeah, I think even if I do the thought experiment, we have $8 million, it can only be spent on, flood mitigation. I'm not sure this is the best way to do it. I think there are other more efficient ways to do this, and especially, taking into account the varying, 25% is a pretty big match for a grant, and we should be looking at other alternatives. I just, this, and it's not that like it's a bad proposal. I can see why someone might get excited, but it's like a Ferrari of a flood mitigation proposal, but maybe most people don't buy Ferraris for good reason, and there are other things we can do to work on the flooding.
So as far as moving forward, no one's made a motion either way. We can think about it, table it till next meeting, or we can make a motion to approve or deny or anything.
I'll make a motion. I move to deny the brick, is it FEMA? Is that what is it? FEMA, grant fund commitment letter for Pack Creek flood control basin and channel improvements.
So to make a motion to just not.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I don't know what, yeah, we're not saying deny it, but I guess we're not supporting it.
You just not approve it and just
Yeah.
move on with the discussion.
Okay,
Not even make a
And-
motion.
and
Not-
just
not
have
even
this
discussion.
discussion, no, and then just.
okay,
demolish.
unless,
Right,
okay,
that's a good point.
unless somebody wants to make
Yeah,
another motion.
one of the options was to bring it back at a future meeting, but it sounds like Trish's proposal is just to make the decision now. That it's too much, and so as long as that's clear, I agree, we don't need a motion, but you need to be clear that we're not just postponing a decision.
Yeah.
Right. I'd also like to add that I think we should keep the conversation about any and all options open, just because we think this one might be too expensive right now, doesn't mean it's not in the future, and that there aren't many other ways that we can work on flood mitigation as well.
I mean, I don't know if other people, but I like to tell, Dan and Bill, to present some less expensive options and take a closer look at those. We spend a lot of time looking at, perhaps the most effective, but also most expensive option. It would be good to drill down a little bit deeper on what are some of the other things we could do.
There's a lot in between those two.
Think that.
Is your motion still on the table, Trish?
Would you like me to retract my motion? Yeah, it's dead.
Okay. No one else is making a motion, so let's move on to the next item, and that is the interlocal, or actually, let's move back. Is Debbie with us yet? She is. Okay, great. Let's bring back our first item, and that is tax forgiveness for parcel 01-0MWA-0115. And our presenter is our county assessor, Debbie Swayze.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little muted, Debbie. Can you speak closer to the mic or something of that sort?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me now?
That's much better.
Okay. So I'm not actually presenting this. I believe Chris Kaufman is the one that helped the lady with this.
Right.
He contacted our office. Go ahead.
Oh, no, keep speaking, Debbie. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. She contacted our office after the deadline of the Board of Equalization, and Marcy Babcock, my chief deputy, spoke to her and explained to her that she had missed the deadline. And she did say that she got her tax notice in July, just like every other taxpayer, but she just didn't come in to talk to us about it. And Marcy explained to her that, it's too late. We can't do anything about it. And so I guess that's how it ended up in you guys' hands, is that she decided to go to the commission for some relief on her taxes. The reason that property was previously a secondary residence, she asked that, and she was told that the previous owner that owned it had the house for sale, and he had purchased another house, so he was getting a residential exemption on this house, so he told us to change the property that she purchased to a secondary residence. I believe it's on the taxpayer to come in and straighten that all out, and she did not come in and talk to us until after the deadline, and she did get her notice on time. So I believe that granting this tax abatement I mean, that kind of sets precedence for anybody that missed that deadline, that didn't get in time to come forward and ask the commission to, you know, abate their taxes as well.
Okay, thank you for that background, Debbie.
Yeah, and she did say that I understand that her husband was in a wreck in March, and that they just moved into the house shortly before the tax notices went out, and that she had spoke to the realtor and told them that would be their primary residence, but that's not relayed through the realtors to our office. And so I didn't know this was going before the commission tonight. I had no idea until I just got notification. So that's why I wasn't in there.
Trish.
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to deny tax forgiveness of $1,765.97 for parcel number 01-0MWA-0115.
Thank you. Anyone care to second Trish's motion to deny?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to deny from Commissioner Hedin and a second from Commissioner Clapper.
I had a question for Debbie, just to make sure I understood correctly. So it's not in dispute. So this is a primary residence. That's not being disputed, but it's also not disputed that she missed the deadline for getting it switched from secondary to primary. Is that just sort of?
Yes, that's it. Previously, so we assessed as of January 1st. So on the January 1st deadline, it was changed to a secondary. So it's on the property owner that purchased it to come in and tell us that she will be there for the 183 consecutive days. She got her notice in July, had until September 15th, but didn't contact our office until after that.
And if she doesn't pay her taxes this year, they would roll over, and could she file for a change at that point?
It's already been changed for next year. She came in and filled out the proper paperwork that she needed to submit to my office. So it's already been changed for next year, but it doesn't apply for 2023 because she didn't make the deadline.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'm not inclined to vote for the motion. I know people miss deadlines, and they say, well, if we accommodate one person who missed the deadline, there'll be a flood of others. But I'm just not convinced that's going to happen. I think this is a lot of money for. I don't know what this person's finances are, but I think the difference between a secondary home property tax bill and a primary residence property tax bill that's roughly half that is a big deal for a lot of people. And I just think it's not that hard for us to be flexible. And if it becomes a problem in the future that we're getting on the commission too much, then I might support being really strict with the deadlines. But I just think a little flexibility every now and then is not such a bad thing.
Hey, and I can tell you that we have had other people come in and try to get theirs changed, and we told them they missed the deadline and they didn't come before the commission.
Okay, well, that's a good point. Thank you. Now I'm
Mary.
Well, one reason I would be willing to forgive this is, her explanation of what happened, and that they had had a pretty intense situation in their life. And I know in my life in past, when things have happened that have put me under a great deal of pressure, a few times in my life, things slip through the cracks. They're more likely to slip through the cracks. I mean, it wasn't like she didn't bother to, she was dealing with a trauma in her life, a serious accident. And, I think I'm willing to forgive $1,000. What was it? $1,000, not even $2,000, not even $2,000, which isn't a big deal to the county, but it's a huge deal to somebody who is probably already dealing with a huge amount of medical issues and medical bills. And
Stephen?
I'm just curious how this individual taxpayer got to this point. And I don't say that in a negative way, but I don't know if everyone else would have been presented the same. If they're going to be presented the same opportunities, we just want to be really careful, because if we do it for one, then that it does kind of set precedent, for lack of better terms, for other people to utilize this mechanism. So I just don't know. I lack knowledge on that.
Think Debbie
Can I
could,
speak again?
Yes, please, Debbie.
So I agree with Mary that people have unfortunate situations. However, this property owner stated that she did receive her notice in July and wondered why it said secondary, but didn't pick up the phone to call our office. We could have corrected that during the Board of Equalization. So that's where my problem is, you know, there's got to be some responsibility on the taxpayer to call in and say, hey, I noticed mine says secondary. What does that mean to the county, or what does that mean to my taxes?
Trish?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I propose this motion is I agree with Debbie. I think we're setting a really bad precedent. You know, that's what the assessor's office is for, that they're dealing with that stuff just starts coming to us and overriding the assessor. I think we're getting ourselves into a tough place. I have a ton of empathy for individuals that are struggling, believe me, I do. But in this case, I think we're setting ourselves up for failure.
But to Steven's point, how did it make it on the agenda?
I don't know.
I believe that somehow they connected with Chris Kaufman and he helped them fill out the agenda summary. So it could be a matter of who they hit at the county. And that's where it might not be fair.
Yeah, Mary.
And I believe that
Do we know how? I mean, Chris Kaufman says he's the presenter. He's not here presenting. I'm wondering if it's appropriate to postpone this agenda item until we can hear from Chris Kaufman and why because he's pretty a rule follower. He's very much of a rule
can I
follower.
speak to that, Mary?
Find out
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
and why he chose.
Debbie said she could speak to that.
Oh, well, thank you, Debbie.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so I believe what happened was when she talked to Marcy, she said, so there's nothing you can do for me? And Marcy said, no, there's nothing we can do. You would have to go to the commission, or you could go speak to the treasurer's office and see if there's something that they could arrange payment arrangements. And so I believe that's how she got hooked in with Chris Kaufman.
But we still don't know how he feels, but why he chose to help her.
Say,
Yeah, why did he choose to help her?
Yeah, I can't answer that for him. I don't know that it particularly, I mean, it may or may not matter to the commissioners, but I think it's gonna come up again if now they know that that's the route.
Anyone else have another comment before I call for a vote?
I mean, it's, you know, an analogous situation would be, you know, you go to a store and you accidentally pay twice what you should for something. And, you know, there's a 30-day window to get a refund and you missed it. But you still kind of I'm just willing to try to fix those situations and see how bad it actually, I mean, it's, you know, basically someone's being, you know, overbilled for their taxes because they didn't, you know, respond quickly enough. So, but I think Debbie makes a lot of good points. I'm not criticizing her, but I just have a hard time with this. Bill?
And we have that 45-day window for a reason. It's in statute, so.
Right. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I support what Debbie's saying also, but to what Mary said, we don't know why Chris did this. And so to push this rather than just kill it or vote in favor of it, to me makes more sense. And maybe this isn't the appropriate time to make a complaint, but there's sure an echo in our sound system tonight. And Debbie, I can hardly understand what she's saying sometimes. So it's just, our sound system is less than, or else I'm on a frame.
Don't be adding that to our budget.
that's part of our plan.
So Bill, you're saying you prefer to kick it down the road and find out what Chris has to say about it?
I think that as an elected official, we should give him that respect.
Benefit of the doubt.
And I respect Debbie as an elected official also, that she's clearly went to a lot of trouble here, but it's.
I support what Bill said.
Okay, to postpone to the next meeting.
So we have a motion.
We have a motion in a second.
I made a substitute motion to postpone.
Second.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to postpone from Commissioner Clapper and second from Commissioner Winfield. So I call for a vote on the substitute motion now, right? Sorry, I'm getting. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of equivalent to tabling, which you can do when another motion's on the floor, so I don't know. In any case, I think if a majority of us want it, we can make it work out.
Let's go. All right. Who's in favor of Evan's motion? Raise your hands. All right, passes unanimously.
You have to vote on the first one.
No.
It was a,
Now do we have to vote on that one?
it was a substitute.
I think we got it.
Okay.
Dave's got it. He's a
Let's
pro.
go, let's go.
Thank you so much for joining us, Debbie. I appreciate it at the last second.
Yep, I would just appreciate it if it goes back before the commission that I was let known when it was going to be on there.
Yes, I can tell you that right now. It's most likely, or it's most certainly going to be coming to us 1 week from today, December 5th.
Okay, and I'll be at assessor school, so
Okay,
just you guys will
Thank
just
you.
make a decision. Thank you.
thanks, Debbie. All right, we're moving on to I think I saw Sheriff Wiggins out there somewhere. We're on to item number 3, interlocal agreement for dispatch services, Sheriff Wiggins, as well as Jenny Swenson. Or is Jameson still here or
He
something?
was here a second ago.
It's okay, I can go with it. And if there's questions, we'll call them.
I'm gonna excuse myself for a second.
Mayor Walker has the reins.
Okay. May I?
Yeah. Yeah, but Mallory, please explain this.
Okay, so this agreement is a cost share agreement that would have all of the entities that utilize Grand County dispatch services contribute to that cost. It's an agreement that is modeled around the state, and it represents the cost of dispatching between and among different entities. In the past, the city has paid us I believe the highest wage and benefits for dispatch, one dispatcher, and they, within the past year, said that they no longer would like to pay us until there's an agreement in place. So researching it came up as this is the most fair and equitable way for every entity to provide funding for the services that the county foots. So I cannot speak to it as well as I would have thought. Hopefully Jameson is around the corner, but I think Phil has something to say.
Please.
I move to approve the interlocal agreement for dispatch services.
There he is.
Oh, you guys, I just said.
Okay. So which of you guys?
Oh, no, it's gone.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Winfield, second by Commissioner McCurdy. And let's have some further discussion, and
An explanation.
I mean, I think we kind of got the gist of it, so if you just want to fill in or say.
What do you need to know?
So how are other entities going to react to this?
Based off of previous year's call volume. Is the percentage points?
Based on previous year's call volume?
Is based off their call. Dispatch services pays an equitable fee based on their call volume.
Yes.
And that's based off of previous year call volume.
It'll be based on the 2022 call volume.
Okay.
Yes, and rating history, or rating of traffic, basically.
Okay.
So anytime they run a traffic stop. Or any other radio volume, radio traffic.
Thank you.
And that's mostly for the city?
It's for the city and any other entity that we dispatch over. That's
EMS fire.
EMS, fire, park service.
So really only.
BLM too,
Fair
isn't it?
way to do it because DPS, depending on what county they're in, they might do based on population, or they might do it based on call volume, because like perfect example, small that with all the tourism. You couldn't charge the city based on population because call volumes are outrageous because of all the tourism that comes in. So that's the reason why we're basing on how many times you click on the key. That's the only fair way to do it.
And that way of apportioning the cost is similar to what it would be if we went to like Price and used them for business.
The exact same contract that Bryce has.
Okay, thanks.
We just change it
surprised.
And I understand that the other entities and agencies, they've been given a heads up, so this isn't going to come as a surprise to them, right?
What kind of heads up?
She emailed
I
we've
did.
talked to like Andy, we've talked to Chief, we've talked to Park Service, we've talked to Chief Garcia when he was here. So it's coming.
I think the timing with everybody going through budgets or, maybe not the city, but, it's a big jump compared to what the city's been paying before. Because EMS used to be part of the county, they traditionally haven't paid anything. And I think that warrants some adjustment, but, I think, after sitting through all their budget meetings to then have an additional 70,000 charge that wasn't budgeted for. I think it did come as a surprise, the numbers side, not the agreement side. And I think that there's some questions about how that split is kind of determined, and what they're getting out of it. And so I think that it's a move in the right direction, and I think that there's been a lot of progress made in the dispatch world and the meetings that have been well attended. And I don't know if those meetings have kind of fallen off, but I think it might be worth kind of getting all the players in the same room again and really kind of hashing it out before just handing over a bill. I think that there's a lot of kind of back and forth support between all the agencies and just making sure that that's everybody's comfortable with it, because I don't want to turn it into like a tit for tat sort of thing in the community.
Well, to be fair, the city of Moab forced us to do this at this time. They said they wouldn't pay for dispatch service until they had this in place. So that's the reason why we're doing it right now.
And I believe there was a meeting months ago with all of the entities where this was shared of what we're looking at. And I sent it out probably a month ago, the final agreement, and I asked folks to let me know if they had any thoughts or that the conversations, and the city is the only entity that responded. So I think that they've had time to know about this and prepare, and I know it's a big jump, but it's a big cost that the county pays for, and it's not asking them to pay for any of the facility. And I know other agreements, like in price, I think they pick up part of that facility fee, and this is just for personnel.
That correspondence month ago had dollar amounts in it.
And then the meeting, I believe that amount was also shared.
I'm the only one that needs to call about the chair.
Mary, go ahead.
The only thing that gave me pause, I really think we need to do something similar to this. The only thing that gave me pause is that the comment that during tourist season, the call volume goes way up. So that to me is a mitigation issue for the tourism, for either they're figuring out another avenue that TRT tax can then go for it or something. But to me, it's like, it would be interesting to see how much their call volume goes up in the spring and the fall compared to what it is in the winter and
Shares that data every month.
you do.
We can go back and look at it. We can definitely see that call volumes, 911 calls go up there.
And I think Kevin might speak to this or tell me I'm very wrong, but with the city, their contribution comes from sales tax. So I think that that's part of the way that the tourism dollars pay for it.
And more specifically, the city's biggest sales tax is a transient room tax, except theirs, unlike ours, just goes into the general fund. So if there's like a ton of tourism in Moab, Moab's tax revenues go up. And so I think it's reasonable for them to, you know, pay some of that in the dispatch. I also wanted to respond to what Evan said earlier. You know, I can imagine, you know, maybe it is causing problems if, you know, the county was previously subsidizing dispatch and now we're trying to, you know, charge for more like what it actually costs. But I think rather than delay the agreement, we could just, you know, give EMS some money or something, you know, for the first year or one, you know, just to smooth, you know, maybe we should give them half of what they're paying us or something. But I think this agreement, it makes sense, it's logical, as Jamison just said, it's, you know, there's only one realistic alternative to this, and it's going through, what's the acronym up in price? DPS, and it would be the same cost structure. So I don't think this is unreasonable at all. I would be open to trying to ease the transition for some entities, but that could be discussed later, I think.
I do think it would be worth having discussion down the road, maybe at the next meeting, about picking up the cost for Thompson Fire and Castle Valley Fire. I think theirs is about $1,000, maybe less each, and I think that would go a long way. But my personal opinion with fire, with EMS, is that if you all approve tonight, that they could maybe make that request, you know, for what they would want that to look like, some kind of a reduction. Not approve it as part of the agreement.
There's a lot more too that I would say that go to the dispatch besides our wages. I mean, we pay for towers, we pay for repeaters. How much are the repeaters we pay for this year? So I just don't think it's really fair that the county eats everything. So their agencies utilize our service, feel like they should pay it for the cost to utilize. It's like I said, if we go to DPS, we're all gonna be paying. DPS ain't nobody gonna break. They're gonna be like, here's your bill. So.
And I guess also part of this agreement, and maybe I should have read it just before the meeting, but there's going to be some kind of steering committee or something.
Advisory board.
Yeah.
That way the agencies that maybe have complaints to the table, like, and is this the change? We can all talk about it. That's the best way of.
Yeah, and I think that had been an issue with dispatch in the past, is like some of these other entities didn't feel like their concerns are being addressed. And so this is it's just another aspect of this agreement that we get some improvement that way.
One last thing I would add is with the new dispatch positions that were proposed, EMS and fire, we both sent letters to all of you in favor of those positions being approved. And that was knowing that this would be coming, so.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't here. There's I hear there's a motion
yes,
to approve, right? Okay. And that was from Bill. Okay. And second from Mike.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay. Any?
It was a while ago.
Yeah,
One
go
more
ahead.
comment. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I really liked Kevin's comment where he said, you know, if one of the agencies petitioned us and asked us if they could ease into the payment a little bit, so it's not such a, you know, sticker shock to EMS and such, especially EMS, the city. Those are big, pretty big. But we need to do it.
There's gonna be other agencies that are gonna come before the commission, like the Park Service. They work on all boats for search and rescue. So they're like, hey, we work on your boats, because we maybe bargain back and forth. So I would do that.
What did you said, so you would be agreeable to
Yeah.
doing some type of work, so if we approved it, we could let the agencies know that, you know, that the sheriff is more than willing to look at ways to ease.
Think about, like, you know, when agencies bill us for their service, like the code enforcement, in Economic County. Maybe you can take that off the top of that. There's a lot of agencies out there that help us out, so.
Yeah. All right, there's a motion on the table to approve. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. Motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Clapper in opposition. Thanks, Jameson, and yeah, thank you, Jenny. Okay, we are on to item number 4, ordinance rezone 2560 Spanish Valley Drive, parcel number 02-0021-0001. And this is Jenna Gorney from Planning and Zoning, and this is the item that we had the public hearing on at our last meeting. Go ahead, Jen.
Thanks, appreciate it. I'm going to present this item here, and then I will run over to Chambers for public hearings at the end. Since I gave a full report at your last public hearing, I'm just going to brief through the background just to refresh everybody's memory. Let me share the screen for you. All right. So the property is located at the corner of Mesa Road and Spanish Valley Drive. Subject lot is 2.88 acres, currently zoned to large lot residential. Current use on the property consists of a single-family dwelling and accessory structure. The applicant is requesting a rezone to small lot residential for the purpose of future subdivision and creation of single-family dwelling lots. The existing LLR zoning would allow for a maximum of 5 half-acre lots. The minimum lot size for parcels zoned SLR is 0.20 acres. At 2.88 acres, the maximum gross number of lots that could be created from the subject lot if rezoned would be 14. 14 lots, however, would be unlikely considering the need for meeting the lot frontage requirements, setbacks for the existing home, and likely inclusion of an interior road. The applicant has described the goal of developing 9 lots if it was rezoned to SLR. Future availability for water connection has been confirmed by GWISA for up to 9 dwelling units, and the applicant has been informed of right-of-way and roadway improvements that would be required. It is worth noting with the application that the subject property is located close to the Spanish Trail Road and Spanish Valley Drive intersection, which exists in the 2012 general plan as a rural center, ranging in size from 5 to 30 acres, and including increased residential density of up to 3.2 units per acre if the development includes either includes a 50% open space set aside, B, 25% affordable housing units, C, multimodal transportation, and D, no more than half of the acreage of the total dwelling units are multifamily. While the application doesn't include a proposal for open space, affordable housing, or fee in lieu, later subdivision of the lots is consistent with the prescribed density for the rural center. Subject parcel would have access to the multimodal options as it's located on the planned Spanish Valley Drive shared use path, and as such, subdivision in this location would require construction of that portion of the shared use path fronting the development. Additionally, the areas surrounding the Spanish Valley Drive and Spanish Trail Road are anticipated to be identified on the 2030 future land use map as an area appropriate for increased residential density due to that area being identified as an emerging commercial and neighborhood node. However, the exact area of that increased residential density has yet to be determined as that planning is still in process. The applicant did mention that the request for rezone of the property immediately to the north of the subject parcel was approved by County Council in 2019, and that rezone from LLR to SLR allowed for the addition of 1 more lot in that location. The property to the south was also mentioned in the applicant's statement. It's that of the Manderfield HDHO application. That HDHO approved the allowance of 5 additional lots measuring approximately 0.20 acres. Let's see. The rezone wouldn't require any site plan improvements, but later public improvements are anticipated and would be evaluated during the preliminary and final plat application. The Planning Commission considered the rezone request at a public hearing on September 25th. Commissioner Mancuso made a motion to send forward a favorable recommendation. The motion received 3 votes in favor. one against, and one abstention. So because the planning commission bylaws require 4 votes in favor, it was forwarded as a neutral recommendation. And within your staff report, I detailed out several of the discussion topics that were included that day, as well as a link to the YouTube meeting so everyone can kind of discuss and consider what was discussed at that meeting. Regarding public comments, there were 3 public comments submitted, or heard rather. 2 were officially submitted and are included in your packet, and 1 additional public comment was heard outside of the public comment period. I didn't receive the details on those. I happened to be on that one. I happened to be sitting in the hallway and heard that it was one of the neighbors, but I didn't receive any more additional detail because they never sent in an official comment. So that detailed the public comments for you. And I will leave it there just in respect of your time and here to answer any of your questions. Let me share the boundary survey while you're waiting. Okay. And I do believe Sarah Kimberly is also here this evening as well.
Okay.
Yes, I am here.
Jenna, did this parcel also apply for ADO or some other thing in the last year or 2?
No, she's not that I'm aware of.
I think there's a similar address. I think it was like even 2650 Spanish Valley Drive.
Okay,
which
so
is like, did
I'm
apply
thinking of
for
some nearby one.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the only application we've seen for this.
Correct.
Any questions for Jenna on this one, or any comments?
Steven, could you remind me, I know that at one point there was an attempt for any kind of subdivisions to include some requirements of workforce. How did that fizzle out? That never went anywhere?
I don't think so. And
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think there's any
It's not
requirements
like
for any
in the
kind of-
wings about to
Yeah,
happen.
they weren't at all
Okay.
interested in, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Can I make a comment about that? I'm not applying for a subdivision, like, I'm just applying just for the rezone. I mean, potentially in the future, I might apply to have it be workforce housing or something like that. So I feel like that, it seems like that would come up in a subdivision request. Is that right?
I can actually speak to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Jenna.
That's Elisa. Go ahead, Elisa.
I'm sorry, Elisa.
It's okay. I'm just at home and I'm sorry I'm not there. I'm just not feeling well. So what you're talking about is probably related to the future zoning designations that we want to adopt. That would be a density bonus or an upzone, and that would be actually part of a rezone request where any kind of approval of higher density would require a workforce housing set aside. But we don't have that adopted in our land use code yet, and that would come out of we plan to do those land use code amendments after we get done with the future land use plan. But it's really important that we get the future land use plan adopted and that we really carefully design those zoning districts or those density bonuses so that they don't have really detrimental impacts on the neighborhoods. So there's 4 upzoning density bonus opportunities coming soon, but they are not in place at this time. So right now, no, if you get this rezone approved, at the time that they come to do a final plat subdivision, there is no requirement in place to deed restrict any of those units. It would just be processed as normal final plat subdivision. All those lots would just be market rate units.
Trish had her hand up.
And I think that would be my, just my initial response is that I would just wait for the future land use plan to come out, right? For any kind of rezoning process. They are in the area that they probably would go to, you know, smaller lots, so I would just wait. And then we may actually get, you know, something out of it as far as affordable housing. But I think at this point, and I know that part of the discussion was like spot zoning, and unfortunately, you know, next to them, there was a little bit of spot zoning that went on. The lot next to them, to the north of them, the family broke off a little, from what I could tell, because when you look at the plat, it's, you know, it's family and family and family, and they broke it off and did get some spot zoning, but I mean, that's just my initial response, and we're not that far out from that process, you know.
Mike,
Two-part here. I've been told to look towards the future land use plan for over 2 years. And we're still in talks of cutting the budget on the future land use plan or the design possibilities to then delay the plan coming out more. I don't see the viability of hoping that the future land use plan comes out in a timely manner, but I do see the need for more housing consistently. So in the second part, the motion hasn't been put forward yet.
Great.
I want to put forward a motion. Okay. I move to approve the ordinance to rezone property located at 2560 Spanish Valley Drive on Grant County parcel number 02-0021-0001 to small lot residential SLR zoning district based on one or more of the following items. And following item J, adequate public facilities. Item G is proposed density and intensity of the use permitted in the proposed zoning district. Is as neighbors show that it is already allowed. Can I say that?
It might be more with the change of character.
Change character.
And new growth trends.
Okay. As stated. Thanks.
That's what I was gonna go.
I'll go with 2.
Okay. All right, motion from Commissioner McCurdy and second from Commissioner Winfield. Kevin, yeah. I agree with what Trish said. I think, you know, if we look at the big picture of all the zone changes that we do and related things, you know, every now and then we take a big comprehensive look at the valley and decide that, you know, some areas should be upzoned or occasionally downzoned. And then I think in between, you know, we should, you know, stick with that unless there's a really good reason. Like I'm just sort of, for very general reasons, I don't believe in spot rezoning, but the county tends to do a lot of it because we get these requests and we sometimes have trouble saying no. So that's one reason. And now, especially since we've been going through planning processes for a while, and we're going to have a new future land use plan and a new zoning map pretty soon. I think now is not a good time to do the rezone. I think the second reason, and Elisa touched on this, is most of the upzoning we've done over the past few years has come with strings attached, strings in the form of, you know, workforce housing or affordable housing. You know, we had the HDHO program, there's ADO, there's the things that Elisa mentioned that are hopefully coming in the near future. I think it makes sense that if we're going to give someone a big density bonus, we shouldn't just give it away for free, which is what's being proposed here. You know, it's worth keeping in mind that if we just change the zoning to SLR, then, you know, the property might change hands before it's we're giving away all full rights. We're not just giving permission for what the current landowner is proposing to do. Mike mentioned that, he's in favor, I'm sorry,
You're okay.
it's not an exact quote, but more housing is good, therefore we should go for this, but, Moab has been building more housing. I think our building permits are probably as high as they've been since uranium days or something. But a pretty high percentage of those houses being built are very expensive houses. Because that's, we're in a market where that's what makes sense. If you can build an expensive house that's geared more toward, second homes or, wealthy people who do live there, that's what gets built. And we have a need for less expensive housing. And that's not going to happen if we just give increased density with no strings attached. I think we should look for ways to attach strings. That's coming up in our future land use plan. We've had had other interim programs like HDHO and the ADO in the past. So I just think it's a bad idea for those general reasons. So.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, I support definitely moving forward with this. I struggle with constantly telling property owners that they should wait around until we change the law so that it benefits us. I think it's bad form. I think that we need to move forward as they come forward with us. And clearly, if you disagree with it, vote against it. But the property owners are trying to help with this housing problem that we have here. And these property owners have an excellent track record. If you look at it here, of what they have done out in San Juan Valley, they claim that only 4 out of 27 went out of town people. So I don't think that we need to sit up here and say wait to a property owner when their rights strictly say that they can come before us and that they can be approved or denied. So I struggle with some of that. And I know that you say that housing is being built here and that you want more affordable housing, but you cannot force a contractor or a developer to subsidize housing. And if you want low income housing, I think that there's all kinds of money that we're dealing with in our budget right now. Find a way to subsidize a developer to build your housing. The longer and the more that you restrict it, as you did with the HDHO, the longer it's going to take to get housing for locals. The HDHO is an extreme failure that sits on your shoulders, and you can't move forward and continue to use affordable housing, and that we need to wait till we change the land use code to match the way we want it to read to stop housing, because that's really what we're doing here is we're trying to stop housing. We're not trying to build more affordable housing. We're trying to stop housing. Let's just be clear, so that it would be better to move forward here and allow somebody to be building some houses and instead of postponing judgment.
We're not trying to stop housing. They bought a lot that allowed them large lot residential. They're allowed to build 5 homes. They can build 5 homes. They're coming to the county to ask for the ability to build 9. So we're not trying to stop their ability to do anything. They're asking us for a rezone, for an upzone. And so at that point, that's a big difference. 5 lots compared to 9. So
yeah, I was going to make a similar point. I mean, they're basically asking for a rule change. This property was zoned one way, and they want to change the rules so they can build 9 or 14 lots. I think 9 or 14 lots might make sense in that location if we knew that a good portion of them were going to be workforce housing. This, what's in front of us right now is not going to guarantee that at all. So I think we should keep the rules the same as they have been and leave the zoning as the same as it is. And then they can either, wait around for a future land use plan, or they can build right now under the existing zoning. I don't see anything unreasonable about that.
Was Elisa, were you trying to say something, or was that or
make a comment.
I'm okay. I just made a comment in the chat. It's
okay?
Not a big deal.
We can't see.
I just wanted to remark that, just to clarify, the future land use plan process started almost about a year ago in the fall of 2022, which was right at the time, just before then, a month earlier, we had lost our planning director. So then that was when I moved into that role, and there was a kind of a big transition period. where I was picking up that role and all that, responsibility, kind of a learning curve for me. And the future land use plan has been kind of, chugging along. And it is frustrating that it has been going this slow. And believe me, I wish we could make it go faster. I want that very much. So that's all I want to say about that.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Mike?
I want to make it clear, Lisa, that I wasn't calling you out on the speed of the future land use plan. It was calling you out on your work of this future land use plan. It's just taken a while under my eyes.
All right. Any further discussion before I call for a vote? Else want to weigh in? I'll just say this is a really tough one for me. I've been on the fence since the public hearing on this. I've heard some good arguments both ways tonight. I'm still a little bit undecided, but the fact that there is a future land use plan coming and that would speak to this, it sways me a little bit. But that's all I'll say.
If
Anyone
I
else
could
want to
add
comment?
just one comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think if it's helpful for anyone to know, when any of our applicants come to us to talk about a rezoning, we do have the full discussion with that applicant about the outcome of the future land use map. And the fact that they can move forward through the Planning Commission public hearing, get that recommendation, and then hold still until the outcome of that future land use map. So just so that we all know, all of our applicants are always fully informed of where we're at and the intention and timeline of that. So.
Thank you. All right. There's a motion to approve from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner Winfield. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. Motion fails with Commissioners Walker, Hedin, McGann, and Hadler in opposition. Thank you, guys. We will move on. Actually, there has been a suggestion that we move up agenda item 8. Because there are people waiting on that, and it's probably going to be a lengthier item. So I am going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to move agenda item 8 up right now. Agenda item 8 is the Manti LaSalle National Forest Plan letter of comment. And I am the presenter on that. So the county sent a letter in 2021 and the scoping comments, and I was on the commission at that time. I remember it vaguely discussing that, but anyway, this Forest Service plan, I think the last time the plan was updated was in 1986. Generally, these plans are supposed to be 20-year plans, so obviously we've overshot that by a little bit. I sit on both the Motorized Trail Committee and the Trail Mix committees, and in the last couple of months, both those committees have weighed in. We spent a great deal of meetings, a couple of hours at each meeting, discussing the plan and forming comment on the plan. And the result of those 2 meetings were the 2 letters that were included in the packet. One was from the non-motorized committee and one was from the motorized committee, basically. I also wanted to just address a couple of things that were said earlier. The commission, we did delay this letter. This is outside. I think the comment period ended, was it November 17th, I believe. And we are past that deadline. I think the primary reason that we blew past that deadline is because the Motorized Trail Committee hadn't weighed in yet, and the chair of that committee asked me personally if we would wait for them to be able to have their meeting, make comments, and submit their letter before we did that. So I think Cliff did allude to that earlier, but there was a gentleman, I think it was it Kent Dalton, who asked why we are able to get away with commenting after everybody else. So that is the reason. It was as a courtesy to our Motorized Trail Committee. Grand County is a cooperating agency with the Forest Service. We're not making these. I just want to make it clear because it sounded like some of the comment suggested that we're shutting down the mountain or whatever. This is Forest Service. This is Manti La Sal National Forest. It affects the Manti La Sal National Forest up through the whole area, but I think we're commenting specifically more or less on the part of the forest that's in Grand County and close to us, northern San Juan County. We're simply commenting on the National Forest's plans. What else did I want to mention? I guess I'll leave it there for now. I do want to say, especially sitting in on both the motorized and the non-motorized trail committee, that this has generated a lot of passion in the community on different levels. And I sat in on those on the recreation side of things, listening to people speak and contributing to those letters. And I think the La Sal Mountains, the La Sal National Forest is really personal for a lot of folks who live in Moab. I think more so than some of the other areas. Tourists do come and enjoy the La Sal's, but I think locals kind of, and myself included, feel like it's like our area to recreate, to get up into the mountains in the wintertime, escape the heat in the summertime. I think all of us here recreate up there and know the mountains pretty intimately. Summer, winter, every other season. So I just want to recognize that this is something of great value to all of us. And it makes things like this definitely more interesting, more difficult to make decisions like this, and more difficult to weigh in. I weighed in. I made a personal comment, but weighing in as a body is a different thing altogether. And also, since we put the letter in the agenda, I've personally gotten blown up. I've heard from many people, many friends who it's kind of gone viral, as they say, and a lot of people have read that, and that's good. And I've gotten a lot of let's just call it feedback from a lot of folks in the last couple of days on this. So that being said, we do have a letter included in the packet. A lot of that letter, I think, was kind of spoke to the previous scoping letter that we sent a couple of years ago. And there was some further comment, but I will open the floor for discussion. Kevin.
Yeah, no, thanks for that long introduction. Just in response to some of the comments we heard earlier, this is mainly a federal action that's been going on for years. We're weighing in, but we're not going to hold our own separate public hearings. The Forest Service has had its own, so I just wanted to address that comment we heard from the public. I wrote the first draft of this letter. I tried to stick as close as I could to the existing letter, just to try to not break new ground, because we have these public lands discussions several times a year, and sometimes it's we don't want to have exactly the same debate each time. So I was just trying to stick to things that had already gotten majority support. I do want to say I think the first half of the letter is sort of generally supportive in terms of some of the recreation things going on there. I think the recreation section of the forest plan was written by a local Forest Service employee, so it was sensitive in that way. And I tried to keep it general, so even though it mentions both alternatives B and D, and tries not, I deliberately avoided saying precisely we support alternative V, no sections. We kind of tried to make it a little bit more vague and mention both of them. The second section, most of the things we asked for in our scoping letter didn't appear in this Forest Service plan, not in any of the alternatives. And so part of the letter is sort of saying that we regret that. My understanding is that the Forest Service had to fire its contractor who was writing the EIS, and that's maybe accounts for some of the fact that the EIS has fewer options than is typical. And I think, but there's a letter that the EPA, part of the federal government wrote that, made the same observations. So I think it's, I think it is a fair criticism that they've sort of, written one plan with some minor variations. Maybe it's especially in the recreation area, but in large chunks of it, there isn't very much being considered there. I guess last thing I want to say for the moment is I mentioned earlier that we seem to hear that the same kind of framework of debate that we often do, and it reminds me a little bit of our discussions about zoning, and not just the one we just had right now about prioritizing building versus trying to be more targeted. We also get I don't like the word NIMBY because I think often these people have good points, but often we propose some new building and people live nearby complain and they don't like it, and that happens over and over again. And I think people like us who have to sit through dozens of debates like that, eventually we realize that no matter every proposal is gonna almost every proposal is going to have someone complaining that they live next door and they don't like it, or they like to walk their dog there and they don't like it. So if we were to never approve a building project, if people objected, we just wouldn't approve building projects. On the other hand, I think sometimes people go to extreme the other direction and say, well, I'm just going to ignore all the public input we hear because every time we propose something, it generates opposition. But the reality is, some projects generate more opposition than others, and I think it's our we need to try to take that into account, understand people's objections, but also realize that we have to make decisions, and we're rarely going to find a decision that pleases everyone. So I think some of the comments we heard, so we could have a very long debate about more specifics of this letter, and I am happy to get into details as much as I'm able, but I do think that the overall outlines of this are that the area is becoming more crowded, and when public lands become more crowded, we need to have more rules to help different user groups get along. And the difference between this forest plan compared to option A, which is a forest plan 30 or 35 years ago, reflects that. And I think the letter that we're proposing kind of supports the Forest Service in moving forward with sort of more actively managed. So sorry that I talked so long.
No, it's fair. Trish, did you ever hand up? Maybe not. Sorry, it's been a long night. Or Evan spoke, but go. Yeah,
I was just gonna say, I think, specific to the letter, I think, some possible edits that I might see is, instead of, is mostly to the recreation section. I think it's nice to call out the lack of alternatives. I think that, the protection of springs and all that, I think that that's all important to have in there. The oil and gas stuff, I think is nice. And I think that most of the comments we got today were really focused on the recreation piece. I think that there's some emphasis in the letter in supporting option D. I think, taking out the word especially might go a long ways in that. Maybe the sentence about alternative D comes closer to providing fair allocation, maybe strike that. I think that adding a bullet about the winter plan being off the mark would be important. I think that the way the winter recreation is happening now with Gold Basin being non-motorized, a lot of the other area being open for over snow travel, seems to be working pretty well. And I think that the designating things by elevation bands rather than drainages doesn't make the most sense for winter recreation. And I think that maybe adding a bullet that addresses some of those concerns that we heard tonight might do a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Evan. I tend to agree with that. And I think one group that I heard from that I'm hadn't really before is the kind of snowmobiler and backcountry skier group that accesses using those machines. And I've been getting an education, honestly. And I think some of that argument is viable. But I appreciate your proposed edits. Go ahead, Mary.
I move to approve the letter to the U.S. Forest Service with the addition of Evan's comments on the proposed Manti LaSalle National Forest Plan.
So you are.
I think Evan's edits or additions are really address some of the concerns. So maybe I didn't state that as clearly as I should have. I would, I like the letter. I'm happy with it in many ways the way it is, but I do think Evan brought up some really good points, especially about people's concerned around the winter
recreating.
So, but I don't want to put it off for, maybe putting off another week isn't a big deal. But because we normally have 2 weeks, we only have a week for the next one.
Right.
But I think those those edits make sense.
There was a motion. Bill had his hand up before he made the motion, so I'll let you speak, Bill. We need a second or anyone care to second?
I would second it. I don't know if the motion necessarily captures a second bullet point or an additional bullet point towards winter, and but for the sake of discussion. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann and a second from Commissioner Clapper. Bill.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception on what a cooperating agency is. I realize it gives us value and input into what the Forest Service is doing, but as a neighboring county, I'm curious how many people reached out to San Juan County on their thoughts on this. And I have to say, I wasn't one that reached out, but I had 2 commissioners that did call me, and neither one of them were in favor of us and our letter. There's other points that we can go on to too. I mean, I like what Brian said. I've never seen conflict on the LaSalles. I've never seen it for reference. I've been living on the LaSalle since I was 2 years old. Now I'd have moved down into Moab. I'm a little further away, but I still spend time. I grew up all of my formative years on the LaSalles. So it's a little odd that we think that we need to restrict something where it isn't a problem. We're trying to make it a problem is what we're doing here. And if we go back to the water issue, I believe Mark Stilson and other people, and I bring up water because that's why the city wants to weigh in and they want to put this big area over the LaSalles, but it's been said that it takes about 2,700 years for the water to reach the aquifer down here from the LaSalles. So it seems a little odd that we're concerned that we need to worry about something when even the miners and the ranchers and the sheep herders that have been going on for the last 200 years haven't even affected the water that we're drinking yet. So water is not really a good argument for bringing more structure around what goes on the mountain. And then, it's way too vague. This letter's way too vague, and we've got to back away from some of that a little bit and say, really, what would you guys like to see in this San Juan County? And then I go back to the gentleman that spoke, Reed Bacon. Whatever, I'm butchering it and I apologize. But he mentions trails on South Mountain and other places up there that Active Trails has been working on and building. And I know we received a letter from the commission in San Juan County asking Active Trails to stay out of their county without some kind of an MOU in place. And I know that multiple commissioners chimed in and said that, oh no, Active Trails is not working up there. Well, here's proof that we are working.
in San Juan County with Grand County taxpayer dollars being utilized, and we've been asked to somewhat stay out of their county without at least working through them first. So this whole thing is, it's wrong. It's wrong for the recreation purposes. It's wrong because there is not a conflict going up there to begin with, and we are creating one. And it's another very clear that Grand County, not Grand County, excuse me, but Grand Canyon Trust and others are dictating these kind of letters, and we've got to let those entities be removed from our government system and make decisions up here that represent our constituents. And just like Mr. Dalton, I spent a lifetime up on that mountain, and I don't like what's going on here at all. It's not right. It's not right for so many reasons.
I was gonna point out too, I liked what, I actually really appreciated what Brian said, and that made me think, because I've been recreating on the mountain since I moved here too, and I've seen a lot of user conflicts in a lot of places, but the mountain's one that I really, you're right, Brian, I mean, I don't see too much conflict up there in all my years of riding and hiking.
You guys aren't a hunter.
No,
I'll tell
that's
you, there's
true.
A lot of conflict. But I'll just leave it at that.
Great, no, that's a
But
very good
it's
point.
Not like,
I thought,
yeah, the type of conflict you
I
guys
am a hunter. I thought of that too.
Yeah,
But,
they get along just as well as other people do.
There's a lot of conflict.
But I don't think we're making problems. I think the Forest Service it's planning. So it's it's looking into the future. This plan's taken 40 years, and it's probably looking at another 40 years where things change. So I don't think it's, I don't appreciate the way that was stated, but I think the plan, you need a plan. I mean, that's all.
We have a plan already, correct?
Well, there is a plan. The plan actually has a lifespan, though. When the plan was adopted in 1986, it was meant to be a 20-year plan, and I think this is meant to be a 20-year plan also. Although it's probably going to be 30 or 40 before they do another one. And it's also, from what I've heard, it's probably going to be a couple years before this is adopted anyway. So, but whatever, that's your say.
Bill mentioned San Juan County. I believe San Juan County's written its own letter about this. I don't.
They're
I-
a
it's-
cooperating agent.
Yeah, I mean, the forest overlaps six different counties. And I was talking with the district ranger recently, and I think he mentioned that all the other counties plus Flipco had written in their comments. And San Juan County didn't consult with us, and we don't consult with them. We just supposed to say what we think, and I think that's a good system. So I'm not sure I understood what you were driving at there. I also think that, again, my understanding is the remaining counties plus Flipco are weighing in sort of in one direction, kind of a, less in favor of conservation, And I think that makes it important for us to, weigh in with the different perspectives. So, there are sort of a multitude of voices out there. The forest is getting all kinds of comments. I don't think it helps the process for people to, for us to be afraid to say what we think. Second thing I wanted to say is, Evan had a proposal for a bullet that wasn't fully fleshed out. One kind of neutral thing we could say is, we think that, the winter ROS spectrum, could use some fine tuning when it comes to, access and snowmobiles or something like that. So it just sort of signals that we're not endorsing that part of it, but it doesn't make any specific recommendations. I think to get specific is a much bigger workload. So just wanted to throw that out there. So.
Yeah, Bill.
I guess the point I'm making regarding San Juan County is that the majority of what our letter is referencing is San Juan County. So of course they wouldn't call us up to ask us what our feelings are on what they're doing in their county. They call us up when they're doing something in our county. So I think my point is that we should be working with other counties and not ignoring them, especially when we're dictating something in their county.
Well, I agree that we should be working with San Juan County more. Always try to find something to agree with. But I think, I mean, I noticed like, you know, Monticello and Blanding, you know, the cities of Monticello and Blanding are also commenting on this, you know, 0% of, well, I'm actually not sure of Blanding's boundaries, but, you know, for the most part, the forest is completely outside their boundaries, yet, you know, people who live in Monticello and Blanding are very close to the Bajos and spend a lot of time up there. So I think it's completely legitimate for Monticello and Blanding to be weighing in on this plan, even though it's outside of their boundaries. And I think in a very similar way, there are parts of San Juan County, you know, federal lands in San Juan County, like the southern part of LaSalle or some BLM lands, that people who live in Moab spend a lot of time in. And I think it's completely legitimate for us to comment on those things. So I don't think we need to ask San Juan County's permission every time we comment on things that are, you know, much closer to people in Grand County than they are to the majority of them. But I do think, going back to what I agree with, I think we should look for ways to cooperate with them. So thanks for bringing that up.
Mike.
In my view, any restriction affects our locals on our portion disproportionately, and our locals have come out in force in calling me and calling, I figure, every one of you too. But I haven't had one, 20 calls this morning that spoke positively about this from the local perspective, from the local ownership, land ownership that's on the mountain. It only disproportionately has come across negatively. I mean, there's only people speaking about this negatively. I do feel that I'm heavily undereducated on this also, but my constituents have spoken, so that's what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah, and I've heard from quite a few people also. And I've heard from people mostly commenting on various aspects of it, not as a whole, but I've certainly gotten some positive comments as well as negative, but I would tend to more say that from people that I've heard, more people have definitely nitpicked certain aspects of the letter, have been upset with, not nitpick's a terrible word, but have been concerned with various aspects from some of the recreation communities that I'm consider myself a part of.
And just to address the public comments and making the analogy with housing, you know, we know that sometimes the neighbors get organized and we get a bunch of comments, you know, maybe opposing a particular project. You know, other times the housing advocates, you know, get organized and we get bunches of comments saying, you know, we need more, you know, more density, all these things. I think if we were just, you know, to look at each agenda item where housing comes up individually, and, you know, sometimes we say, oh my goodness, 90% of the comments are pro-density. And then, you know, a week later, 90% of the comments are anti-density. And it's really just, you know, on some issues, one side puts out the alert and, you know, other times the other side does. And so what I think we can do is try to think of all the comments we've received over the past couple of years, both pro and con, and just take all of that input. And I think, you know, over the years, we've heard lots about public lands. And there's, I think in this county, you know, a lot of people would like to see, you know, more separation of uses, more conservation. I think there's also a lot of people in this county who kind of like things the way it all, or just don't like any kind of restrictions, you know, just kind of, and so I think, you know, I just wanted to throw that out there because, you know, for you know, the next letter, all the comments could go the other way. And it doesn't mean that the county's going back and forth. It's just that different people are deciding to weigh in.
I very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I very much agree with that point, but we as a commission tend to pick and choose which letters we pay attention to more often than not. Several times there's public comment and we'll speak to it as a commission body, and other times we don't. It's nitpicking.
Yeah, Bill.
Provided this letter does get approved to move forward, how are we gonna work through Evan's bullet points? I do believe that if the letter goes forward, his bullet points need to include the RWAs, the recommended wilderness areas, because that's a huge part of, I think, the recreation and what the point that he was trying to get forward. So although I do not support this letter, I think it's important that we iron out exactly his points moving forward and how that's gonna work if it does get approved.
Do we feel we have the timeline to bring another version in next week, or is it?
I mean, I think, we're already past the deadline. If we wait too long, the letter's not gonna have any influence. But, what, in the grand scheme of things, 1 week isn't so long, so one possibility would be to postpone this. And then at the next meeting, there can be a letter that has at least Evan's vote, because he's gonna participate in writing it. And then we could try again then.
I mean, I'm happy to take the time to, I think that, from a pretty high level thing, we could capture some of that tonight. So if that's the will, I think, for a couple bullet points, we could capture some of that winter recreation stuff, and then, concerns around that you were bringing up with the wilderness area, because I think there is a lot of overlap there. I think that to Reed's point, about I think that there's it would be worthwhile to support existing trails that are on the ground.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not sure, I assume Burl Friends is on the forest, but I know that that's kind of in and out of state lands.
It is,
there,
yeah, it is, but that's in even an alternative B, we discussed that particular trail and trail mix, and that is in that'll stay open.
I make a motion, we postpone the Manti LaSalle National Forest Plan letter of comment until the next commission meeting.
We have to vote on the other.
I know, no, we never got a second, so it died.
Oh, no, Evan seconded.
I second.
Oh, Evan
Yeah,
did.
Evan did second. Can you
I
think
I would
Just to say, table, I mean, I think correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, but I think there's a way when in the middle, a motion's on the floor and you can, there's like tabling the motion. And I think in Grand County, we sometimes make a distinction between tabling and postponing, but okay, you're nodding your head. You think it's okay? Is that okay?
I think if there's an action that doesn't want to be made this meeting, I think you can. Obviously, there's a motion, there's clear intent to do a substitute motion, vote on it. Technically, you're supposed to vote to substitute the motion, then you're supposed to vote on the underlying motion.
substitute motion.
But if at the end of the day, if you guys are putting out that your goal is everyone's talking about bringing it back, I think you'll be fine.
Okay.
I mean, or if you guys trust me to do a bullet point, I could do the bullet point, and we could send it off, or.
I would, I think you could, yeah, I think your original statements were well spoken.
I just black out when I start talking. I know
There's a recording. There's a
No, and I think the speaking to the recreation is important, speaking to the winter recreation, and then keeping the trails that are there. I think one of the trails that I heard a lot of from folks today was the Hell's Canyon Trail.
Yeah.
That's an important one to a lot of folks. But anyway, your first stab at amending the letter, I think, was pretty right on as far as I was reading it.
That's why I made my first
Yeah.
motion. It was right on.
Okay, but there was, so what Mary's second motion was that we'll bring a
Bring it
new
back
letter back
in a
next
week,
week.
right.
But then there's this alternate suggestion and that we'll just have Evan make some changes and put it in the mail or something.
No, I think making the change to bring it back in
Okay,
front of
bring
this
it back.
body would be the way to go for sure. That'd be my inclination.
Okay, well, has anyone seconded Mary's? I second.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, so Mary has a motion on the table to postpone and bring it back next week with amendments as we've discussed here for the last half hour. Anyone have another comment before I call for a vote? All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thanks. Yeah. And thanks.
We have to have this full discussion.
Let's.
I appreciate the discussion. This is
No,
definitely, like I said, I think this is, yeah. Okay. All right, I'll move it on. We're down to agenda item number 5, adopting a Grand County easement acquisition policy. And I believe this is you, Mallory, is that right?
The county has drafted an easement acquisition policy that allows us to obtain these. It sets out a policy. My office has gone through it with the help of Mallory's office, and Chrissy Hoffline has also been really wonderful on this. It just lays out the mechanism by which we go through everything. Also, there's a page, or I think it's like 3 or 4 pages, that explains the rights of the individual. If they find themselves negotiating with the county, informs them that they have the right to seek independent counsel. But with this, we're able to actually go through and start obtaining right-of-ways, easements, and it has a mechanism to do it. Also, it's a policy. So theoretically, the county could choose to, in particular circumstances, if we're negotiating, choose to veer off the policy. It's a policy, it's a suggestion, but everything's put in there. It's really, really straightforward. If you guys have any questions, happy to answer them.
So is this like based on policies that other counties have used? Okay.
Yep, we stole it from somebody else and then adjusted it to ours.
Okay.
We made some adjustments. I think there were some terms that we didn't identify, like condemn. In that circumstance where we're seeking an easement, we're, theoretically condemn that portion of the property to be utilized as an easement. But a lot of people think condemning as in boxing up the windows and negative things. So we've put in definitive terms in there and hopefully made it so that when we seek to obtain an easement, somebody can get that document, review it, and kind of understand where the county's coming from. It lays out the mechanism by which we do it, how we approach them, how we offer them a price, and it has a step-by-step process within that guide.
Okay. So one thing I will admit, I haven't read this as carefully as I would like, but I did read a lot of it. And one thing that jumped out is, I think it's on the second page of the policy. There's 3 bullet points. Should be noted that the threat of eminent domain is never used unless. And the first bullet point, and I assume all 3 of these have to be satisfied. And the first one is the landowner becomes belligerent over time. Which seems a little weird, but also are we saying that if the landowner stays calm and just rejects all the offers, and then we're never going to use them? And so I think we should just strike that first bullet. It makes no sense.
Sure, that's a very fair point. But yeah, the idea is we're not going. The county isn't going out to these individual landowners and just starting a conversation as you better give us the land. So it's trying to put some restrictions on that.
But I think that's captured by the second 2 bullets.
Yeah, second and third are probably more reasonable. But yeah, that one survived our rounds of edits from whoever it came from. They had a lot of belligerent landowners.
All right.
And the next step will be, once this is in place, we can proceed with a consultant who will actually start working with folks and make the next step a reality. I'm waiting to hear on a price and make sure the scope that I'm also hoping to borrow from another county fits. So in a perfect world, you would see that next week, but it is pending hearing back from someone.
Yeah, Bill. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what we're doing here, but this would be used, for instance, if the people's subdivision, or I guess what they weren't a subdivision, but if their upzone had been approved, we would be looking for a right of way for the bike path through it possibly. Is this where this would come into play, or where is this?
Normally it's when we're looking, say we draw the bike path and we go, oh, we have to go through that house and that house and that house. And then we go to them and say, would you be willing to do an easement? And they say no. Then this lays out in this document how we negotiate, how we calculate the negotiations, and how we calculate the price for it. And then that's where we get into eminent domain, where we say, if we've got the parcel here, we have the bike path, and this person's holding out, then we could eventually maybe say, please do it, and try to argue or try to negotiate with them. And eventually, if we can't, you could argue eminent domain, some of those principles. But it's definitely kind of the course of last resort because it's very negatively received generally. Yeah.
Kevin?
So I move that we approve the easement, Grand County easement acquisition policy with the following edit that we, strike the belligerent bullet as
Sounds great.
discussed earlier.
All right, motion on the table from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any other discussion needed? Call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. All right. What's that?
Unanimously with.
Oh, I'm sorry, with Trish Ashton. Yes. Thank you. All right, agenda item number 6, transient room tax report to state of Utah. And this one is Gabe, our county clerk.
So yeah, this is just a report that's statutorily required. there was a member of the public, also a member of the Tribal Council Advisory Board that had alerted me to, or had asked if this had been submitted. So I thank that person for bringing it to my attention, because this sort of compliance is really important and hadn't been on my radar with everything going on, but I look forward to us being fully compliant by getting this submitted on time next year. And I don't think I have anything else necessarily to say about it. It's coming before you all at this point because it is, the statute reads that it is to be submitted by the legislative body.
Okay. I was wondering about that. Yes, Kevin.
I move to approve the 2022 TRT report to be forwarded to Utah State as required by Utah State Code 1731.5.5.
Thank you. Have a motion on the table. And a second motion from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McGann. Any discussion on this item?
Are we sure the numbers are accurate in here?
Yep, I want to thank members of the Economic Development Department that collaborated with me in providing accurate numbers. The in-state, out-of-state thing is, I think there's some subjectivity there, but I certainly did my best to reach out to them to get that detail.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the effort on this, Gabe. Next year. All right. All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, on to agenda item number 7, proposed ordinance establishing the 2024 consolidated fee schedule and repealing and replacing ordinance number 669. Mallory.
Oh, yes. Alicia, actually.
Alicia, all right. Excellent. Thanks, Alicia.
So on the agenda summary, it should all be lined out there, all of the changes, they're all justified. There's not a whole lot really, there's quite a few in the planning and zoning, but they're kind of minor tweaks, just pushing that yard stuff out. But, and then the building department had a couple of minor changes. One big one to the Spanish Trail Arena was removing the rental fee of the entire facility because it was already included in the other facility rental fees. So they kind of felt like they were done with living there. So we got rid of one of those. But they didn't want to for it to look like it was still living. So they removed one of those. And added a couple of other minor fees for some new items that they have available. The recorder's fees, I understand that to just be a little bit more flushed out from what they have had in the past, kind of accurately knows what the actual costs are, and then the online services aren't available yet, but they wanted to get those fees in place so that if they can get those available before the end of the year, then they have the fees in place to be able to. Then the airport, the majority of that is based off of their rent study, and then a couple of the new agreements that have happened, like the lift agreement. So I tried to line it out in there as best I could. It's a lot of back and forth numbers to try and consolidate into a cohesive thing, but
and I'll say we do this every year with the fees. Yeah, we go through it. Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, I move to approve the ordinance to establish the 2024 consolidated fee schedule and repeal and replace ordinance 669 with Sand Flats recreational area fees conditional on the Bureau of Land Management's approval.
Thanks.
I will second that.
All right. I have a
Beat you, Mike.
motion. Motion on the table to approve from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner Hedin. And before I go further, our county attorney wanted to weigh in.
I just wanted to point out one thing on the top of page 8, we added that when there seems to be some contractors and owners that seek forgiveness instead of permission for some entities. So we've added, if they do it the first time, they get a 200% permit fee. And then if they do it a second time, then they get referred to the county attorney's office and DOPL. There's restrictions under state code. That's a criminal violation for a contractor to do work without seeking a permit. But it's happening to the point where some owners and contractors think it's just easier just to skip the permitting process. So we're just putting that in there. Hopefully they'll just seek the permits ahead of time instead of getting called to the metaphorical principal's office. So just wanted to point that out.
Thanks for pointing that out. I just kind of a general question. When we decide, I guess there's a lot of different fees here, but like you can, put in like an inflation adjustment versus what we decided 5 years ago, or do we compare with other counties, or how do we figure out what the right amount is?
Well, I don't know if I have a good answer for you. I know what I've done the last 2 years is
Okay.
basically, I just put it together, send it out to all of the department heads and kind of count on them to look up their own codes and statutes and make sure that what they're adjusting their fees to are gonna match what's in code or what as an actual cost. From what I understand, the intention of the county is not to make money. So the fees must be justifiable and they must be either recuperating costs or meeting state.
Okay, so we're just farming it out to department heads and they're using their judgment
Yeah,
about what
just
a
kind of
reasonable fee is.
facilitating everybody and double checking a few codes and doing some of that kind of stuff, just to make sure there were no new changes, which there was one change to the to the main code. And that was just offering it up as an option to, it used to only be an ordinance, now it can be an ordinance or a resolution, but we already have it as an ordinance. Unless you really want to.
I like it when I look at my attorney and it's like.
All right, I'll call for a vote then. Motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner Hedin. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Alicia. So we have come to the end of our action items and we're up to our consent agenda. The consent agenda tonight consists of item A, approval of meeting minutes for October 9th, 2023 and November 2nd, 2023. Ratification of payment of bills, and those bills are in total bills in the amount of $958,418.26. Total payroll in the amount of $376,827.46 for total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,335,245.72. Item C, ratification of second amendment to the Better Destinations Independent Contractor Agreement. Item D, ratification of chair signature on UDOT agreement. And item E, ratification of letter of comment regarding the Mud Springs Trail System to the BLM. Yes,
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
thank you. Motion to approve from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner Winfield. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously.
You have something?
I didn't end up getting minutes in. So I think that may be the, and I do apologize for that. I think that maybe we should have a new motion or some sort of acknowledgement that the letter A in that consent agenda is, should be withheld from approval. Thank you, sorry.
Okay, I guess someone would have to make a motion to take that item off.
So moved.
All right. Motion to remove item A from the approved consent agenda. And a second from Motion from Commissioner Clapper, second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of removing agenda item A, approval of meeting minutes for October 19th, 2023 and November 2nd, 2023. Okay, so that's off. All right, now we are on to a few public hearings. Our first public hearing is agenda item number 10, public hearing amended development agreement, ADO extension requests on parcel number 02-0020-0020 at 2850 South Highway 191, Moab. And Jenna is presenting this.
So the next two items are the same. They are requests for approval of an ordinance to amend the development agreement for two previously approved ADOs to allow for an extension for their site plan and build out. First one is Tyson Carroll's ADO, and on May 3rd, the Grant County Planning Commission had approved this ADO located at 2850 Highway 191. Once an applicant receives approval of the ADO overlay, the next step in the application process requires the submission and approval of a site plan review application. Land use code lays out a timeline for development of ADO projects that includes deadlines to receive site plan approval and then certificate of occupancy for the ADO units. The commission included these deadlines in the ADO ordinance for the purpose of ensuring the ADO ADO dwelling units were developed in a timely manner. That section of code 4.9.6G, lapse of approval, states that the ADO district approval shall automatically expire and be void unless the site plan is approved for development within 6 months of the district approval, and if certificate of occupancy is not issued within 2 years of that district approval. An extension of up to 6 months may be granted upon written request from the applicant and approval of that by the county commission. At this time, the applicant, Tyson Carroll, hasn't yet received a site plan approval, but his application is in place and it's currently being reviewed. The applicant is requesting the extension of 6 months to obtain site plan and certificate of occupancy. And the new dates to obtain such approvals would be May 3rd to 2024 for the site plan approval, and then November 3rd, 2025 to get the certificates of occupancy. The applicant's request describes challenges in meeting and obtaining site plan approval based on its location and unique circumstance for the parcel. So the property is located on Highway 191, and as such, per land use code 6.2.4 highway occupancy permit, an HOP must be approved by UDOT for each new use or structure with direct access to the state highway. This UDOT permit is required to be obtained prior to the issuance of the site plan approval. However, that permitting process can't begin until the ADO rezone is officially granted. So essentially any due diligence can't be conducted. In order to obtain HOP, Utah Department of Transportation has required this applicant conduct a traffic impact study, as well as submit a drainage report prior to the issuance of such permit. The drainage report is required due to the site's location downstream of a larger offsite drainage basin, which conveys runoff through the site along the north property line. The design of the offsite drainage is currently being coordinated with the neighbor property to the north and the county engineer. While the applicant's engineer believes the drainage challenges are solvable, additional time is needed, and as such, the applicant is requesting the extension. Planning Commission did consider this application on November 13 and voted 4-0 with 3 absent to forward a favorable recommendation. This is just an overview of where the property is located.
Great.
So this item will be on your agenda next week for the action item. So if there's any clarifying questions,
I think we were just discussing that, and it sounds like because that would only give us 1 day to receive public comment, that we were talking about having the action item on the meeting at the 19th to allow for the full length of public comment.
But the holdup is mainly from UDOT.
It is for UDOT.
Yeah, I don't know how much public comment would kind of weigh in on.
And if it's helpful, like the public comment period technically begins 10 days in advance of this public hearing, so the public comment period has been open.
I'm good with it, as long as Stephen doesn't
Say again?
find
That
any
would be okay with that as well, right?
keeping like, so we basically have we closed our agenda reviews on Thursday, so we'd close the public comment tomorrow at 5. Okay.
And there's no proposed changes to the project.
No.
Okay. Bill, did you have a?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I move
It's actually it's a public hearing. So instead of,
Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, no worries. It's a little confusing. So I will I'll now open this public hearing for an extension request for parcel number 02-0020-0020 at 2850 South Highway 191, Moab, Utah, and I'll keep the public hearing open until 5 o'clock tomorrow, November 29th, and it will come back to the commission on December 5th. All right, we will move on to item 11, public hearing, amended development agreement, EDO extension request for parcel number 03-0002-0087 at West 400 North 1089 Moab, Utah.
Same situation here. This is the Navtech property. The application for the ADO was approved on May 3rd, 2023. Our applicant is here, Brian Martinez. He's been really patient. Again, once the applicant receives ADO approval and accept in the process to receive site plan approval, the land use code lays out the development process and timelines for each, giving 6 months for site plan approval and then 2 years from the ADO district approval to get certificate of occupancy for those. With the land use code excerpt for extension, Brian Martinez wrote in his request for that, citing the property owner himself has fallen under illness as soon as the ADO was approved, so he was unable to travel to the county to record that, so that was a pretty significant delay. Additionally, much of the property was under flooded conditions for several months, and it's difficult to get a contractor out to the site to evaluate and make proper site plans for that. So at this time, we don't yet have a site plan in place or approval of that. So as such, the applicant is here requesting an extension. New dates for such approvals would be May 3rd, 2024 for site plan approval, and then again, November 3rd, 2025 for certificate of occupancy. On November 13th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to send a favorable recommendation to County Commission for the approved amended development agreement.
Great. Any questions on this one or any comments? Thanks, Mary.
You can make the motions. This seems like a silly thing to wait on. So I make a motion, we postpone policy and vote on this tonight.
Let's just vote on this one or both of them? Both of you.
So you need to.
You need to say-
Motion to suspend policy.
I made a motion to suspend
So you
policy,
five
vote.
votes, then you vote
And then you
yes
put, okay.
Secondarily, but you're suspending a policy that would normally allow public hearing.
Okay.
I recuse myself from the vote.
This is
Just suspend the
an
policy.
extension of the original ADO. It doesn't impact the number of ADO units originally. The original concern was that you theoretically could have chose to vote against other ADOs so that you would have had a better opportunity. But no, it doesn't rest the level of conflict. Restricted.
Anyone want to second Mary's motion to suspend the rules? Bill? All right, any discussion on that?
Could I ask the applicant?
Um,
Is there work that's gonna happen this week that is hinging on whether, okay. I tend to avoid abandoning policy. That's I'm such a stickler. So I will not be voting in support of the motion.
You know, I usually say exactly that, but this is maybe gonna be a rare exception for me. I just,
Well, and we've
Don't
had
see what-
such long
what
meetings,
we
having one less thing on the agenda.
That's true.
Next time,
Right.
it seems like a good idea.
but I guess I don't want us to get into the habit of doing
Right.
it routinely or some large fraction. of the
I've
time.
never-
I think something has to be especially cut and dried and uninteresting for me to.
All right. All those in favor of suspending the rules on this particular item, raise your hands. All opposed, and the motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Clapper in opposition. So now someone has to make a motion to approve, right? Yeah, Mary?
I move to adopt The ordinance approving amended development agreement with Tech Expedition ADO development located on West 400 North 1089, allowing for a 6-month suspension for the site plan approval and certificate of occupancy deadline. Conditions upon the following, the owner shall record the amended development agreement in the real property records of Grand County, Utah, simultaneously with this ordinance and prior to application for site plan or development approvals.
Oh, thank you. Well read.
I'll second that.
All right, motion on the table from Commissioner McGann, second from Commissioner Hedin to approve.
But did you open and close the public hearing on this one? Did that actually happen?
I did not do that, but do I need to do that before the rules are suspended?
Well, I
Okay.
I think I don't think we have to redo the motions, but I think you should.
Okay, I will now open our public hearing for amended development agreement, an ADO extension request on parcel number 03-0002-0087 at 1089 North 400 West Street in Moab. All right, are we good, Stephen? Anyone here to comment? Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously, 7-0. So
do we want to try to do the same thing with the previous one?
we have opened that public hearing. I personally don't see any reason not to. You're
Public hearing to a close.
We've already suspended rules. Let's go crazy.
Suspend all the rules.
Yeah, if you could recall, that.
Bring back.
You could bring back that, then.
Let's just go to number. Let's
Just
just,
item 12.
let's move forward to item 12.
Okay. All right, agenda item 12, public hearing, Arroyo Crossing PUD amended master plan.
Bit of a bulky staff report, I kind of want to go through with you so that we have all the background. This is an amendment to the Arroyo Cottage master plan. Background summary being on May 17th, 2016, ordinance 550 granted a rezone from large lot residential to multifamily residential over most of the parcel. On October 15th, 2019, the Grand County Council approved the Arroyo Cottage Planned Unit Development Overlay. And again, on October 15th, 2019, phase 1 final plat was approved. Subsequently, last year, on July 19th, 2022, Grand County Commission approved ordinance 664. It was also a master plan amendment for the Arroyo Crossing development that added clarity to the housing types, townhouses versus duplex, as well as an associated setback for each. Currently, the recorded master plan, this is the amended requested one, this is not the current one. The currently recorded master plan requires a 20-foot internal side yard setback for structures under 2 stories within the cottages and apartment development area. So the cottages and apartment development area are area A, and right beside it, that's the cottages. And then B is tract K, is also for multifamily as well. The development stipulations on the plan also require that if the cottages or apartments are greater than 2 stories, the internal side yard setback must be 30 feet. A note on the master plan also describes the requirement for the development to adhere to project boundary buffers set that existed prior to August 15th of this year, when the recent amendments to that section of code was adopted. That note requires a 20-foot project boundary buffer to be maintained for multifamily development on the project's boundary. So what that would look like is on the northern and the western property boundary of tract B, essentially, area B. During the cottage's site plan for tract F, where the orange little dwelling units are, application review, the initial design discussions regarding the layout for the multifamily tracts G, H, and K, it was determined that due to several limiting requirements of the existing master plan, including a large internal side yard setback, large internal side yard setback required for structures over 2 stories, as well as site issues on the property consisting of a 40-foot wide drainage easement to the south, a flood zone located to the southeast portion of the property, and building code requirements to maintain 10-foot separation between the cottage dwelling units. The best rectification to those challenges would be a request to amend the master plan. The proposed master plan amendments contemplates changes that the development in the cottages and future lots planned for the multifamily development within the master plan could be designed in a way that respects the site challenges, still contains a permitted number of units, and meets all zoning codes. So the 2 requested amendments include a reduction to the side yard setbacks for the cottages and apartment developments that would permit a 10-foot side yard setback that was previously 20, and also a reduced internal side yard setback for the cottages and apartments development, permitting a 20-foot internal side yard setback for structures over 2 stories as well, and that was previously 30 feet. Let's see. Master plan amendment proposes to adjust these. Master plan amendment proposes to adjust both of these for the 10-foot and the 20-foot internal side yard setbacks. The reduced internal side yard setbacks would apply to tracts F for the cottages, G, H, and K planned for multifamily residential. In the case of the cottages development and the Skyline multifamily housing development to its west, these amendments wouldn't affect neighboring properties, as each such tract is part of the Arroyo Cottage development and only has internal side yard properties with the other. Furthermore, the southern property line spanning the length of those 3 tracts, is protected from development by a 40-foot drainage easement. Also, the west property line of the cottage development is adjacent to the parking lot plan for the Skyline development on tract G. Based on the maximum height permitted for the underlying MFR zoning district on these 3 tracts, no structure could exceed 28 feet in height. As a result of the amendment for tracts F, G, and H on the southern border, the smallest setback between structures placed directly on the side yard setback of tracts F, G, and H would be 20 feet, 10 feet on each side of the property line. In the case of tract K, the request for a reduction of internal side yard setbacks wouldn't affect the neighboring properties internally, as they're also bordered by other row property development. The only internal property line that would be affected by the change based on the current layout of the master plan would be the northeast corner of tract K that abuts the townhome development there. At this time, tract K is split zone MFR and LLR. The far portion of tract K, you can see right where this designation is. It is multifamily residential on the east side and then large lot residential on the west. So LLR on the west side would permit a 35-foot structure, and then MFR permits a 28-foot size structure, height. With the approval and amendment request, the small setback between a 28-foot structure on the northeast corner of tract K and the Arroyo townhomes would be 20 feet, 10 feet on either side of the property line. Currently, the master plan displays the north and west property lines of tract K as project boundary buffer areas, and this would have to be maintained as well. NACWALT would also like to highlight that future planning for tract K could include a rezoning to rectify the split zoning that would allow for uniform development of height at 35 feet, the maximum permitted by the LLR zoning district across the entire tract. While that rezone request isn't a part of this amendment, NACWALT would like to avoid a future request to amend the to amend the master plan yet again by requesting that reduction for internal side yard setback for structures over 2 stories. If a rezone were approved at a later date to apply LLR to the entirety of tract K, the smallest setback that would exist between a 35-foot structure and the townhomes adjacent in the northeast property line would be 30 feet. 20-foot side yard setback on tract K and 10 feet on the side yard setback of the townhome. Planning Commission did consider this application on September 11th, and they voted unanimously to forward a favorable recommendation to County Commission.
Thanks.
Could you summarize just the impacts to properties outside of Arroyo Crossing?
So essentially, the biggest impacts, if at all, on the north property line of this is tract K, where you see the B multifamily development, they're still going to have to maintain a 20-foot project boundary buffer there. So there's really not going to be an impact there. And the same thing on the west property line, that 20-foot project boundary buffer has to be maintained. in this little corner here, this
And
is,
currently they're 30? Or that would be it.
the project boundary buffer is maintained from the last amendment to this, so it's stayed 20 feet the whole time. They are requesting the reduced internal side yard setback for structures over 2 stories. It used to be 30 feet and they're proposing 20. So this little corner in the northeast is the only thing that really would be affected. It's an internal side yard setback as well. So it would be between hypothetically a 28 or 35-foot structure and then the townhomes there. And then on the southern line, it's all Arroyo property. At the bottom of the plan has the 40-foot drainage easement. This is the front yard setbacks. It's not affected as well.
Yeah, okay.
All right, any other questions for Jenna before we open the public hearing?
So if the planning commission dealt with this in September, why does it take so long to get here?
There were a couple iterations and considerations from Caitlin at Mackled on whether or not they wanted to include the additional request of a reduced side yard setback for structures over 2 stories. So there was some confusion on whether or not it was necessary or beneficial, or whether or not it should be mentioned that a proposed rezone in the future may come about. As stated in the staff report, we just decided that in order to avoid going through this process again later, a rezone were requested to include that request.
And additionally, my office didn't get to it as timely as I would have liked as well.
All right. I will open, actually, before I open the public hearing, is this one that we think we might get enough public comment on that we probably want to keep it open until the December 19th meeting?
I think anything this large.
Right, okay, I agree. Perfect. Okay, I will open this public hearing on the Arroyo Crossing PUD amended master plan. We will keep this public hearing open until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, December 13th, and we will bring it as an action item at our December 19th meeting. At this time, is there anyone who would like to make a comment on this? Is there anyone online? Brittany, I guess she's been on all meeting.
She was here.
Right, that's right. All right, seeing none, we'll leave the, like I said, leave the public comment period open until December 13th. Anyone who wants to make a comment can send an email to commission@grandcountyutah.net. Thank you, Jenna. All right, we've reached the end of our, I know. Oh yeah. We've reached the end of our regular commission meeting. So at 8:59, I will adjourn this meeting, and I will now reopen our budget. I'll reopen our budget workshop. Anyone want a 5-minute recess before I do that? Or sorry. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll get it open at 9:05.
So how much is left to do in the budget workshop?
Maybe
6
20 minutes.
recess.
Yeah.
Figure out how best we can do that. Yeah.
This is the best time for budget stuff. So you guys will be all about.
People have increases, you wait until everybody's exhausted and then they get them, is what you're saying?
Oh, no.
Wear a
All I
stick.
want is.
Did you just say where to stay?
I'll just be quick to sit.
Yeah, but- Definitely gonna get
Or, yes.
You might all become belligerent.
I can become belligerent. We gotta throw that bullet point in.
I don't believe that, so.
I ate lunch.
This is supposed to.
It was a day.
I know, that's why it's a problem. Not.
This one went down 2 hours ago. This county run his trail plan.
Oh, no.
Can we call the restaurant? We gotta go to that. We just have a budget meeting at a restaurant.
That's not even so.
I know.
So we go to.
We were saying this the other. They tell it like 1 in the morning, you know what I mean? So smart, like to be open on that.
Because you're the only one.
I just.
The one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, right?
That's great, look.
Yeah, I feel like.
Knowing what we
And I. That's what I just.
Because tomorrow.
It shouldn't be made once, you know, and I realize our letters. I don't have a billion.
Yes, for sure, yeah.
All of it is easy to explain.
No, it's not, see what I'm.
It's about, like. Not doing it.
That's it.
God, even your son, Stephen, your son, pretty good friend, and you know, Steve with him, like, I didn't do anything.
Like I swear it was.
I know, I was like.
It's hard to have a solid opinion. Okay, so other things that were forming.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
that,
where I was a citizen during that time.
Yeah.
I have a different opinion.
yeah,
As a living opinion. Have you read your book yet?
no,
Okay, this one.
I have a stack of books, so it's like. So,
I thought it was really boring. What's this?
No.
I got.
Oh,
no.
Is that for the book?
no, it was
I feel like
the
we
film.
really should read it because,
The
like,
best that
It's
Eva
actually-
did, Johnson, it's on my list.
It turned, it gets moved along.
All right, should we get back to the workshop?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember where we were at? We were at the plans, I believe, and we were just discussing the $80,000 ask from planning and zoning for the general plan embellishment, I guess you could call it, or the whatever reformatting. Okay, great.
So maybe, I don't know, if Gabe, you wanna start with more of the book of what? The next 20 minutes. needs to look like.
Alicia, are we?
Sorry,
Yes.
could we get an update on the target from after the personnel decisions and see how close we are to our target?
We're sitting at like 311 away, right?
No,
Oh, we brought it down from that.
no.
Oh, brought it up. It went back up.
Well, we were, there was that 311, 759. And that is legit.
I thought that was the last number I remember seeing.
What was it again?
311. Yeah.
And then we talked about
Yeah, we
reducing,
still need to.
we talked about reducing 50,000 from the 200 that's currently entered in for the fire district.
That's right.
location.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
75.
And then we talked about potentially reducing the general plan reformatting by half, by 40,000.
You know, Lisa seemed to, did she say that 40 would be okay? Is that what I got out of, I'm sorry, I kind of.
That's not what I heard.
Is that what you heard?
Does this,
Sorry, maybe I just blocked.
I think I think she was pretty adamant about the 80 and that if worst came to worst, she might be able to work with 40 is what I heard.
I think, to be honest, sorry, Gabe, but everyone.
You look
Like,
like you're
we are-
like an Inuit, what you got
Come
going
on,
on
come on.
over there, but anyways, go ahead.
I think we have to I would ask that you look at the bigger picture with 80, because we're going to be really cutting people's budgets. I know it feels like we cut a lot, but we have like this pot of potential cuts. And some of them we really don't want to get to, and some of them we actually have included things that maybe you aren't cutting to that same level. So I personally still don't think $80,000 is a good idea unless you want to cut. I think so. I do think we need to reissue our contract.
I was just gonna say, in this cut, does it slow down for the future land use plan?
I think we would ask that it be focused on the future land use plan and not the, reformatting stuff. I don't think that that's essential. I think that there's a few things in there that
I think things have already, I think before we're going from 80 to 40, we might consider 60 or something. But I do think that, so much of what we do depends on planning. And I think, trying to, take shortcuts and scrimp and save, and at least it doesn't strike me as someone who just spends money willy-nilly. I know there are such people. And, we've got like $20 million in the bank, so I think, if you're asking, where's that extra 40,000 going to come from? I would say from, LACTF money or some of the other cuts there. So I want to advocate for 80. I think, there are places in our budget where we're not trying to save money, and this should be one of them.
I tend to agree with Mallory. I think we need to cut it back a little bit and ask her to accomplish it. She admitted that she could get it accomplished with $40,000.
She said, chapter 6 or something like that. I
Right,
think she wasn't going to.
It would be, right.
Chapter 6.
essential. But so some things to note that weren't in the budget thus far would be reissuing the contract for the new office feasibility, pre-design work. Because we haven't made any progress. I reached out to them, we talked, I connected them with Jameson. It was many weeks ago, and there's no movement. We need to hire somebody who's gonna make that. We haven't paid them anything, and I imagine at this point they would be fine with that. But it was in the budget a few years ago. I don't know if it's in there right now, and that's $50,000.
I wonder if that could come out of capital projects because it relates to facilities and capital projects.
I would assume so.
I also think it is very worth considering a capital facilities impact plan study. I think that would help some of our other partners as well, like the fire department.
And that would be to adjust impact fees. Yeah, I like that one. I think that there's the opportunity for parks or open space stuff that we're not capitalizing on now.
And that has to be approved 6 months before we can collect a fee. So there's new development coming, the time is now. I just approximated 30,000. So those were not in the budget before. The other thing is the compensation study pay structure and of performance analysis plan. The $30,000 in there is approximate, and that actually replaces something in Renee's budget that is on our cut list. So just with these, if you decide to move forward, even $40,000 for the general plan, that's a good solid chunk. But maybe that's more a matter of a question, what do we need to get down to? Do we increase from the 800,000?
I think that we still have cuts. You know, potential cuts, office supplies here and, you know, like, you know, we have those painful sorts of cuts that we can, you know, turn around with if we want. You know.
I mean, if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, what you've got on the screen, if we did that, would get us beyond our target and we still have other cuts to
Well, the only problem is with this screen,
The 200,000 isn't.
200,000 already got taken from this budget, so it's a little bit messy in that way. The non-motorized trails plan doesn't actually impact the general fund because that's out of 47. And that 80 we're not proposing to cut right now. So this list here is more adding than it is subtracting on it. Like it seems, unless the green could be taken out of the capital projects fund, which seems.
Yeah, that's
right on. From Elisa.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
said she found approximately 22,000.
What?
The chat, can you see the chat? She said it disappeared. If you want to click on that.
She put, I found roughly $22,000 in my other budget items to cut, so I don't know if that has been accounted for.
I don't know if it's the best way to go about this right now, going back and forth between that budget. I think it's more. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of that. I think it's more important at this point to know if you guys, what you want us to get to. And I do think $80,000 for a plan when we are cutting people's office supplies for recovery or cutting training, all kinds of stuff. But you know, maybe it's better to be a little tighter. And then if they go out to bid and it comes back much higher, you could reassess. But I think there are some things that need to be cut, and there are some that we got really tight with that just don't feel good when you're approving.
Yeah.
You know, an $80,000 plan, even the $30,000 for impact fee. I think it's worth considering not approving that.
Well, the impact fee has potential revenue generation. You can't collect it, increase impact fees without a study to justify it. And so, I mean, in my mind, we for a long time have been leaving money on the table that if we had a study that justified the impacts, we could have been collecting this on all this new development in the county for the past decade. We haven't.
I think almost every meeting, you know, we make some kind of planning and zoning decision, and we bemoan the fact that our zoning is a little bit out of date. And I think it's a priority. You know, if I believe we could get a great, you know, revised land use code and future land use plan quickly without spending any money, yes, I would go for the zero cost option. But I'm not convinced that there's extra capacity in the planning department that they can just crank it out quickly on their own.
Right.
And, you know, we've spent money on that kind of planning thing in the past. And, you know, some of those, maybe were not the best decisions, but I guess you know, if we're ranking these things, I just think for me, that seems like a pretty high priority item.
Yeah. I think one of the hard things though, also when we're going through this process, depending on how we go through it, if we go through and start cutting, you know, I'm assuming we're gonna go in a logical order and start with the department and carve out from there and then move to the next one and move to the next one until we kind of balance.
Well, I think we are hoping we would present that at the next meeting, but we want the big choices.
Right, and that's the difficulty. I mean, for the departments, just so you guys know, they've come back and asked the departments to cut things out, and we're down to the point where, and that's why I'm like, I don't have much else to offer up to the commission except for my COLA. When we look at some of the departments, like you've just got some departments just salary, office expenses, and there's not a lot left. And so I think from like quasi staff position, that's why some of the asks are really difficult to when you're going to staff and saying, hey, can you reuse or can you cut back on just pen and paper? And then we're having other departments that get to go out and ask for consultants. That makes some of the department heads feel like well, I should ask for more. And so that's kind of the, I don't know,
So-
try to get,
Yeah.
lend credit to that
That's
as well.
perfect. It's really difficult to say, no, you actually can't have, we can't buy anything for the chambers because things are so tight, but we are going to, spend $30,000 on this plan, this much on this. It's just, it's a hard position to cut things like that for people and then have very, very pricey items going forward.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I want to come back to the fact that we're still trying to balance this budget to a flat, no growth situation, when in fact we are in a decline on many of our taxes. Sales tax and TRT tax make up 50% of our income. And they both are showing decline. So even at zero, that's still an aggressive that's saying that we're in a growth. And I'm not comfortable with that. I think that we've got to be careful on these budgets. And I think that you can't ask just one department to do it all. It's got to be spread out. So
Are there other decisions besides this page that we'd like to get through tonight?
I think one thing we could do is if we got through these bigger items, and then we know the positions now. Gabe and I were talking about, we could make sure that the cuts that were proposed as round 1, round 2 kind of make sense so that we could get something ready for next Tuesday. Without these large unknowns.
But you'd like to do this one tonight, which I would think we
I
could.
think,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
we have
figured
to.
that.
I mean,
Great.
to me, and this is maybe really simplified, but it's like, it's not like we're saying it's never gonna happen. It can just happen next year, right? It's a tough year. So to say, I think a priority is future land use plan. And the rest, we just shelve, right? Unless there's anything else you guys want to say, like, we really need it now. And I understand, Evan, the impact plan, but
I do think we really need the contract for the office, the pre-design for a new building, because if we don't have that, we're not going anywhere next year with looking at a new
Okay.
facility for anyone. So
Okay.
to me, that is one of the more crucial ones.
Okay.
And the compensation study, I think that could go, but if there is an appetite for a compensation study next year, I don't necessarily think that should be done in-house again. I think it is really uncomfortable, and I think it takes a lot of objectivity out of it, and it's really hard when you know people or they're coming to talk to you. But I think that is one that could
Okay.
go.
You're confusing me
I know.
because at one point you're saying we gotta cut a bunch, we gotta do it right here, and then you're turning around and you're every single thing, I'm like, well, let's cut it, and then you're like, no, let's not.
Yeah.
I'm not being mean to you, I'm just like,
I don't want to be mean either, but the same thing occurred to me. It seems like the plans that are, about are in favor, and ones that are further away in some distant department, those need to be cut. And other people might have different priorities.
Well, I guess that's up to you guys, but I do think from the priority study, a new building is very important. So
I think we should both do the building and also try to get the future land use plan completed quickly. And if we have to dip into fund reserves a little bit to do it, I think that's a good use of, like, for example, the LACTF money.
Yeah.
so in
It doesn't have
theory,
to be spent only on capital things. It might be a mistake to spend it on salaries because that's an ongoing expense, but the plans are like one-time expenses. And so I think some of these plans are priorities, and I would be happy to, reduce our $10 million fund balance down to, 9.8. If that's what it takes to get it done.
Right.
I agree.
All right, should we, do you
Any-
have something to say, Gabe?
Oh, just to make sure, like, so the flood alert system of 200,000, I mean, that's already been talked about. It seemed like no one had a problem with leaving that out of the budget.
Right.
But just want to make sure on these things. And then the non-motorized trail plan, it seems like there's been some uncertainty about that. And so should we just hold off on that or
Yeah.
just get some confirmation from everyone or?
I would say, yeah, I would say hold up on non-motorized trail, but we should maybe be willing to entertain it late next year if
Yeah,
we have the
that's
money.
fine.
I agree.
On
For
the,
now, just cut it.
Yeah.
on the future land use, maybe we can ask Elisa if she can we cut that to 60? If Elisa, you feel like you have 20 floating around somewhere, could we cut that a little?
Yeah, I mean, I did say to Mallory at one point that we will seek out grant funding as much as possible for this. And so I think, yeah, that could be a reasonable compromise if we want to do 60
good
and
with
then I
that?
can,
Dropping
Mhm.
that to 60, Elisa, you're okay with that?
yeah, did you hear me okay?
We did,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to verify.
I think it would be safer to see that number around 50, but
I'm going.
I'm there.
Cookie.
I'm
90.
90, all right, I got there.
I'm okay with 60 on that. I think that's a reasonable compromise. It's okay with me.
Okay, and then we're good with
Yeah.
what Gabe said is no.
Yes.
You guys do want the impact fee study.
And did we agree that that can come out of capital?
I'm not sure about the impact fee study.
Okay.
But capital facilities.
Capital facilities.
It's a thought that I would, want to reach out to the.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm confused because I thought we can just take money out of the capital accounts and put them in the general fund and then spend them on things that are related to capital accounts, but not strictly speaking capital.
Mm-hmm. I see what you mean. What would be that
I mean,
seems
there's no
like
strings
a
attached to
perversion
those
of that
capital funds.
mechanism, but I see what you mean. Yeah.
You just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Seems fair.
And then dropping the compensation study for next year.
Oh, I thought it's being replaced with something else, right?
So that's 30, that's basically 30 that's currently in the budget. That was going to be a fairly easy cut,
Yes.
but now it's being proposed to replace, so it's not going to be a cut anymore. That's that's what's behind that one.
But we can cut it.
What's the replacement?
This thing called Right Way, which is a way that that county employees can access their health insurance. It's basically, I don't want to say anything untoward. Okay.
It's something Renee said she would cut from her budget, and then we talked about the compensation study, and it felt like there was support for that, so we talked about, okay, we'll take that 30 that's in your budget, and instead of that platform fee, replace it with this.
It's basically underutilized software, but sorry.
Gotcha.
How long does the compensation study take? What if we were to put it on the shelf for now, and if things are looking good in 6 months, bring it back?
I think that would be.
Yeah, I would say take it out for now.
Right.
Sounds good.
And the software if it's underutilized.
And the
purpose of the compensation study, what is its purpose?
It's looking at county salaries across the board and comparing them to other areas and just doing a comprehensive look at all the studies or salaries to make sure that we're in the ballpark with everyone's.
And if we're over?
We're over?
Yeah, that's.
Well,
I
when
mean,
we
I think
did it,
it's
we
just-
did it 4 years ago.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
When we did it years ago, the only department that was over was the building department, and that was easy because somebody was going to retire, and so then they just won't be replaced. That was the only department that was over. All other departments were under or okay.
But I think we should. Yeah.
So we're asking for bigger budgetary problems by doing it later on.
Yeah, and it was also very labor intensive. Like even though you're hiring a contractor, the contractor doesn't really know it. So they come in and they say, "Is this job description right? Tell me what they're really doing." Da, 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 da. And it took like over a year, if not
It was
close
awful.
to 2. And then it turned into every kind of department and every individual kind of having to make their case and argue and I feel like it was a painful process, and I think we corrected a lot. And it doesn't feel like that long ago to me, so I think.
Didn't
that-
we do one in 2021, my first year in the commission?
Yeah.
That was in.
We did it
The in-house with Chris.
The
right?
last
We-
time
do
we
it
did it,
again.
last time we paid somebody. Curtis Wells was on the commission, so that was how many years ago? 6?
Yes, it was.
We could do it in-house. I'm not very
I
generous
think-
with the budget, so if
I think
I
at
do
this
it, it
point,
might-
we should take it off.
And I just
Caitlin
thought,
would be
I,
really
my take was that the grade, like overhauling the grade.
Yeah, that's
step
what I thought
system
it was
the
too.
real value in it.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
take
that.
away, yeah.
Because the
I
city
think that
uses a
needs to go.
different system that makes a lot more sense to me.
Okay, so
I don't know,
not
but-
looking to.
No, it
decrease-
was.
Decrease people's ways, just switch to a different system.
Yeah, and Renee brought that up in our previous discussion with the library things about looking at getting away from the step and grade and instead upgrading to a new plan that's more reflective of salaries nowadays instead of.
To a specific new plan? Or just?
I don't know what the structure was, but she said it wasn't the 3% jump every step.
I think we also have issues with that plan because of things that,
Milestones and PP, yeah.
like the sheriff's wage. That got very out of whack because we've changed the law enforcement hiring policy to 1 step for 1 year of experience. County employees are 1 step for 2 years. And so with systems like that, it just gets very restricted, in my opinion, where you are going to constantly.
But if
have
I'm just curious to know what the alternative is, just, no rules and we set salaries however we want, or? some
That's why we
difference?
need a professional.
So we don't know what this, we're gonna be looking at other possible systems.
If that is something I would be happy to do.
I would
Myself is
propose-
research different models and present some things to you guys.
I would propose we create a list of these sort of things for a 6-month reevaluation. And when we're halfway through the year, we can look at the budget then and
See what's come in and
and
see
then
where we're
kind of
at.
have
Right.
these.
That's not a bad idea at all.
Ready to go if, so we're not completely throwing them out, but
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and that's been part of the plan, to keep
Shovel
these
ready.
lists handy.
Yeah, reevaluate in 6 months.
It's
Okay.
very calm and sweet.
So are we finished with this page?
So we're cutting off.
Okay.
So we didn't cut a whole bunch.
Going to 60.
I think we'll get there. I think we have something to work with that's surmountable without like causing too much collateral damage is the way I see it right now. So I don't have any more detail than that for
That's
you right
okay.
now, but I'm
That's-
feeling okay about
That's a
getting
good
there.
state.
So does cutting the motorized take anything off of the table or no? Okay.
No, but I do want to just mention too, like I had brought up the topic of TRT and budgeted draws out of fund balances. And so if you wouldn't mind, if I'll just maybe I'll provide a little bit more detail about what the current budgeted draw is from what TRT fund and what is kind of like, what is driving those increases that would cause those, and sort of looking at if that's salary based or not. And so maybe by next Tuesday, y'all can sort of weigh in a way that after you feel fully educated about that sort of action.
Okay. I think, and then I don't know if you were mentioning that you were gonna get into other departments and just sort of how many pens do you need this year? And I think when you start getting to that point that I tend to look more at like percentages, so that, a department with a small budget, might give up a ream of paper, and a department with a really large budget, would get into bigger cuts. So
Definitely.
I would definitely look to those departments with the large budgets first.
And thankfully, Mallory and I both have, worked a lot in building rapport and trust with everyone for even giving us those cuts. And so we know to be careful with that and approach this situation delicately in all regards.
So as far as where we're at, we had the 311, then subtract the 50 from the fire, and then the 50 from these last two. So we at 211 now, more or less. Just give us an idea.
So I think there was another 40 in there someplace.
I don't think so.
I think
It's something like
personally
that. It's
with,
doable.
Okay,
I think, we're at a point where
we're under $250,000.
we could,
Okay,
we might have more, give or take, but if Gabe's on board, I think we could get to that point now, knowing bigger decision items that we could.
I thought when I jumped on the ambulance hand grenade, I was saving the day. Was that not-
No, you did. That
That was.
you,
I
you
know,
saved.
you're gonna take a
I
beat
thought
on
that
that
was
one.
like
Gavin.
gonna take us to the 50-yard line.
You just made the impact fee study happen, the new facility.
I guess I'm still a little confused. So like, for example, you know, if a department's budget has like lots of foreign travel, that's something we're gonna look at later?
No, oh,
Or we're just gonna approve it or?
I think that I'm in some ways hinting at that particular subject on like TRT fund balance draws that are being proposed. That might be associated with that type of expense.
Yeah, I
But
think-
what
Because it's
about-
not a general fund impact. That type of
Well,
thing.
potential, I mean, because I think the conventions, et cetera, you know, it's coming pretty close to needing a contribution from the general fund. I haven't seen. I mean, I guess this year we can take it out of fund balance, but I don't know if that.
Couple of years maybe, yeah.
Okay,
At
if
this
it's
rate.
2 years away, then I'm willing to ignore it, I guess.
Okay.
and I made a list of probably $250,000 cuts from those budgets, but it's been hard to know the stance on things, so. I think
Okay, but I guess my more general question is. Are we still, are there still lists of cuts in other departments, maybe just departments with very large budgets that we're going to be looking at, or did I hear you just declare that we're close enough and then we're not gonna consider any further cuts?
Oh, I'm assuming that we're going to sharpen our axes here.
Okay,
And that you
that's what I
guys
thought,
would
but it,
be comfortable with us proposing those for smaller items.
Getting into the
Yeah.
yeah, no, I don't think we should discuss smaller items one by one. Yeah, we don't want to do that, so.
And I think like I said before, I think we can do this without creating too much, you know.
Well, I think that there's one department that's even got $193,000, I believe, dollars over budgeted. Active Trails, I've got the budget here. I mean, to me, that seems like a big over request. Why, I mean, right there we go, is taking a huge chunk out of this.
I think I have.
Yeah, I think that there was some missing revenue there that I probably should have touched on today. But that Fund 47, the Fund 47.
And I'm with Kevin, there's all kinds of travel requests that I think are pretty big in many departments.
Yeah, it's not just.
This one as well as some of the others, and also some training. Some of that training, wilderness experience training and stuff, the cost is astronomical, and are we doing that for somebody that we know is a long-term employee, or are we? So a lot of those employees are seasonal and then they're off and gone somewhere else, and that's a lot of money to spend on training unless we're sure that we're investing in the county's employees that are long-term, so.
Yeah.
And some of that's a perception, right? Like people don't necessarily know what funds, where money's coming from, so, yeah, I think we need to be cognizant of all of that.
Yeah.
And I'll go back to Bill's statement about we're basing this on, you know, that mid, you know, and not being super conservative, so I think it's smart to keep trying.
And yeah, and it's important, I think. Yeah, I think when I led off these workshops, I made it really clear that what's in the budget largely is everyone's requests through the BAB process without a whole lot of like, really, should we really do that? We weren't really doing that.
No, sure.
So there's definitely thousands of dollars in there that really could be scrutinized. Now is the time to be like, okay, no, you know?
So is part of that also, like, do you trust us to kind of sit down? And
that's a big question.
Finish it up.
I definitely want to like see the summaries. I mean, I think that, I mean, to the training point, you know, it's always amazed me that that post-training is something that we foot the bill for, and I realize that's just kind of like industry standard, but it seems like that if you wanted to invest in a career in law enforcement, that you get trained in law enforcement, because I don't know how many times we've hired deputies that are here, they spend more time in training than they do actually, and jumping ship. And a
Yeah.
similar sort of thing, I think if you're looking for a career in the backcountry, that's kind of a standard training or certification to have.
And I think things like that is maybe where it would be beneficial to go to them and say, hey, your department requested, say, $20,000. Last year, it was 2,000. We need you to get more to this range. And things like, I want to take on the film commission. Okay, you can go to one international film festival. You pick which one, but it's one. That's it. Like, I think some things like that, we
That's
can
fair.
give people,
Yeah.
like, here's a little bit. You can decide what, but we aren't going to.
We all have
stress.
So one, I mean, in answer to your, you were use the mechanics of looking at these smaller items. If you guys could come up with a list and then, write it down in detail so that we can look at it and understand what's in it. And then the discussion is, are we okay? We're not going to go through item by item, but if anyone of us, disagrees with something, so by default, we'll just do what you propose, but we might make some, small modifications. I think that might be a way to make the discussion go quickly.
The color coded works well for me. I like that.
The other request I would have for next year is that in July, if we see that we're trending flat or down, that we give the departments advance notice so that they don't come to us with $500,000 in requests above what they had this year. If they have some idea that, hey, tighten your belt early, rather than us having to come back and be the bad guy, because really that's kind of where we're at right now, is we're playing the tough guy, as you just said, Gabe. And so I think in the future, we've got to give them a heads up that
Clear expectations about
Right,
what is
exactly.
really gonna be reasonable, and that's fair, that's only fair to give expectations.
Sure.
And there's a lot of there's quite a few little adjustments that could be made to make this situation a whole lot easier, I think, on everyone. It's all right, we'll get there.
Likewise, for Flush, maybe we'd let them know that if there's items they've been holding off on, that
This is the.
now's the time to ask.
We tell them present the base
Right.
and ask for those add-ons. Tell them.
Yeah.
The 11th hour.
I think it's pretty clear that you guys are going above and beyond and putting in a huge amount of time on this, especially Gabe. I can see it in his eyes. I just want you to know I appreciate it. I know it's tough. I know that we've got people from the public and, I think all the way around you're doing a great job. And I know mostly it is Gabe, but I think the rest of the staff has been helping him immensely also, so.
And I know Mallory's also
I
been
think
working very
Mallory's
hard
great.
on these too, so we definitely appreciate it. It's a bit of a trial by fire having gotten into this position, not expecting it. a few
Gotta
months
get
ago.
to the finish line, that's
Right.
what we're focused on at this point, we're not there yet, but.
You're getting there.
Thank you, thanks, Bill.
And you jumped in, you jumped into the fire.
Yes, we're doing this December 30th.
We did that once.
Yeah.
Well, we did, but
But I think it's also been.
seriously.
Yeah, are we,
transparent in the sense of like, everyone having a pretty strong understanding and not just like.
Yeah.
Happing in a nebulous.
So you guys feel like you have clear direction? We got a path forward. Okay, great. I'm going to adjourn the workshop then. And we have agenda review in 2 days.
Thanks, you guys.
Hey, y'all, think about the first meeting in January too. That's
Yeah.
And just so you know now.
Okay.
I'll go either way.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys.
And
I-
we, have to, I think at the second meeting in December, you guys will approve the 2024 meetings. So we can do something on. Change that. Jenna said they will have maybe 5 public hearings, but they haven't informed applicants. They haven't said anything, so now it's a good time.
I'm going.
I appreciate you making me laugh.